Would you save the kingdom that wrongly betrayed you?
Exiled. The Divided Region, Book 1 by D.J.J. Watson. Chapter 1. Steel boots thundered down the corridors, yanking Darius from the depths of sleep. His heart ceased before his eyes even opened. The way the footfalls pounded with alarming speed carried the rhythm of midnight arrests until they stopped just outside his door. He barely had time to push himself upright on his bed when the oak barrier exploded inward, splintering on its hinges. There, 3 towering silhouettes filled the doorway, their cloaks catching the firelight. The hearth danced and cowered, casting twisted shadows across masks that had become legend in Valencia, the Crimson Guard. Spearheading the charge was Alistair. "What's happening?" Darius demanded. "Is this another test?" "This isn't about your apprenticeship, nor your graduation." "Then what is it?" "I cannot share such details." His mentor's words came out dark and heavy. "The king has summoned you. Now come along. We mustn't keep your father waiting." Silence fell over the chamber as the fire continued to crackle and weave. His eyes drifted to the other 2 guards flanking Alistair, their stillness betraying years of rigid discipline. He noted how their armored hands rested on their sword hilts. One shred of resistance, and their steel would sing. He studied their midnight intrusion with a skeptical eye. The timing, their stance, Alistair's grim gaze, none of it seemed like protocol. The excitement of tomorrow's official induction into the Legion fell out from beneath him, leaving him with a hollowness that had no end. Was his father scheming again? Was it too much to bear that his son picked the Crimson Guard over his duties as the Prince of Valencia? He looked out the window behind him towards the night sky, where countless stars twinkled overhead. The last time he was awoken like this, he and Dillian were escorted to their parents' quarters, where they found their father weeping beside their lifeless mother. The vision of him clutching her hand and kissing it profusely, praying she would rise from her cruel slumber, never left his memory. A vicious strain of fever ran rampant that winter, claiming many thousands of lives across the kingdom. It tore through every city and village, striking down anyone with a pulse. By luck or the sky gods, he, Dillian, and their father were spared, but not without suffering a tragic loss. Alistair shifted with impatience, the plates of his armor clinking. Darius shrugged off his warm pelts and lowered his bare feet onto the chilly flagstone. "Have you sent for Dillian too?" "Just hurry along, lad." "Why are you being so coy with me? Has someone been taken ill?" He was met with silence. "Have Elrond attacked?" he asked. 10 years of peace had to end at some point. More silence. "I thought the suffering was the—" "It has nothing to do with your bloody apprenticeship," Alistair snapped, his tone sharp with frustration. Who was this man standing before him? The commander never shied from a stern telling off, but this was unrecognizable. "Put on your clothes and follow me." Darius frowned, but lacked the courage to protest more. He stood and pulled on his leathery attire, which included breeches, a gorget for his neck and shoulders, and a brown cuirass. It was ghastly apparel, but it would suffice until he received his full Crimson Guard gear. His scabbard rested on a cushioned bench, glowing by the hearth. Darius reached for his sword belt, his fingers mere inches from the worn leather, when Alistair told him to leave it. "Come, we mustn't delay." With a last glance at his weapon, he reluctantly followed the commander through the castle, where a haunting silence met them. Boots clicked against marble and granite, the sounds bouncing off gilded pillars and vaulted ceilings. Behind closed doors, candlelight flickered beneath the frames, their warm glow dimming as they passed the servant chambers. A dry lump caught in Darius's throat as his neck craned backwards. Both Crimson Guards shadowed him closely, stepping in perfect unison. "Alistair, surely you can—" "Quiet!" he cut him off. They turned into a corridor filled with bars of moonlight, filtering through the large panes of glass. Where normally the castle breathed with life, even at this hour, now it felt like a tomb. Gone were the scurrying servant girls. Gone were the whispered gossip from alcoves and the patrolmen making their rounds. Darius's fingers twitched, missing the familiar comfort of his sword hilt. Each step deeper into the deserted passageways only amplified the wrongness of it all. When they entered the courtyard, a group of guards waited at the bottom of the stone steps. Their horses stamped restlessly in the darkness, their nostrils blowing white plumes. Much like the halls they'd just vacated, an unnatural stillness gripped the castle grounds. "Have you readied the king?" Alistair asked one of them as they reached the base of the slope. The man nodded, his face concealed behind an iron helmet. "He's being escorted as we speak, sir. They will meet you at the rendezvous." "Very well. We'll take it from here." The guards gave Alistair and his men the reins and melted into the shadows. Despite Darius's best attempts to avoid asking more questions, unease compelled him otherwise. "As the prince of this kingdom, I demand you to tell me what's going on." The corners of Alistair's mouth tightened, his eyes boring into Darius with all the warmth of an Elronian winter. "You lack the authority to request that. Now get on your horse." Darius's shoulders slumped as his command fell on deaf ears, the words prince and kingdom hollow echoes in the night air. Alistair's locked gaze kept his tongue from moving any more. Reluctantly, he grabbed the leather reins and heaved himself into the saddle. As the horse shifted beneath his weight, he gazed around the empty courtyard, his heart still clinging to a childish hope that perhaps his father would emerge from the shadows, that a rare but crooked smile would stretch across his face, declaring this was all an elaborate initiation. But the stone walls remained silent. Metal groaned and chains clinked as Alistair and the flanking knights mounted their steeds. He raised a hand towards unseen figures stationed on the castle ramparts, and after a few heartbeats, the iron gate squeaked open. Yawning into view were Istral's sleeping streets and twinkling orange lanterns. Beyond towering city walls lay an inky void that stretched into the horizon, swallowing any hint of civilization. Moonlight glinted off cobblestones as Alistair's horse wove between shadowy buildings, its hooves barely making a sound. Each turn felt calculated, not the path of someone simply traveling, but of one evading detection. Darius watched his hunched shoulders, the way his head constantly swiveled, scanning narrow passages and dark corners. Twice they backtracked without explanation, once ducking beneath a low archway so tight Darius could have reached out and touched the damp stone walls on either side. The streets that should have been familiar now felt like a labyrinth, each twist revealing another unnamed alleyway. His grip tightened on the reins, a cold understanding seeping into his bones. This wasn't some cruel lesson or twisted trial. Besides a few curious head turns, they left the capital gates undetected. He glanced over his shoulder as the city's tiered streets and whitewashed buildings shrank into the darkness, their outlines blurring like ink bleeding into parchment. One by one, the scattered lantern lights winked out until Istral's colossal silhouette dissolved into the velvet blackness of the horizon. They travelled for what seemed an hour when a cluster of orange dots appeared in the distance. Torches. The pinpricks soon morphed into a battalion of crimson guards. Amongst the gathered soldiers stood his father's unmistakable white mount, Spirit. The majestic horse was his source of pride and joy, a steed Darius had always dreamed would one day inherit. It shared his rider's armor of intricate carvings depicting otherworldly beasts that glowed from the torches surrounding him. Darius's throat tightened as he met his father's gaze. Even now, confronting him as a grown man and a graduate of the guard, that stern face made him cower like a child. Alistair pulled their horses to a stop. "My king, your son gave us no trouble," he said. The slight falsehood ramped up Darius's nerves. Do you require anything further from me? Robic glanced at Darius before acknowledging his royal advisor. I wish only to be with him for this last leg of the journey. Go forth with your men and clear the path of any unwanted travelers. The open roads are rife with trouble this time of year. My lord. Alistair inclined his head and rode to the front of the battalion. Darius watched the departing figures shrink against the horizon, relief and anticipation churning in his gut. Father, what's going on? The words spilt out as their horses started moving towards the unknown destination. You know what you've done, Robic sighed. If this is about the Crimson Guard, you cannot change my mind. We've been through this already. A joyless laugh escaped his father's lips. I really don't understand you, do I? Darius's brows furrowed. It seems you lie as good as you wield a sword. What are you talking about? Your plot to kill me. Darius's throat seized over the outrageous claim. What? I know every seedy detail. You can't be serious. He waited for one of the Crimson Guards to break from the grim procession and declare this a sick prank, but none did. This has to be some joke. His father's jaw tightened beneath his greying beard, the movement barely visible in the gathering dark. You think we're travelling under nightfall for the fun of it? What do you take me for? A fool if you believe. Out of nowhere, a backhand found Darius's cheek. The strike nearly toppled him sideways, and it burned with pain. Do not insult me! Darius clasped his throbbing face, realization washing over him like a wave. His father meant every word. He truly believed Darius had plotted to kill him. I'll give it to you. Your plan didn't lack intricacy. The deadly tonic, the time you intended the servant girl to hand it to me. It was well put together. Do you know how strong that poison would have been? It had the potency to send 10 men into the void. The royal surgeon confirmed this. Not even our military has access to such a substance. The plan? The servant girl? Darius muttered, shaking his head. This is lunacy. Father, please. Well, Amelia performed her role effectively. She wore the look of a panicked goat when Alistair brought her before me. But I suppose that's a common reaction when one's plots are uncovered. What have you done with her? Robic groaned. She will face the guillotine at first light. Father, you must revoke her execution at once. She's only 18. His features twisted into a pained grimace that made him appear far older than his 22 years. Someone is plotting against us. This has Elrond's scent all over it. It's not Elrond or King Jeffor, you fool, Robic rebuked. The silence that followed was agonizing. I knew your love for the Crimson Guard was boundless, but to murder me so you could abdicate the throne and hand down kingship responsibilities to Dillion, that I did not see coming. I swear on everything I hold dear, whoever is behind this has fed you lies. Reveal them so I can slit their throat at once. Robic craned his head around, the lines on his face easing. Then I'd be left with no sons. Darius's breath died in his windpipe, his veins freezing into streams of ice. The sound of his brother's name stumbled from his lips, broken and unsteady. Dillion? Robic wore a mask of fury. Your denial is testing my patience. He showed me everything. Your scribes... My scribes? What in the realm is this? Your long hand doesn't lie. We may be strangers to each other, but I know your scribing hand well. It's a monstrosity. Trust that I took every measure to dispel the truth. Darius's vision glazed over, unfocused on the moonlit path ahead. The rhythmic sway of his mount faded into the background, each hoof a distant thud that barely registered as he wrestled with this revelation. Through the fog of his mind drifted images of wooden swords clashing in the great hall, of 2 young boys ducking behind tapestries and sprinting down corridors. He could almost hear Dillion's breathless laughter mixing with his own. He remembered the flushed cheeks on Alistair's face when they knocked over yet another precious vase. He recalled maids throwing their hands up in despair at muddy footprints tracked across freshly scrubbed floors. the muffled giggling they'd shared after father had scolded them, and the way Dillion's eyes would crinkle at the corners when they whispered confessions of first crushes. What went so gravely wrong? Darius's fingers traced the leather reins as the embers of their youth continued to flicker behind his pupils. How did he not spot the signs earlier? The same hands that had helped a young Dillion climb forbidden walls, that had clasped countless sworn oaths of brotherhood, had now penned his doom. Blood, it seemed, could turn to poison. Was I that bad of a father? Robick's words cut through his stupor. No, was all he said. Somewhere I must have failed you. This is as much my burden to carry as it is yours. Darius fell silent, his jaw clenching and unclenching as he gazed ahead at the slithering column of torches. Neither father nor son spoke as the stars dimmed one by one, giving way to the first whispers of grey light bleeding across the eastern sky. Remote farmsteads thinned out, replaced by endless meadows that rippled in the breeze. A dark line soon crept along the horizon, materializing into a wall of trees that stretched upwards until their uppermost branches disappeared into the low-hanging clouds. His mount's hooves crunched through crisp grass, and Darius's breath misted before him, strange for summer. Each inhale filled his lungs with a biting coldness that made him pull his cuirass tighter around him. When Alistair and his knights came to a halt, Darius knew this was where he would meet his fate, in a desolate part of Valencia. In some ways, it was a fitting spot to execute a disgraced prince. His stomach swirled at the thought, not from fear of dying, but from the bitter taste of injustice. He had trained under Alistair, sacrificed his youth for the guard, and dodged death in the suffering. Now the knights would be his executioners, their crimson capes billowing in the pre-dawn breeze like omens of the blood soon to be spilt. "My lord," Alistair called out ahead, his voice an echo that rippled across the meadow. "Would you wish for one more moment with your son?" Robick's eyes carried an empty stare, devoid of the warmth they once held when Darius was a boy. His father's hands trembled slightly, betraying the emotions that ravaged him inside. "No, we've spoken enough. Let's get this over with already." The muscles in Darius's neck tensed as he turned towards his father. His lips parted, trembling with unspoken words, whilst he searched Robick's face for any flicker of mercy. The morning frost had settled in his father's beard like tiny crystals, but his blue eyes were firm and unmoving. The journey concluded here, and the pain of his silence cut deeper than any sword could. A shadow fell across Darius's mount. Alistair. His boots flattened the dew-covered grass, each step heavy with reluctance. When their gazes met, the usual stern features had softened. "Dismount your horse and come with me, lad." He snapped his neck towards Robick once more. "Please, father, I didn't betray you. Dillion is behind this, not me. It's not too late to halt this. Father." Alistair grabbed Darius's forearm with his calloused hands and pulled him down from his mount with one powerful tug. "I beg you, don't do it. Don't." "Stop making this harder than it already is, Darius." Robick's voice cracked like splitting ice, his shoulders rigid as he fixed his gaze on the forest looming ahead. Wind-swept grey hair whipped about his face, yet he remained motionless, a statue carved from pain. "I raised you as best I could without your mother, but I cannot overlook treason, not even from my blood." Alistair's iron grip propelled Darius through the frost-laden meadow, his boots leaving deep furrows in the grass. They weaved between the crimson-cloaked figures, their hollow visors tracking his stumbling progress. Through his blurred vision, the tree lines swelled before him, their gnarled trunks bleeding into one another. Each step brought new details into focus, bark more black than brown, branches that twisted like grasping fingers, roots that upended the earth, and a canopy so dense even the strongest sun would struggle to penetrate. He'd never ventured to this spot before, but a close-up glance told him everything he had feared. "The forbidden forest," he murmured amidst ragged breaths. No happy endings took place here. Bards only spoke of death and misadventures. The forest stood as the only natural border separating his homeland of Valencia from the northern kingdom of Elrond, a barrier more effective than any wall man could build. Alistair, please, speak sense into him. His mentor brought them to a halt, their breaths misting before them. Darius Rarkez, the court of Istril has charged you with treason. We have determined you conspired against the crown with plots to kill the king and usurp the throne for your own political gains. On behalf of King Robic and his people, you are stripped of your royal title and sentenced to indefinite exile. Exile, he thought, the verdict knocking the wind from him. If you return to Valencia, you are to be executed on the spot and without trial. Do you acknowledge your punishment? Alistair's tone was cold and unfamiliar, as if speaking to a common criminal rather than the man he'd helped shape into a warrior. This is wrong. You're all making a mistake. Alistair leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. Listen, Darius. You must concede, or this will only go one other way. A stray tear streamed down Darius's cheek. His heart rebelled against the unjust accusations, but something deep within, instinct, urged him to yield. He cast a glance at the forest, knowing death also lurked in its shadows, yet all he could see was Dillion's face burning behind his eyes. Darius, Alistair probed. He craned his neck back around. Every inch of his being rejected the moment, rejected the accusation, rejected the fate being thrust upon him. The words tasted like ash, each syllable sticking to his tongue, fighting to remain unspoken. I accept the punishment of exile. Alistair's chest swelled as he drew a long breath, his shoulders rising beneath his armor in what Darius could only perceive as a relief. He turned towards Robic's distant figure, giving a curt nod that signaled to the king his acceptance of the verdict. For what it's worth, I fought your corner, Darius, but the evidence was too convincing for your father. He shook his head, a subtle motion meant solely for Alistair's eyes. If he believed it, then why am I not being executed? That's a question only he knows the answer to. I suspect he chose to move quickly before word reached the earls and countesses about your betrayal. They'd have called for your immediate execution. Such is the nature of the courts. Alistair's lips tightened into a thin line as he fumbled with his belt, loosening the buckle that held a sword. He extended the weapon towards Darius. Take it. This much you deserve. With trembling fingers, Darius accepted the scabbard, surprised by its unfamiliar weight. The craftsmanship was unlike anything he had ever touched. When he pulled the blade half free from its sheath, intricate lines and polished steel reflected his somber expression. A crimson jewel, set proudly in the crossguard, dazzled despite the low light of dawn. Ralls was a fierce warrior, as were the bearers before him. You bested him in the suffering, and now his weapon is yours. Look after her, and she will serve you as she has many knights before you. I'm sorry we'll never get to see your induction. Darius gazed up, his eyes slick with gratitude and regret. Gratitude for the warmth of his mentor, regret for the grand dreams he would never realize. All stolen by the one he thought he could trust with his life. When he turned around, his father had vanished from sight, leaving only a pale dot on the horizon, where his horse moved between the flickering lights of his escort's torches. Tears now crisscrossed down his face as hopelessness enveloped him. Darius, listen closely. Alistair glanced between him and the forest edge, passing over supplies and a waterskin heavy with liquid. The Forbidden Forest is an unforgiving place. If the sky gods favor you, you'll reach Elrond in one piece. Once there, do not speak with anyone, not even a child. Make haste to Lyri and leave Estos behind for good. Estrana is a vast continent. You will find somewhere to settle and start anew. That much I know. Darius didn't want to heed his words. He wanted to return home, to the safety of Istril and the familiar halls of the palace. but he knew that path was closed to him forever. The remaining Crimson Guards hovered several paces away. Any resistance shown by him would lead to a fight he could never win. "You must leave, Darius." Alistair cleared his throat from the cold, or something much deeper. "May the gods watch over you on your journey out of Estos. I pray you find the life you rightfully deserve." He paused, his jaw tightening. "Now go!" Darius cast one last teary look at the commander, the closest thing to an uncle he had. The standing knights drew their blades, metal scraping against scabbards in a clear warning. He turned to the fortress of ancient pines and began his approach, each step like a hammer striking the final nails of his fate. His fingers danced against the leather of his new sword belt, as they routinely did when he was nervous. He was trained in the guard to always be ready, but no training could prepare him for what lay ahead. The chilled grass crunched beneath his boots, his shoulders sagging lower, and the weight of exile pressing down upon him as the shadowy tree line loomed ever closer. Behind him stands everything he had known. In front of him, only darkness and uncertainty. Darius freed the sword from its scabbard as the waking sunlight caught each groove for perhaps the last time. But like the warriors who wielded it before him, men who stepped forward with steel in their hands and courage in their hearts, so would he. Enjoying the story so far? To uncover the events leading up to this point, claim the free and unpublished prequel, both the audiobook and ebook. The link is waiting for you in the description. Now back to the story. Chapter 2. 10 years later. Darius slipped through the unlocked window, scanning the dimly lit upper landing of the Vaxdal estate. Shadows danced from the fireplace downstairs, stretching upwards and casting an orange hue on the ceiling. He took a breath, steadying his pounding heart. If tonight's raid went well, it would finally end the streak of failures that had plagued Elrond's notorious thieves guild for the past 6 months. Their aim was a straightforward one: steal the nobleman's stash of gold and jewels, then flee without alerting a soul. Darius peered back out the window, eyes darting across the moonlit grounds below. After several heartbeats, he lifted 2 fingers in a practiced signal, beckoning the dark figures crouched beneath the sill. The first to pass through the opening was Alir, his curly hair concealing the caution that laced his face. The floorboards groaned under his slight weight, but swiftly returned to their slumber. Jangar, leader of the guild, was the last to join them. He stood a solid 2 heads above them, wearing a thick auburn beard and a scar that ran from his forehead and disappeared beneath his eye patch. The wooden planks awoke again, with a vengeance that threatened to rouse the sleeping nobleman. "Shh!" Darius hissed. "Don't get your cock in a twist, tittling," Jangar rebutted, his tongue as sharp as the axe on his back. "He's outnumbered 3 to 1. You sure about that?" "Of course I am." Darius didn't know what to believe anymore. Their sources had proven less than trustworthy of late, draining both the guild's coin and patience. Yet, for whatever reason, only he seemed bothered enough to question the information. Everyone else? They fell mute. He knew full well, had it not been for his talents with sword and lockpick, Jangar wouldn't tolerate his outspoken nature. Such was the law of banditry. Every person had a role to play and assets to lend. Failure to deliver, and you were discarded like lame cattle. It was a life that Darius begrudgingly accepted 10 summers ago, when Jangar discovered him, injured and weary, on one of Elrond's many open roads. He had been wandering like a ghost, half dead, half alive. Alistair's warning about not speaking to anyone faded from memory after endless weeks of barely surviving the Forbidden Forest. Though the wounds from his unjust banishment were still raw, both physical and emotional, he remembered how Jangar's piercing, one-eyed gaze had assessed him that day. Not with pity, but with a calculating assessment of potential. It seemed he saw more than a broken Valencian clinging onto his lost wanderer lie once he found a use case for Darius. And here he was, a decade later, standing in a very luxurious Vaxdal home. Yet inside, an emptiness lingered, like he was wearing another man's skin. The private quarter should be there. Jangar pointed across the landing, quelling his gruff northern accent. You both take the other rooms. Do nothing until I give you the signal, all right? Darius and Alia nodded. And for the sake of Sir Kaelin's spirit, if anyone gets in your way, send them to the gods. With that, Jangar crept forward, careful not to awaken any more floorboards. Darius leaned over the polished oak banister, taking in the room beneath. Velvet-upholstered chairs circled an ornate hearth, while delicate vases perched on marble pedestals. Tapestries depicting pastoral scenes hung between silver-framed mirrors, their edges glinting in what little moonlight filtered through the windows on the upper and lower floors. Everything about the space spoke of the careful curation only a Vaxdal merchant could afford, but it wasn't what they skulked in the shadows for. The loot, so their source swore, was in the master quarters. When Jangar reached the tailor's room, he turned and motioned for Darius and Alia to get into position. Alia slipped towards the door beside Jangar, while Darius edged along the wall to claim the neighboring room, his fingertips brushing against the wallpaper as he moved into place. His heart beat like a tribal drum. Jangar described it as the thrill of thieving. Darius simply called it being low-life scum. He looked to Alia, whose hands rested between his dagger and the iron handle. A muscle twitched beneath his eye, the only betrayal of the tension coiled through his frame. He knew that look well. Alia's quiet nature hid a focused and fiercely obedient side. He made for a loyal comrade and a good friend. When Jangar finally gave the nod, he was the first to enter his quarter, vanishing into the shadows. Darius watched idly as Jangar pushed open his door and revealed a dimly lit room. A mound of furs on the bed rose and fell with deep rhythmic breaths, blissfully unaware of their presence. Jangar's boots whispered across the floorboards as he ghosted to the bedside when steel scraped softly against leather. In a blink, his fingers wrapped around the dagger's worn grip. Darius shook his head, willing him not to do what he feared would come next. Faint light caught the blade as it cut through the air. A wet thud broke the silence, followed by rustling sheets and a choked gasp. The bed frame creaked beneath violent spasms, limbs thrashing, fingers clawing at the bedding, until finally, mercifully, the movement ceased. Darius squeezed his eyelids shut, and his lips formed the words of an old Valencian prayer. May the gods guide your way. For that I pray. The whisper died in his throat when he entered his assigned room, his shadow morphing into monstrous proportions. It wasn't entirely dark, but a pervasive, stale aroma hung in the atmosphere. An unvarnished wardrobe and chest of drawers jutted from the walls. Against the far wall, iron bedposts rose from the floorboards, supporting a narrow mattress barely wide enough for one. Darius had to double-take himself when the silhouette of a young woman wrapped tightly in a sheet rolled onto her back. He was no stranger to killing guards, watchouts, or anyone deemed an immediate threat. These sins were easier to carry. But women and children? That was a line he had yet to cross. She groaned and tossed towards him. What little light shone into the room rested on her pure, spotless skin. Darius's heart pounded as her eyelashes fluttered, once, twice, before parting to reveal dark irises beneath. He didn't move, but when her lips parted, stretching into an O of horror, he knew he had to act. In one fluid motion, he crossed the space between them, his palm clamping over her mouth. Her scream died against his skin, nothing more than a muffled whimper in the darkness. She fought and thrashed beneath his grip. For a slight lady, she packed plenty of force, but her struggles were no match for Darius's strength. Through panicked eyes, her gaze darted around the room, taking in the half-open door, the empty landing beyond, and the intruder restraining her. Past her frantic panting, Darius caught the sounds of drawers being torn apart in the main bedroom. It made his blood go cold. Unlike Aliyah, who was silent as a mouse, Jangar lacked the patience and appreciation for stealth. He leaned close to the woman, presumably a housemaid going by her grey rags, and pressed a finger to his lips. "If you want to see the morning sun," he whispered, "you must listen to me." Her thrashing stilled as her eyes fixed on the vacant threshold at his back. Something in her expression shifted, like she sensed there were worse fates awaiting her if she refused to cooperate. A quick bob of her head signaled her understanding. "You need to hide," he murmured, careful not to let his Valencian accent slip. Darius's gaze darted from the wardrobe to beneath the bed when the floorboards creaked under heavy footfalls. No, his heart stopped. "Quick!" He ushered the woman into the space below, pulling the sheet down to conceal her. The shadows in the hallway stretched longer, darker, Jangar's silhouette drawing nearer. "Aliyah! Darius!" he called out. "I think we've been sold up the creek again." With a racing pulse, Darius whirled around to find Jangar's burly figure hovering in the doorway. "Well, did you find anything?" "Nothing," he gulped. "Just dirty linen and a stale odor." "Why are you speaking with an Elronian tongue? The nobleman is dead." "Habit, that's all." Darius let his false accent fade away. He tried to steer the conversation outside of the room, but Jangar blocked his exit. "So, you've got bat droppings?" He sighed, his massive palms clutching the doorframe. Darius sighed. "Not even a feather to sweeten the pot." "Bollocks!" Jangar kissed his teeth. When Aliyah appeared, he stepped away from the threshold. "Please tell me you have better news than tittling here." Darius hated that nickname, though he preferred it over Valencian dog. "Only this." Aliyah held up a silver necklace. It would barely cover their expenses. "Did you seek what we came here for?" His dark eyes narrowed at the trinket. "No." "I thought your source—" "He lied." Jangar scorned. "He'll regret ever crossing me when I get my hands on him." Heat travelled up Darius's neck. The big man didn't take failings well, nor those who made a mockery of him. As Jangar's rage boiled over, he lashed out and struck the painting of Lyri that hung on the wall. A great hole ripped through it, creating an obvious void. Streets ran out of control, hills collapsed, and mountains thrust inward. The torn canvas seemed to taunt him. Lyri should have been his way out of Estos. Fabric rustled underneath behind, followed by a muffled noise that spiked his pulse. Aliyah glanced at him, a flash of worry creeping across his face. "What was that?" Jangar's head snapped towards the bed, his brows furrowed. "I heard nothing," Aliyah lied smoothly, glancing at Darius. "Did you?" "No." He forced himself to sound casual. "Only the frustration of 3 pissed-off men." "Then perhaps we should leave this forsaken city before more bad luck finds us," Aliyah suggested. "Dawn is near, and I fear some might ask of the nobleman's whereabouts when his shop fails to open in the morning." The silence stretched as Jangar mulled over Aliyah's suggestion, his jaw working back and forth like a mill grinding wheat. 1 heartbeat, 2, 3. With each passing breath, Darius's mind conjured increasingly horrific scenarios of what might happen if he discovered the woman. Would he kill her? Rape her? The very thought sent ice through his veins. "Fine," Jangar spat on the floor. "Let's go." Darius watched as the hulking figure moved towards the window and cocked one leg over the sill, followed by the other. Every groan of his leather boots, each scratch against the wooden frame, eased the tension until his disgruntled silhouette vanished into the night. Aliyah clapped Darius's shoulder. "The guild is no place for warm hearts. You know this." A somber pause hung between them. "Nor ones that long to be somewhere else," he replied. "We may be Jangar's best thieves, but that will not stop him from making examples of us. It's just a matter of time before your morals get you caught." His friend's hand slipped away as Alea moved to the window and climbed out into the darkness beyond. An unruly silence descended upon Darius as he stood alone on the landing. It was like the ghost of the tailor presided over him at that very moment, studying the filth that trespassed into his home and robbed him of his life while he slept. He glanced over his shoulder to find two terrified eyes locked onto his own. The woman's pale fingers clutched the fabric's frayed edge, her knuckles white and trembling. He promised she would see the sunrise, and now he prayed her gratitude would slow any alarm until they'd put Vaxdal far behind them. Chapter 3. 2 days of biting wind brought them within sight of the guild's hideout, the lights of Vaxdal thankfully long behind them. They managed to ghost past the city walls, while the watchmen huddled around their braziers, too focused on fighting the cold to notice the shadows slipping by. Winter's wrath was very much alive in Elrond. Nobody wanted to man the gates, especially at night. It was a clean escape, but the bitter weather proved just as dangerous as any pursuit. As they rode through the familiar woodland on horseback, Darius's posture slumped at the sight of Luther's lair. Sat by the feet of the frosty peaks, the ancient slabs of stone holding up the ruin made for excellent cover, but a terrible dwelling. Laying beneath the snow was a labyrinth of carved tunnels that the Thieves' Guild called home. Only, it wasn't home. It was a dingy and desperate excuse for a hideout that Darius came to loathe. The lair composed of 3 main rooms, a living area where everyone cooked, ate, planned raids, and got lousy drunk, a private quarter for his and her majesty, Jangar and Vresha, and finally a cramped room that housed the remaining guild members. Darius dismounted and tied his horse in the nearby stable, the frigid air freezing his face to such a point that to dare even the slightest smile risked splitting his lips open. "I can't imagine they're going to be thrilled," Alea said, patting down his steed with a frank expression. "Don't be such a gloom weaver." Wisps of warm breath billowed from Jangar's nose. Alea ignored the jab, and together they descended the weathered steps of the ruin. Jangar knocked on the reinforced door the usual 3 times, followed by a measured 4th. They didn't have to wait long until the metal hinges creaked and the heavy barrier inched open. Through the gap, Boland peered out at them, his glacial eyes matching the frozen droplets clinging to Darius's stubble. He was the longest-serving member in the guild, and a quick take of their faces told the veteran all he had to know. This could break them. His goatee twitched as he spoke. "Get out of my way!" Jangar barged past him, ducking to avoid the low-hanging ceiling. He led them down the dozen uneven steps and into the cavern's living quarters, where Vresha, twin brothers Philip and Colin, and Graham rose to their feet. What had been a flourishing band of 30 now dwindled to a mere 8 souls, a spate of desertion and botched raids to blame. Philip's knuckles whitened around the wooden cup, his gaze flickering between Jangar and Darius. Beside him, Colin leaned forward, the neck tight as a bowstring. Their eyes gleamed with a hunger that had nothing to do with the meagre rations scattered across the table, but a hunger born from weeks of failure. Graham absently traced a finger along a jagged crack on the table's surface, the motion betraying the restless energy beneath his skin. The last scraps of salted meat looked to have been divided days ago. "I will not beat around the rosebush. We were lied to again," Jangar announced. He had long developed a habit of deflecting responsibility by using words like us or we instead of me and I. Outside of his murderous ways, it was a trait that annoyed Darius the most. "What?" Vresha asked. "Open your lug holes, lass. It was another failed raid," Jangar exclaimed, before thinking better of his tone. "Sorry. I'm weary and pissed off beyond belief." She strode over to him and placed her pale hand over his bouldering shoulder. She was tiny compared to him, almost a child's size. "It's not your fault. You're tired and cold." Her comment lit annoyance in Darius. No, it was entirely his wrongdoing. He had fallen for yet another false lead and dragged the rest of them through the pits of failure with him. Vresha shot a look between him and Alea, her dark gaze filled with unspoken blame. "So, we were sold a lie?" "Why do you sound surprised?" Darius replied. "Spare me the sarcasm." The crackling logs hissed and spat, orange flames licking upward and casting flickering shadows across everyone's muted expressions. No one moved to ease the strain. No one dared to mediate. Cowards, the lot of them. Even the distant drip of water from the cavern's ceiling seemed to pause, waiting for his response. Darius cleared his throat and tried again. "All we found were goblets, a bracelet, and barrels of wine. If Vaxdal wasn't so far away, I may have brought one back. The gods know we could all use a drink." Vresha jabbed her finger his way, a sneer enveloping her long and narrowed face. "I've reached my limit with you." "Enough!" Jangar snapped. A muscle in Darius's jaw relaxed, his shoulders dropping a fraction. She had always possessed an uncanny talent for becoming an unbearable nuisance when riled. She withdrew her digit, her lips still pinched. If her eyes could set Darius ablaze, he would be ash by now. Whoever sold us this false information must pay, not only in lost gold, but with their tongue. That way they cannot sell any more lies. "Trust my words," Jangar muttered, his tone sure. "He'll wish he never crossed me." Darius fought the urge to scoff at his hollow threat. The harsh truth stared them in the face. Their reputation meant nothing these days, and Jangar didn't need two eyes to see that. They were more akin to old dogs with missing teeth, yet, be it denial, pride, or stubbornness, he did not want to acknowledge it. The big man was many things, but stupid wasn't one of them. "Revenge must come another day," Alea said with a sensible voice. "Food should be our first priority. Our bellies cannot wait much longer." "And neither can our coffers," Vresha snapped. "With respect, if we don't eat soon, the guild will become a crypt of starved corpses." "He's right, love. We're famished," Jangar added. A subtle twitch rippled across the bridge of her nose as she crossed her arms and shifted her weight, finally conceding to sense. Darius couldn't tell if it was her small stature, a lack of food, or a woman's cycle making her act like this, but it was grating on his skin. "I suggest Darius and I harvest whatever the woodland provides. Boars make for easier targets this time of year, for there are fewer shrubs to hide behind." Alea turned to him. "What do you say, brother? Fancy a late morning hunt?" The idea of venturing from their warm hideout held little appeal, yet it seemed preferable to weathering more of Vresha's outbursts. He bobbed his head hesitantly, then gave a firm nod. "Yes, I could use the fresh air." "Didn't you have enough on the ride back?" Vresha snorted. Darius met her fiery gaze. "I did, but there's a certain stench here my nose cannot tolerate." "Knock it off, tittling," Jangar warned. "I want to see a fat pig curled over your shoulders when you return." "We'll do our best." Alea disappeared into the shared quarters, returning with 2 bows and quivers full of arrows. Taking his plain wooden longbow from Alea's outstretched hand, Darius couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between their weapons. Alea's red oak bow, with its elegant leather-wrapped grip marked by perfect stripes, made Darius's own look like a child's training weapon. Though he was no match for Alea's skill with arrows, the shame of accepting such a basic tool still pricked at his pride. "Let's go while there is vigor in our legs." "Let us." Leaving, Jangar yelled, "Don't be all day." The next raid won't strategize itself. "Can it not wait until tomorrow?" Darius turned. "We only just got back from this one." "No." "Why not?" "Because I said so." Alea's face contorted. "Why do I sense this isn't an ordinary plunder?" Jangar's good eye flicked towards Vresha, her bottom lip tucking beneath her teeth. a telltale habit that spoke of a secret Darius preferred not to learn. Around him, Bolin and the others only compounded this desire. Their downcast faces and furrowed brows suggested there was more to this planned raid than anyone wanted to share. "What is it?" Darius's tone deepened. After an insufferable pause, Jangar's mood shifted from one of gloom to childlike excitement. "If we pull this off, it'll be the greatest plunder this guild has ever known. You'll be swimming in gold, whores, land, inns. We can have it all." Vresha cleared her throat. "Perhaps we'll skip the brothel," he added. Darius pushed past the levity, his voice almost a growl. "You didn't answer my question. What will we be raiding?" A deep breath inflated Jangar's barreled chest, then escaped through flared nostrils. "The Valga treasury." Darius's fingers, moments ago, relaxed against his bow, now curled into fists. "Have you lost all sense?" "Look around, you idiot!" Jangar bared his stained teeth. "We have no coin, no food, and no other raids worthy of getting out of bed for. This opportunity only comes once a year. I'll be damned to let it go again." "What opportunity exactly?" Alir asked. "King Jeffert Tadol's name day." Darius threw his hands up in exasperation. "This gets better and better. Not only do you want us to empty Elrond's pockets, but to do so on the king's birthday. What army do you think we possess?" "We won't need one," Jangar retorted. "The treasury will be light on guards. While the city celebrates from dusk to dawn, that is when we strike. By the time the capital learns of our exploits, we'll be long gone." Alir's face went blank. "Why now?" "Because I'm tired of living like pissing rats. Nothing good ever comes from desperation. You know this." Darius glanced at his fellow thieves, searching their faces for any sign of agreement, but found only silence. "It's only desperate if you don't have a plan." Jangar huffed. "Elrond's got more gold than they can spend, and I say it is about time we help ourselves to a fat sack of it. I'll not rot in this hole for the rest of my sodding life." At last, there was something he and Darius could agree on. To die in this place was never on his cards either, but even the waft of starting anew, far away from the guild, couldn't tempt him into this reckless plan. "If memory serves me well," Alir paused, "the king's name day is in 3 days." Darius's stomach sank. "A heist like this requires months to strategize properly, years even. We'd be walking straight to our deaths." Jangar charged across the living area, getting within inches of his face. "I lead this guild," he bellowed. "You'll do as I say." Darius's posture stiffened. He caught Alir's subtle headshake, a silent warning to hold his tongue. He knew the risks of entering the capital, but he couldn't agree to the foolishness of the plan, even if it risked a beating or worse. A smug grin plastered across Vresha's features as she sauntered into view. "We live in unusual times, Darius. Either pivot or perish." "Is that a threat?" "The raid is happening, whether or not you like it. Accept it or don't bother returning from your little hunt," she said. "There's no room for cowards here." There was something about that last part that incensed him. How dare she speak of cowardice while hiding behind Jangar? In all the seasons Darius served the guild, he had never seen her dagger leave its scabbard. She contributed nothing. No meals prepared, no crockery scrubbed, no effort made to keep their hideout habitable. Such mundane tasks were beneath her, left to the remaining members to shoulder. Yet she spoke as though courage was built into her, lording over the lair with demands while lifting not a single finger to aid them. Ridiculous. Darius pulled away from Jangar's fiery gaze, nudging Alir towards the dark mouth of the lair's entrance. "Come on, I need that fresh air." His eyes swept everyone one last time. Jangar's twisted sneer, Vresha's satisfied smirk, the uncertain flicker in Bolan's expression. Darius' boots scraped against the stone steps, each footfall echoing the tension they were leaving behind. Alir followed, his breath creating thin wisps of mist in the cold air. For once, The whistling wind came as a relief against the heat of his skin. Ahead, the narrow path of ice, earth, and dead leaves promised distance and respite from the dank existence of the lair. The sun was at its highest when the pair entered a snowy glade. There, they had an uninterrupted view of the mountains. Dagger-like peaks pierced through rolling clouds, their snow-capped tips glinting in the midday light. An ethereal veil of mist coiled around the mountain's base, dancing and swirling as though alive. Higher up, ravens rode the gusts, bucking the wild currents with outstretched wings. "The treachery," he breathed, still feeling the burn of his earlier confrontation. "The man's mind is a broken compass." "Think of it this way," Alia said. "If we pull it off, you'll finally have the chance to leave Estos. Please tell me you haven't bought into his disillusion." "I have not. I sense a but. I have not spent the last 12 years in the shadows to come out poorer than I did going in. I despise the idea as greatly as you. Trust me. It's just what? You want to die? What other prospects do we have, Darius?" The crunch of brittle leaves under their boots fell silent as Alia turned his gaze upon him. Darius gazed down at the blades of grass poking through winter's debris. Memories of his harrowing passage through the forbidden forest flashed before him, a grim reminder that no challenge could rival those perilous moments. Yet this mission, this act of suicide, seemed determined to prove him wrong. "How did we end up here, Alia? We're better than this. All the more reason we should consider this raid. It would make up for some years lost here." "No," Darius shook his head. "We could leave tonight, start fresh somewhere else. We are not those same rejected sons who first joined. We're capable men. Picking locks and stealing from others are hardly skills to be proud of." "Then we learn new ones," he countered. "I speak much about my desires, but hear so few of yours. Do you not yearn to harvest your own crop and have children? What about sharing quarters with a beautiful wife instead of unwashed men?" A flicker of surprise crossed Alia's features. His mouth parted slightly, and his gaze grew distant, as though peering through a window into a life he'd scarcely imagined. These were the trappings of the guild. Not only did it rob you of morals, but also your aspirations. Despite Alia being 2 summers younger than Darius, it seemed he had resigned to the same listless spirit that plagued their older comrades. "I hear the regions east of Estrana are home to exotic trees that bear strange fruits," he said softly, almost delicately, with a heat unlike anything we've ever known. Alia's gaze glazed over, as if he were already picturing this faraway world. "Yes, they do." A flutter of elation stirred in Darius' chest, the first actual glimpse of hope he'd felt in years. The seas are said to be like bathwater, warm, clear, and full of colourful fish. "I've never been fond of fish." "Then admire them from the many white beaches that govern the shoreline." The corners of Alia's mouth lifted as a hearty chuckle escaped his lips. "Yes." "Then leave with me, brother." The breeze whispered through the clearing between them, and in that moment, the light in his friend's eyes faded. "Elron is my home. I was born here," he said. "It's all I've ever known. That doesn't say you should die here." A heavy pause dragged between them. "I once knew Valencia, and look how that turned out." Alia's counter took him aback. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I want out of the guild as much as you, but such dreams require gold, and lots of it. If we are to wander the vast plains of Estrana and wallow on sandy beaches, we must take the raid. It's our only choice." Darius could not hide his disappointment, but he also couldn't deny the wisdom behind his friend's words. A gust swept through the clearing as Alia spoke again. "Can I tell you another thing I dream about?" "Go on." "For a boar to stumble out from these trees and surrender his body without so much as a squeal. Perhaps we'll find him already cooked and seasoned too." Darius chuckled at the absurdity of it, shaking his head as he imagined a fully prepared feast waiting for them in the wilderness. The thought only made his empty stomach growl louder. "What's wrong with venison?" "It lacks the fat my lips crave." Alir pulled an arrow from his quiver. "Come on, brother, let's hunt while the day is strong. Merely talking of dreams won't fill our stomachs. Food will." "The hunting is all yours today." Alir's brows bunched together. "What do you mean?" Darius's eyes ascended the white-capped mountains that towered above the pines. Alir traced his gaze. "You're not seriously thinking of seeing the man-creature again, are you?" Darius smiled. "Not only are you a fine archer, but it seems you can read minds too." "Brother, you haven't eaten properly in days. If you get stuck up there when the sun sets..." "I won't allow that to happen. It will only take me 2 to 3 hours to ascend, and less than 1 to climb back down." Alir appeared doubtful. "Why now?" "The seer is the only other soul besides you I trust in this forsaken kingdom. His prophecies have scarcely been untrue. If we are foolish enough to go along with this ludicrous raid, I want to know what we're in for." "Then we should travel together," Alir said. "No. You are our best hunter. We need food, or else we'll be the ones hunted after Jangar casts us out." "Fine," he sighed. "There's no point in me trying to convince you otherwise." "You're in danger of becoming a sensible man," Darius joked. "At least one of us is. Here." Alir handed him some more arrows. "Make every shot count. The seer might refuse you for not bringing an offering." "My bow skills aren't that bad." "You haven't loosed an arrow in weeks." "Neither have you." Darius slipped the extra projectiles into his quiver. "But that's the point. You're not me." "Is that an ego I detect?" Alir smirked. "Go while there's still daylight. Meet me back here by dusk, or I'll be forced to climb those treacherous peaks to fetch you." Chapter 4. Darius battled against the frigid gale as he ascended the mountain, a dead hair dangling from his frozen fingers. It was a lucky shot, really, the sort that would have impressed Alir had he not seen the preceding 20 attempts that scattered like drunk pigeons caught in a storm. Still, it was better than being turned away. The seer never gave out his foresight for free, a fact Darius had learned the hard way once before. The wind howled mercilessly when he reached the summit. He inhaled sharply, hazarding a glance down the cliff edge. Through the sailing mist, tall pine trees that once dwarfed him only hours ago were mere dots. He wondered if Alir's hunt had been successful or not, or whether he was still prowling the woodland for food. He inspected the hare a final time, which remained frozen in its death pose, and trudged through the snow that had claimed all feeling in his toes. A dark shape emerged beyond the flurry of white specks, morphing into wooden steps, flimsy decking, and a cabin that promised warmth. He placed one foot on the first step, wincing as the wood groaned beneath his weight. Each subsequent stair felt more precarious than the last until he reached the door. Just as his knuckles hovered inches from the weathered timber, apprehension halted him. Perhaps ignorance was better than confirmation. The thought nagged at him. He'd made this grueling climb only to have his fears proven right, that he and the others were dead men if they took on this raid. Whether curiosity or the desire for warmth, he knocked on the door and retreated a step. 10 heartbeats passed. 20. Above, the lantern swung wildly, casting jerky shadows across the cabin's walls. Just as he feared he travelled up here to become an ice sculpture, a distinct sound hummed beneath the wind's endless howl, something soft and deliberate moving within. Footsteps. The wooden slat slid open, and 2 milky eyes amid a bed of wrinkles emerged. "Who seeks the sight here?" "Darius?" "Yes, I remember you," the seer croaked. "Do you have an offering?" He lifted the dead hare, and the oracle eyed the catch for a few heartbeats, before closing the viewing slot and unbolting the entrance. As the door peeled back, The decrepit figure appeared in the doorway, dressed in a hooded cloak that mercifully hid most of his face. "The gods said you'd appear one of these days." His black lips curled upright, revealing a row of grey teeth. "Come in." Bony remains of birds, rodents, cats, and heavens knew what else, swayed from various parts of the ceiling. Darius weaved between the macabre display, his gaze locked on the roaring hearth at the room's center, where flames danced beneath a pot of churning fluid. One whiff of the bubbling stew was reason enough to not peer inside. Darius set down the hair and crouched beside the heat source, gathering his frozen palms. He let out an unending sigh as the ice crystals around his reddened knuckles dissolved, and feeling crept back into his numb fingers. Across the hearth, the seer's face flickered in and out of view, highlighting the deep furrows carved into his skin. He could see why Allaire called him a man-creature. Legend said that seers were masterful wizards with one important distinction. They had an inclination for black magic. Darius had heard whispered tales of their banishment since childhood, how the white-robed mages of Cladstein would escort these afflicted practitioners beyond their pristine walls in the dead of night. While some perished in exile, others scratched out an existence in the realm's forgotten corners. No simple task in a land where a false whisper of magic could see you swinging in the gallows. The heat of the hearth penetrated Darius's core, and a bitter irony settled over him. Here he was, seeking help from an outcast as one himself. Were it not for the injustice still churning in his gut, he might have chuckled at how similar their stories were. "So, what can I assist you with today, Darius?" He kept his hands over the fire. "You could start by telling me why the gods predicted my visitation." "I'm afraid I don't know their reasons. They never told me," the seer rasped. "Maybe as the day matures, we will learn more. Sadly, I haven't got the luxury of ceaseless chatter. If I was cursed with eternal life, then perhaps I would. But mortal matters require me to make this brief." "Cursed? What brings about such a strong feeling?" "With respect, living one man's lifetime is hard enough." The seer fell silent, giving way to the simmering cauldron that filled the room, drowning out the gusts that rattled the wooden shelter. "Do you not think I detest the burden of immortality?" "You probably do, but that is of no matter right now. There are talks of a grand raid in the coming days, and I'd like to know any foresight you might have." The flickering flames reflected in the oracle's milky eyes as he leant forward, his sunken face frozen in concentration. Seconds stretched into minutes, marked only by the soft pops of burning wood. Not a muscle twitched beneath the seer's tattered robes. The seer dragged his tongue through the fire over and over, performing his grim ceremony, as he always did. "Yes, I see something," he muttered between licks. "Some will call it the heist of the century." Darius searched the prophet's gaunt face for any trace of success or failure, discerning nothing. "Though it shall come at a hefty price." The words sank into Darius's stomach, but beneath the bleak telling, he sensed a flicker of hope. "Are you suggesting it could be successful?" "It depends on how you define it." "I'm not sure I follow. I can only say what I see, and what I see is a time where thieves are more concerned with staying alive than attaining affluence." The seer tongued the fire once more. "I also see a time when the guild is no more. Rivals will become friends, and some friends will become enemies. Your journey is only beginning, Darius. Your speech is clever, but it's as empty as the words of a brothel worker," he said, his voice tightening with annoyance. "I need simple answers. Will I survive this heist and walk away wealthy or not?" "Where questions linger, doubts lie," the outcast replied, eyes fixed on the fire. Darius huffed and rose to his feet, his patience finally spent. "I didn't freeze my manhood for philosophy. I came for foresight, not a palm reading." "You are not the first to show such displeasure. nor are you destined to be the last. I state what I see, but no more." Darius kicked the hair towards the seer's crossed legs. "Enjoy your feast. Something tells me this will be my final offering to you." The oracle said nothing. Instead, he gathered up the lifeless creature and separated its head from its body in one swift, sickening twist. Darius grimaced and made haste for the door, uninterested in watching any more of this gruesome display. As he was about to yank the handle and let the bitter cold invade the warmth, the seer spoke once more. "The raid should be the least of your concerns. It's what comes after that matters. Prince Rarkez." Darius's hand froze, every hair on the back of his neck standing. He craned himself around slowly, his heart hammering. "What did you just call me?" The oracle paused his butchery. "The sky gods have long told me who you are." "Then you are speaking with the wrong ones." "Oh, but I am not," the seer replied with an unsettling grin that revealed his crooked teeth. The fire caught the glint in his eyes as he methodically butchered the small animal carcass with his gnarled fingers. In a blur, Darius went from standing by the door to having his sword pointed at the sorcerer's throat. The blade trembled in his grip as rage and worry coursed through his veins. Nobody in Elrond knew of his true identity, except for Alir. No one. It was a secret he guarded more than his own life. "You hold much resentment towards your father's name, don't you?" The seer swallowed. "How can you forge a path forward when you are always looking behind?" "Quiet." Darius pressed the blade deeper, breaking his leathery skin. A dark droplet seeped from the wound, its shade closer to black than blood. Most unnerving of all was how the oracle didn't react to the cut. "Your journey will require sacrifices, some just, some unjust." No, it won't. "Your heart harbors more empathy than you allow yourself to reveal." "I don't care," Darius scorned. "I'm not going on any adventure you speak of. Yet that is your destiny, for you are the vanguard of this millennium." "Lies. If I am destined to be this savior," the word tasted disgusting on his tongue, "then why are there no specifics? Why do you insist on speaking vaguely?" His knuckles whitened around the blade's hilt as frustration took an even greater hold. The seer's cryptic words and that unsettling smile made his skin crawl. Every instinct screamed at him to end this farce, to silence the weathered prophet and his fanciful predictions. "The gods are mysterious. I only see snippets." The sorcerer's bleached eyes looked through him rather than at him, as though gazing into some distant realm Darius couldn't perceive. "Then tell them to speak plainly, or I'll slit your throat." The silence stretched like a bowstring pulled taut, broken only by the crackle of flames in the hearth. The seer's weathered lips quivered, parted, then clamped shut again before, at last, he spoke. "Your father is dying. If your brother takes the throne, tyranny will fall over Valencia. But this is the lesser of your troubles. Something much darker brews south in the basin of Corden." He fell silent, creating a tension that hummed with unspoken power. "Vrakor is rising once more." The mere utterance of that name sucked the heat out of the cabin. The blade in Darius's hand grew cold, its metal turning brittle against his trembling fingers. "Do not tempt air into his lungs. Cease such language." "Oh, but the air has already found them." "It can't be. The history books say otherwise." "History is written by victors, and only ever understood generations later. As much as men enjoy heroic endings, they scarcely exist." The outcast paused. "If you do not heed this warning, Vrakor's resurgence will doom Estos, and his darkness could spill into the rest of the continent." The silence that followed felt alive, watching, waiting. It was as though an unseen portal had opened up before them, now that the Dark Lord's name hung in the air like a vexed ghost. Darius's breath caught. A reaction bred into him, and every child since they learned to read and write. They were taught to fear even thinking of that cursed being, let alone speaking his name aloud. Bards were forbidden to regale tales about him, and most hardened warriors, men who'd stared death in the face countless times, wouldn't dare utter it. But Sir Cailan struck him down 1,000 years ago. Darius lowered his sword. I don't understand this speak of revival. He did, yet the men and wizards of Estos made a grave error. They did not destroy Vrakor's body. Burying him several hundred feet beneath Cordon was not enough. Darius ran his fingers through his hair, mind still reeling. Worms would have devoured him by now, surely. Nothing devours the Dark Lord except fire. So long as he has an empty vessel, his spirit can return to it, and it seems it already has. The seer resumed his butchery of the hair, seemingly untroubled by the gravity of his disclosure. Vrakor is neither man, wizard, nor beast. He's all of them. I can only assume they thought burying him beneath a mountain of dirt would suffice. Darius remained in something of a daze as the oracle tossed the hare's limbs into the bubbling pot and climbed to his feet. If you care for the region that gave you life and so much meaning, you must first reclaim the throne that was wrongfully stolen from you, he added. Then it is imperative you ally with Elrond. Impossible, Darius cut him off. I'm an exile. My father will kill me if I set foot in Valencia. And as for Elrond, they would sooner see every man, woman, and child raped and burned to ash than ever unite with us. Too much blood has been spilt. Yet you have the power to end what your forefathers started. Darius's brows bunched together. What do you mean by that? King Darius Rarkez was the one who threw this region into disarray. That's a falsehood. Wagner Tadol did. Nonsense, the seer interjected way too calmly for a claim this bold. Valentius stood beside Wagner and the great mage Aldurin as they faced Vrakor in that fateful clash. Despite their combined strength, their blades and magic proved insufficient against his might. Wagner was thrown aside like a child's toy, Alduran's shields shattered, and even the mighty Valentius stumbled before the Dark Lord's power. And what does this have to do with Valentius's supposed treachery? Because it was an Elronian hellhand who made history that day, the seer replied. While the kings and mages faltered, Sir Cailan Grey's steel found the gap in Vrakor's defense. The Dark Lord's death cry sent shockwaves across Cordon as the blade pierced his form, sending his entire army into the void with him. Yet this victory bore bitter fruit. Cailan died upon his brave act, the raw power claiming his life before his sword could be withdrawn. And your forefather, King Valentius, well, his pride was forever hurt. The glory of slaying Vrakor had been stolen by an Elronian warrior. Darius's hand twitched over the pommel of his sword. Knowing a hellhand's sacrifice changed the course of history, still held a sore spot over most Valencians, even banished ones like him. That wounded pride festered, the seer continued, with many outside of Estos believing it was what led to the great betrayal, and the rift between the nations that persist to this day. Now you see why you must rebuild these bridges. The kingdoms must stand united once more, as they did all those centuries ago, or Vrakor will cast Estos into an age of shadows. Only you can make that change. The words struck Darius like physical blows. Him? Unite the region? The very notion seemed absurd. He was an exile, a man who couldn't even maintain the loyalty of his own brother. No, this is nonsense. He shook his head. The history scrolls. They've lied to you, Rarkez, as they have your people. Valentius broke the alliance, not Wagner. Darius swallowed hard. It won't happen. I refuse to meddle in this madness. The destiny of this region rests in your hands. Fail to heed this call. Fail to rebuild bridges that have long been burnt from betrayal, and entire generations will perish. This is Valencia and Elrond's fight, not mine, Darius protested, though the words felt hollow even as he spoke them. The seer's milky eyes seemed to pierce through him. Just as Sir Cailan Grey didn't choose his destiny that day, neither can you choose yours. Sometimes the greatest acts of courage come not from those who seek glory, but from those who will do what must be done. You are one of those men." "They abandoned me, all of them," he shouted, old wounds tearing open inside him. "My future is not here in Elron, nor is it down south. This raid will make good of that. The sky gods will judge." "Damn the gods!" Darius exclaimed, unshed tears collecting around his eyes. "They deserted me 10 summers ago. They stole my dreams of becoming a knight of the Crimson Guard and condemned me to a bandit's life. Curse their judgment." "It was not they who punished you. It was your brother. He's been waiting for your father to fall for a very long time, but it's not too late to right those wrongs." The oracle retreated to the dark corner of the cabin where dirty linen awaited him. Darius faltered, shaking his head. "So that's it? You claim Valentia started all this bloodshed, that I'm the savior who'll stop Vrak?" The name caught in his throat, refusing to come out. "And now I'm supposed to believe I can simply stride into Valencia and reclaim my birthright?" The seer didn't respond. Darius remained rooted as darkness pressed in from every corner. The sorcerer lowered himself onto the tattered bedding and released a long, wheezing breath, saying no more. This wasn't the prophecy he came for, and he was adamant it wasn't his to answer. His father and traitor of a brother should be the ones to clean up this mess, not him. Realizing he'd get nothing more from the seer, he stepped into the howling blizzard, knowing that as much as he would try, life would never be the same. As his lungs filled with frosty air, the raid of Valga's treasury and all the risk it entailed seemed laughably insignificant. Chapter 5. Darius made it down the frosty peaks, just as daylight took its last breath. He cared little for the calmer elements, for his mind was still in the cabin, mulling the seer's prophecy. His life and worldly views seemed at opposite ends to the ones he woke up to. A new dawn was beckoning, bringing with it not light, but a darkness he refused to accept. While traversing a web of trees, their many crooked arms willing him in all directions, he thought about his past. Valencia, his father, Dillion. "Let them fall," he snapped. "I don't care about the kingdom." Somewhere deep in his chest, a buried anguish steadily pumped, propelling him along the overgrown trail. His boots crunched against dried leaves and twigs, each step a reminder of his exile. When he finally reached the clearing, the setting sun painted a pink aura in the sky, casting long shadows at the mountain's base. He crouched behind a nearby trunk, its rough bark pressing against his leather jerkin, and waited for Aaliyah. It was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of wind through the canopy, though the guild members weren't the only ones to use the woodland. Highwaymen and predatory creatures also lurk in these parts, the highwaymen by far the worst. The isolation of these trails made them an ideal spot for outlaws to carry out their misdeeds. Darius had lost count of the times he discovered the corpses of men, women and children, all robbed of their possessions and dignity. It sickened him to see the depths of human brutality, even among those of the guild. While surveying the area, a figure emerged from the far side of the clearing. It stood over something large, which was difficult to make out. Pinching his finger and thumb together, he whistled. It cut through the stillness like a thin blade, dancing across the frosty landscape, its pitch so delicate it might have been mistaken for the wind's distant sigh. The form stirred, and when it whistled back, he sighed in relief and left the tree line. "At last," Aaliyah said. "I feared you might have run off with the man-creature." His friend's attempt at jest fell flat as Darius scanned the surroundings with a wary eye. As his attention returned to Aaliyah, he studied the dead form at his feet, a boar, a tidy despatch by the look of it. The boar's neck glistened with a thin sheen of moisture. Did the seer share tidings worth the climb? Nothing that couldn't have waited another day, Darius lied, his gaze glued to the wild pig. It would be enough to feed the guild for 2, Maybe 3 days if they were restrained. Perhaps Bolin could make some of his cured meat out of it. Alir studied him for longer than Darius enjoyed. "Your face tells me different. Then your eyes are deceiving you. The day you are adept at lying is the day you kneel before Jangar. It's fine by me if you'd rather not say." Words hovered at the edge of Darius's lips, then retreated, like waves uncertain whether to crash upon the shore. He drew a slow breath. It wasn't the raid the seer spoke of. Well, not nearly as much as I'd have liked. His friend's expectant gaze bore into him. The sorcerer's prophecies, those haunting predictions about the Dark Lord and his dying father, lodged themselves in his throat like thorns. He said that the great enemy is rising once again, that I'm the man to stop him. Alir took a step backwards, deep creases forming between his eyebrows. His lips twitched, then curled upwards at one corner, followed by a harsh breath of air that whistled through his teeth. That's absurd. He's resorted to telling dark stories now? He's a seer. He wouldn't mislead. Darius almost didn't believe his words either. No, he is a twisted outcast who yearns for relevancy. He may have predicted some things in the past, but this is madness. I know, it's irrational, baseless even. Then why does your tone not reflect that? You don't seriously buy the cretin story, do you? Darius's shoulders rose and fell, his attention drifting from the blood-slicked boar that lay cooling in the frost at their feet. I'm not privy to what's been said up there, but the last thing we need is talk of the Dark Law. Alir couldn't complete the sentence, his breath misting before them. Ignore him, brother. Forget you ever went up there. What if he's right? It's easy to guess the outcome of raids. It either ends in failure or success. There's no middle. He divulged more than just outcomes. You know this. What about the young boy in that failed raid last summer? Darius watched Alir's face harden at the memory. He hated bringing it up, but it was the only way to get the truth out of him. The blacksmith store remained vivid in his mind, a cramped, cluttered space where everything had gone wrong. After the seer's reading, they made every effort to avoid witnesses. He and Alir chose a night when the streets would be empty, lingering until the rain drowned out their footsteps. Yet the boy had appeared, sudden as a ghost, his scream piercing. It wasn't a mere chance. The way the lad had discovered them deep into the early hours felt calculated, almost deliberate, as if some unseen hand had orchestrated their encounter. It ought to have been the father who found them, not his son, but they had no choice. Alir's blow came swiftly, and the boy dropped to the ground like a sack of turnips. He would have been fine, save for a headache and throbbing jaw, had it not been for catching his head on the workbench's corner. Darius never forgot the blood. For what seemed a minor injury, it pooled across the dark floorboards like spilt wine, seeping in the cracks. The boy's chest expanded and contracted in stuttering breaths, each one shallower than the last. He couldn't have been over 11 summers. They tried to bring him back, but his breathing stopped. He would never forget Alir standing beside him. His hands trembled, hands that had never wavered before, not even during the hairiest of raids, and something in his friend's eyes changed that night, as did his loathing of the seer. The sorcerer had warned of a young bystander, but they thought they could best the reading. That was too precise to be a lucky guess, Darius said. Alir struggled to muster a worthy retort, his mind clearly still gripped by the horror of his actions. The revival of the Dark Lord wasn't all he mentioned either. That jolted Alir from his daze. What else? He spoke of my father's coming death and claimed Dillion would grasp power with cruel hands. Should I dismiss the warning, Estos would fall into ruin. Darius replied, eyes distant. Even now, the raspy voice echoed in his mind, reminding him of the choice that lay before him, to remain in exile or to return home and face what awaited him in Valencia. That isn't your burden to carry. That doesn't lessen the consequences. He scratched at the bristle that hugged his jawline, thinking about everything. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the whisper of frost-laden wind through bare branches. A distant howl froze them both to the spot. Darius looked at Alir, knowing full well what that noise belonged to. Blood wolves. "We need to move!" Alir reached down at the boar's hind legs. "Take the front." Darius acted with haste, and together they lifted the boar, which weighed more than expected. Clearly, autumn had been kind to it. I suspect there's at least a mile between us. "May as well be yards to those beasts," Alir strained. They must have caught the scent of the kill. "Let's not dwell on such things. We've had enough misfortune lately." The guild greeted Darius and Alir like victorious warriors when they returned. While remnants of their earlier confrontation with Jangar lingered in the air, they managed to at least be cordial. The same wasn't true for Vresha, who made no attempt to conceal her annoyance. Bolin dragged the boar back to his bench and immediately set to work gutting and butchering the beast. His touch was sure, and his hands quick. For an old man, he seemed to have unending energy, but then, maybe it was sheer hunger spurring him on. He worked without pause until vast chunks of meat were roasting over the fire. It took the rest of the day to cook the boar, but nobody dared to sleep in case they missed out on the feast. As the guild members sat down with their supper, it was as if they had never fallen on hard times. Everyone laughed, talked, and reminisced over memories long since gone. Even Darius and Alir joined in among the chatter, keeping the encounter with the seer to themselves. "So, tittling." Jangar halted Graham's recital of a hilarious story. "Have you decided about the treasury?" Forks clattered against wooden bowls as hands stilled mid-bite. The crackle of the hearth fire seemed to grow louder in the sudden hush, and dozens of eyes swiveled towards Darius, waiting. A half-chewed morsel of meat hung forgotten in Vresha's open mouth. "Well, don't rush to share it with us or anything." Chunks flew from Jangar's lips. "I think you know what my answer is, or must I spell it out?" Vresha leapt from the bench. "I suggest you speak better to the leader of this guild." The big man raised his shovel of a hand to calm the rising temperatures, his only eye focused on Darius. "Let's try again. What is your decision? I want to hear it loud and clear." He forced the half-chewed scrap down his throat, the silence almost deafening. "With little gold and nowhere else to go, I have few options than to raid with you." Alir's features softened with relief, though Darius caught a flicker of guilt cross his face at the reluctant choice. "This doesn't alter my thoughts," he continued. "It's a dangerous idea, and I encourage you to rethink it." "There's nothing to reconsider." Jangar bit into the greasy meat clutched in his oily hands. "My decision is final. We leave tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Alir asked. "Valga is at least a 3-day ride," Vresha hissed. "If we go any later, we will miss this raid of a lifetime." "And since when did you become his mouthpiece?" Jangar's eye narrowed to a dangerous slit, the firelight casting deep shadows across his taut face as he fixed Alir with a look that could have melted steel. Alir pushed the final morsel past his lips, his throat bobbing with a forced swallow. The rough bark of the log scraped against his breeches as he heaved himself up, careful to avoid the elbows of Colin and Philip, who sat on either side. "Forgive my insult," he said. "It has been a long day, and my body is weary. Rest is in order." "Yeah, I thought that much." Jangar's voice grated like stone scraping stone. Meeting each guild member's gaze in turn, Alir inclined his head, his shoulders hunched with exhaustion. When his eyes finally settled on Darius, he lingered a moment longer. Without a word, he shuffled away from the warmth of the living area, disappearing into the shadows of their shared quarters. "Sleep beckons me too," Darius lied, rising from the log. With the seer's prophecy and the upcoming raid weighing heavily on his mind, he knew sleep would not come easily. "Of course it does," Jangar chuckled. "Get what rest you can, tittling. There won't be much of it from tomorrow. Chapter 6. Move! Hooves clattered against ancient cobblestones as Dillion's white stallion pranced beneath him, its mane rippling in the afternoon breeze. Noble women clutched their fans to their breasts, whilst peasants dipped into awkward bows. Whispers rippled through the blurring crowds. The prince. Though the admiring glances pleased him, Dillion barely noticed them. Instead, his thoughts lay fixed on why he had been recalled to the capital so soon. Had his father's condition worsened? Unlikely. It seemed every time Robic had one foot in the grave, he'd hop right back out. Anyone hearing his musings might think he harbored ill will towards his father, but nothing could be further from the truth. The reality was far more complicated. Dillion held a deep affection for the old king, yet their ideas about ruling the realm stood worlds apart. Unlike their forefathers, Robic refrained from war, exploration, and expansion of the empire. He opted for peace and democracy instead, a noble pursuit, no question, but one that opened you up to exploitation. Dillion often wondered if all those years of sitting in that grand seat had eroded his version of reality. Estrana was full of savages, cunning kings, and earls who were always scheming and conspiring against you. So much as a turn the other way, and they would sink a dagger into your back. Estos was no different. "You're just being paranoid," Robic would often accuse him, and he didn't disagree with the old head. If anything, he sourced great pride in the trait. A ruler who was paranoid about their kingdom was a ruler who sought to protect it. Dillion had learnt that much from his time studying the histories of Estos's greatest monarchs and warlords. Those who let their guard down, who trusted too easily in the goodwill of others, rarely lived long enough to see their dreams realized. Better to be watchful and ready for the knives that lurk in the shadows. Yet it looked like his father might escape a treacherous blade in the night. The sickness ravaging his body was doing his enemies work for them. Though the aging ruler fought through each bout of weakness, anyone with half an eye saw he was deteriorating. With each passing season, Robic's sleep grew deeper, his breath more drawn. Dillion knew it wouldn't be long before he inherited the throne and could steer Valencia in a new direction, one of expansion, respect, and power. But there was a very stubborn hurdle he needed to overcome. Reuben's mount fell into step beside him as Istrel Castle's shadow stretched before them, its spires piercing the clouds above. The polished armor of the castle guards blazed in the sun as they glided into position, their synchronized movements a well-rehearsed dance. Metal screeched and groaned as the soldiers heaved the massive iron gates apart with practiced ease. They rode beneath the arch into the sprawling courtyard, where lush gardens bloomed at either end. Like the upper tiers of Istril, the palace grounds were kept in perfect order. Dillion dismounted his stallion and gazed up at the colossal structure, a faint smile stretching across his lips. The castle's spires clawed at sailing wisps, as they have done for over 600 years. His eyes traced the intricate stonework and the dozens of stained windows he looked out of countless times. The sight from the tallest chamber, his father's quarters, always took his breath away. On a clear day, he would see each tier of the city cascading like giant steps into a valley. Sunlight would bathe the white stone buildings, creating a brilliant glow that reminded Dillion of freshly fallen snow. Sometimes he would even catch a glimpse of the thin strip of land beyond the outer walls, flanked by the mighty eternal ocean. Valentius, the first of his line, had selected this very spot to build Istril for that reason. The narrow bridge of earth served as the only path to and from the city, allowing merchants and visitors to pass, whilst remaining easily guarded. The sheer cliffs that surrounded the capital ensured no army would ever hope to approach unseen. It was a clever strategy that Dillion admired, and he hoped to match such wisdom when the time came. He gestured for Reuben to remain outside as he climbed the castle's steps, where a stern-faced Alistair waited beside the towering entrance. "Do you ever smile, Gemmons? And why would I, when you continuously find new ways to vex your father?" "Again?" Dillian sighed. "What about now?" "The weekly council. This will mark your 4th absence this season. I'm sure the elders' dispute over what paper their universities should use can wait another week." "The king is ill," Alistair growled. "Do you understand what it means to reign one day? It requires tending to a great many matters you dislike." For a moment there, I feared you were implying I don't have the attributes to do that. "Your sarcasm eludes me." "Then I shall be clearer next time. If you truly yearn to rule like everyone suspects you do, you must stop flailing about. You're duty-bound to the people of this great kingdom, and all of her matters, big and small. I suggest you fix your attitude if you wish for a peaceful transition of power." "Is that a threat I detect?" Alistair's jaw clenched. "I'm not in the business of threats. I leave that to the earls and countesses." The very mention of those nobles made Dillian's blood pressure spike. "Speaking of them, are they any closer to accepting me as the legitimate heir?" "With the way you're acting?" Dillian shifted uncomfortably. "The last I heard, only Rowan of Westrun supports the notion. Then again, he'd endorse anything for a price. Yet something tells me you already know this. As for Blyme and Claude..." Alistair snorted. "You've got a lot more convincing to do." "Would they prefer I crawl back into my late mother's belly and do a ceremonial rebirth? Perhaps with trumpets and a royal announcer?" A hot flush crept up Dillian's neck. "Get those stuck-up peacocks on side, Alistair. Your position as hand also depends on it. That's not up to me or you to decide. We live in a democracy, Dillian, not a dictatorship. You are well aware they are undecided about Darius." "You mean the exiled traitor?" "Allegedly." Alistair's statement caused Dillian's knuckles to turn white. "Have you doubts about his crime?" he asked through barely parted lips. "You take my words too literally. You and I both know your father acted on impulse. The sentence was rash and without proper judgment, all of which would have been avoided with a fair trial. It didn't need one. The evidence was damning. Yet there were no justiciars to scrutinize it." Dillian sighed. "You're testing my patience." "You've been testing mine for years." Alistair held his glare. "You know as well as I do that the earls and countesses are a stubborn breed. If you fall out of favor with them, they will make all that you do difficult. Should you seek their approval, I advise you to act in keeping with your role and be mindful of their interests. Politics isn't a one-way road. Now come on, the king is waiting." Dillian watched as Alistair disappeared into the shaded archway. He spun around and inhaled the midday sun as seagulls flew overhead. They drifted across the azure expanse with an elegance that held his eyes. He envied their freedom, longing to float through the clouds and plunge past the steep rocks beyond the fortress. In trying times such as these, Dillian imagined shoving Alistair and the stubborn nobles over the towering precipice once he claimed the crown. Their cries would ring like sweet music. He peered down the stairway, where Reuben stared back, his dull brown hair fastened in a knot. "I get the sense that wasn't a constructive conversation." "You would be right in that assumption. Blyme and Claude are still undecided," Dillian said. Reuben had become his closest ally and sole confidant since his brother's exile. Sure, his loyalties were mostly to the coin, but he was worth every ounce. His network stretched further than Dillian's own, reaching well past the borders of Valencia. "Bastards," Reuben spoke with his usual precision. "If discussion is getting them nowhere, then it might be time to introduce proof." "What kind?" "Of Darius's demise. No solo traveler has survived the Forbidden Forest, especially a young man who hadn't whetted his fiddle, let alone his sword." Dillian mulled over the suggestion. The notion seemed ridiculous at first, but as he considered it further, it began to take shape in his mind. Proving his brother's death would settle the arguments about his punishment and strengthen Dillion's claim to the crown. A clever plan, though one that came with its share of problems. Where would we begin? It's been 10 summers. Finding his corpse will be like trying to find a trinket in a lake. His enthusiasm quickly waned. Not even gold could persuade the best trackers to undertake this endeavor. Reuben chuckled. You think too deeply, my prince. Then enlighten me. I suggest we pay men, dozens of them, to go door to door around Valencia. Until what end? Until some desperate soul gives up the remains of someone matching your late brother's age and height. You're twisted. Dillion combed his jet-black hair, his emerald eyes slowly filling with a wicked glee. Who in their right mind would have us excavate a loved one's corpse? Reuben's lips curled into a devious grin. Those who need money more than their remains. Desperation is a powerful motivator. Surely the nobles employ those who study the dead. What could they hope to discover besides bones and withered hair? Dillion paused. How much and how long? 2 sacks of gold and silver. Excuse me? Your father's to blame. It was far easier and cheaper to recruit when times were harder. I can have men from each city by the end of the week. Just give me the order. Your prices are getting out of hand, Dillion sighed, resting his palms against his slender hips. Only because the requests grow more complex by the day. You brought this idea to me. And yet, from what I heard of that spat with Alistair, you need this to cement your right to rule. Dillion thought his proposal over. The bastard seemed to demand more coin with each day. Though the cost stung his pride, he knew winning the support of the nobles was essential. He let out a weary breath. Fine. I will settle my debt when you make good on your word. Now, leave before I put your head on a pike. My lord. Reuben bowed with a half-smile. He leapt onto his steed and galloped away, leaving behind only the fading echo of horseshoes against stone. Dillion entered the castle and traversed its long hallways. Tapestries hung from the walls, each embroidered with the crest of House Rarkez. It didn't matter how many times he saw them, it always filled him with pride. When he walked into the throne chamber, he was met by Alistair's signature icy glare, the one that could freeze hell itself. The iron chair creaked as his father leaned forward to look at him, but even that seemed too taxing for the king. He had lost much of his weight this year, giving his face a gaunt, pallid exterior, which wasn't helped by the sunlight that filtered through the painted glass. Father. Dillion's voice echoed past the ornate columns before fading into the far reaches of the chamber. How are you feeling today? Robic didn't reply. Instead, he slumped into the throne, the armor he so stubbornly wore chafing its iron frame. It kept him believing he was still strong, still able to rule their kingdom, even though underneath that steely outer shell lay a withered man. Your late arrival displeases the king. You were supposed to be here this morning, Alistair said, his words dripping with self-importance. As always, the king's advisor hovered by the throne in his crimson armor, clinging to Robic like a barnacle, a sight that never failed to irritate Dillion. My sincere apologies, father. I had urgent matters to deal with in the Heartlands. I spoke at length with Blime's commander, and he supports the move to bolster their military. He spread his arms wide, his enthusiasm falling flat in the chamber. This is great news. It means we can finally look to reclaim Skull Island as our sovereign land. Robic raised a shaky hand. I couldn't care less about that wild territory. Your responsibility was to be here, for the weekly council. He wheezed, pausing occasionally to catch his breath. That pesky isle is not your concern, nor is it mine. I will not allow more lives to be lost to the inhabitants of that cursed land. Dillion fought hard to restrain his sneer. The island held far more significance than his father realized. Its wealth of raw materials would fill their coffers for generations, but the true prize lay in its location, a vital route that could link their homeland to the mainland kingdoms across the waters. Then there was the military aspect to it. It meant they could strike Elrond's eastern shores, should the appetite for that kingdom grow strong. But King Jeffor could... Then he can have it! Robbic's wheezing spiraled into a violent chesty cough. Boots clattered against stone as Dillion bounded up the steps, his hand outstretched. "Father, let me..." "Stay back," Robic spluttered between coughs, turning his shoulder away. At the king's side, Alistair remained motionless, his features carved from the same granite as the castle walls. Only his eyes betrayed him, darting between father and son as each rattling cough tore through the monarch's chest. "How will I rest peacefully when you cannot even fulfill your basic duties?" Robic asked. "It was a mistake on my part. Forgive my eagerness to protect the kingdom." "Your zeal for power, more like." He swiveled to Alistair. "See that any plans to expand Blime's military are immediately halted after this meeting. There have been enough bloody chapters in our kingdom's story. I need not write more." Alistair inclined his head. "Consider it done, my lord." "You worry me, Dillion," Robic returned to him. "Your ambitions are destructive. You care little for day-to-day matters that make a difference to life in our kingdom. Darius wouldn't have..." A surge of emotion choked his throat, leaving the rest of his sentence unspoken. Dillion's body trembled as he fought to contain his rage. He had to escape this room before his temper got the better of him. Forcing back the anger that threatened to burst forth, he bent and pressed his lips to his father's brow. "Forgive me, father. I am still learning the nature of managing this vast kingdom, limited as my role may be." Robic nodded without looking at him. "See you next week," Dillion said, trading a glare with Alistair before exiting the royal chamber. He stormed through the castle's winding corridors, his boots echoing off the walls as servants scurried out of his path. When the fresh air of the courtyard finally filled his lungs, he drew in several deep breaths to calm his racing pulse. To his surprise, Reuben was there, leaning against his horse, arms crossed. "What are you doing back here so soon?" He descended the steps. "Aren't you supposed to be preparing your men?" "Yes, but I have more important news." Dillion's rage had been replaced with curiosity. "Go on." Reuben glanced at the many guards manning the distant ramparts and gate, keeping his voice low. "As I was leaving the city, an old associate of mine flagged me down. We got talking, and I asked if he would be interested in our little undertaking." "So you thought it wise to blab about it in the heart of the fucking capital?" "There are few people I trust like him." "I don't care," Dillion sneered, rage pulsing again. "Are you trying to get us hung?" "I may be a man of Westrun, but I'm not careless. If you'd let me finish, he mentioned a killing in Vaxdal just 2 days past." "And what does a crime in Elrond have to do with our problem?" The surviving housemaid claimed that one of the assailants had a distinct Valencian accent. His heart skipped, then plummeted as ice crept through his veins. The courtyard seemed to tilt beneath his feet, and for a heartbeat, he forgot about his father's comments. The man in question, by all accounts, saved her from his other goons. "You're not suggesting..." Dillion absently shook his head. "She must have the bandit mistaken for someone else. Darius is dead. He would never have survived the forest, let alone Elrond. Never. You are also more likely to find a dragon than a Valencian up north. This has to be a strange coincidence. Or it could be your brother." The statement made his surroundings whirl, turning the castle courtyard into a dizzying mess. He staggered, his hand shooting out to grip Reuben's horse, its warm bristles the only anchor in a world that had suddenly lurched sideways. "How much do you trust this associate of yours?" "With my life. I don't want anyone to know of this news, not even a ghost. Consider it safe." Reuben's usual sarcasm fell away, replaced with a concern that matched the churning in Dillion's gut. This claim didn't just impact the prince, it also threatened to expose his part in what could be called the greatest betrayal their kingdom had ever known. "So, what's the plan?" he asked. "Are we to send my men door to door, or would you have me chase down this lead personally?" All kinds of emotions ran through Dillion at once. Shock, worry, even a hint of relief. While he never took pleasure in what happened to Darius, he couldn't allow a whisper of his brother's presence to surface. No, this needed to be investigated. "Well?" Reuben probed. "Don't forget to claim your free ebook and audiobook of the prequel. The link is in the description. Now back to the story." Chapter 7. The first fingers of dawn clawed across the sky as Darius's breath misted before him. 3 days to reach Valga. 3 days to traverse the woodland that clung to Elrond's northern peaks, all to avoid the open roads which would get them there in 2 or less. His horse trotted beneath him at a steady pace, while the rest of the guild shuffled in single file, their silence carrying on the bitter wind. In many ways, he hoped an obstacle would delay their arrival for the annual celebrations, or halt it altogether. The raid was a fool's errand, and nothing could sway his opinion on it, not even the hollow hope of obscene wealth. He cursed Jangar for dragging them on this suicidal undertaking. Only someone with an ill mind and an ego large enough to float battleships would believe 7 weary men and an insufferable woman could plunder the kingdom's coffers right under Jeffor's nose. Jangar had those attributes in spades. No, Darius sighed. There was only one fool among them, and that was him. He could have said no and been cast out, penniless and hungry, but at least with his life intact. Yet as he weighed his choices, death seemed to lurk down every path. Better to face the devil whose tricks you knew than to stumble blindly into one you don't. Or so the saying went. Jangar's horse picked its way over uneven terrain, the thud of hooves echoing between the dense walls of oak and elm. Now and then, the trees would part like curtains drawn back, allowing the riders to fan out 2 abreast before the forest closed in on them again. When it reopened, Bolin rode up next to Darius. "You have balls, lad. I'll give you that." "Why so?" "I can't remember the last time someone questioned Jangar as you did yesterday." "I only voiced what others were thinking." Bolin pursed his lips together, his goatee twitching. The way the veteran shifted in his saddle told Darius that shame gnawed at him for lacking the nerve to speak up himself. "As I said, balls. You have 'em in buckets." He slowed his horse as the path narrowed once more, its hooves kicking up snowy slush. Thorny shrubs flanked the track, while tall pine trees blocked much of the overcast sky. When the trail widened, he returned. "Tell me, Bolin, does this heist not unnerve you?" "It does." "Then why do it? What else is a man of my years to do? Lie in the lair and wait to die? Surely that's better than being publicly executed when we get caught." "When?" Bolin cocked a brow. "Let the raid take care of itself, son. Today will have enough troubles of its own." "Wise words, but it doesn't change the fact we're riding to our slaughter." Darius ducked to avoid an oncoming branch. "My pessimism is justified." "Slaughter." The veteran thief chuckled. "The place I'm heading to is rich with gold, not blood." "I wish I shared your optimism, old man," Darius smirked, adjusting himself in the saddle as his horse's muscles rippled beneath him. The crisp wind lashed his cheeks, hardening his features. "Tell me, was the guild always this poorly led before Jangar bumbled along?" "Not at all. Quite the opposite, actually. It was a pleasant place, a prosperous one even," Bolin replied. "Ram, God's rest his soul, was a strong leader and an honorable man, if you can believe such a thing. We may have been thieves, but we had morals. We only ever stole from those who had stolen from others in some form. I'm talking jarls, guardsmen, greedy nobles, and other bandits. Rarely did we spill the amount of blood as we do now." His eyes dimmed. "I reckon you and Ram would have got along well." "Even as a Valencian?" He liked people who spoke their minds, irrespective of where they came. Irrespective? That's a big word for you. A gruff chuckle escaped Bolin. My mind is not yet as haggard as my body. Darius's thoughts wandered back to his first steps into Luther's lair. Heads whipped around like predators, catching a fresh scent, their suspicious gazes assessing his capabilities. It was no different than when he entered the Crimson Barracks at 10 summers old. Shoulders that once tensed at his approach now slackened. Hands that were tucked between sword belts now extended in greeting, and wary glances transformed into respectful nods. It took years before he summoned the courage to voice his opinion. How did Jangar ever get in charge? Bolin's features darkened. He was always an angry one. We brought him in when he was a wee boy, only 15. He was an orphan, and Ram was convinced that with time he would iron out his unruly ways. Sadly, it only strengthened them. How so? When Ram died in a botched raid, Jangar had already come of age and seized the chance to take control. The worst part? We all just let him have it. Most of us had lost our spines by then. The guild went through a terrible drought, not too dissimilar to what we're experiencing. I regret not saying something or encouraging a vote, but that's my burden to carry. And if you've ever wondered why my skin resembles that of a prune, you now know. You speak of droughts, botched raids, and lost spines. Anyone would think you're talking about current times. Maybe Jangar will meet Ram's fate. Perhaps we all will. And if we don't? Darius flinched at the ridiculous idea. His mind scrambled for an answer. Then we'll be rich. That's the spirit. Bolin smirked before dropping back into single file. He didn't return after that. Instead, they rode on at a good speed in complete silence as dawn turned into dusk. The last rays of light pierced the forest, painting everything in shades of black and gold. It was beautiful, but fleeting. As the winter sun fell behind the mountains, deep shadows cast themselves over the woodland. The group's pace had dwindled to a gentle trot, with tired voices calling out for a break. Darius worked his fingers back and forth, trying to ease the stiffness that came from gripping the leather reins all day. "Jangar, how much longer?" he called out. "Until our steeds can move no more." His voice echoed through the pines. Darius shot an exasperated look towards Alir, who appeared just as irritated as he felt. Meanwhile, Bolin gazed upwards at the darkening heavens. Following his companion's stare, Darius found nothing but the familiar stars that had watched over him since birth. They twinkled exactly as they always had, unchanging and constant. "What is it?" "When did you last see a deer?" he asked, an unsettling tone attached to the question. "I don't know. This afternoon? Why?" "Either our presence has scared them off, or something else has." Darius fell quiet, his senses suddenly heightened to their surroundings. As they rode ahead, the hooves beneath them sounded more like thunder than footfalls on the forest floor. The night stillness brought with it an unsettling disturbance. No birds called their evening songs, no owls announced their hunts, and no distant cries from stags rang through the darkened woods. His gaze darted to Alir, 1,000 chilling thoughts accompanying it. When his horse twitched nervously beneath him, Darius knew with bone-deep certainty that something was wrong. "Night ravens!" Philip yelled ahead. The entire group pulled sharply at their reins, causing their mounts to grind to a stop. When Bolin raised a trembling hand skyward, Darius followed his gesture and spotted 3 dark shapes gliding through the star-lit expanse above. Though they moved like bats, their size was far closer to a man's. "The tree line!" Jangar cried. "Now!" Darius drove his heel into his horse's ribs and steered it into the densely packed trees. Low-hanging branches battered him from all sides, but adrenaline numbed their licks. He glanced over his shoulder to see Bolin and Alir swerving to avoid hitting the many timber offshoots. After plunging deeper into the woodland, They finally halted and slipped from their mounts, securing them to the sturdiest trunks. Through gaps in the dense canopy, the moon cast an eerie paleness across their saddles. Though each rider attempted to soothe their steeds with hushed words, the animals continued to shift anxiously, their soft neighs betraying their unease. Darius gazed up, unable to spot the ravens through the throng of bare branches. Perhaps they were gone. Alaire's boots ghosted over the earth, each footfall as silent as falling snow. He slipped between the trees, weaving a path back towards the trail. Darius urged him not to, but Allaire pressed forward, his silhouette growing fainter, until it melted into the inky blackness beyond the trunks. He watched the spot where his companion had vanished, letting a full minute crawl past while dread crept through his chest. As he turned to the others, their faces mirrored his own. Then came a sound that tore the night in two, piercing and inhuman. The screech clawed its way down Darius's spine, raising every hair on his neck. Between the cluster of trees, an enormous night raven descended with claws that glinted in the moonlight. The beast struck something hidden from view. Please, gods, not a leer. The prayer echoed through his mind as his fingers wrapped around the hilt of his sword. A high-pitched shriek split the air, followed by the desperate, terrified cries of struggling prey. Relief washed over him. Those sounds were from a boar, not his companion. In the space of a few heartbeats, massive wings beat against the night sky as the night raven ascended, its prize writhing in its grasp. Two dark shapes dived earthward, their movements fluid and precise. Like vultures fighting over carrion, they tore at the creature caught between them. Though the darkness masked the worst of it, the wet sounds of rending flesh carried clearly through the still air. Bile rose in Darius's throat, yet his eyes remained fixed on the grotesque display, as if to make sure it wasn't his friend being ripped apart. The three beasts wheeled higher and higher, until they dissolved into the star-strewn void, taking their poor feast with them. "Well, if that didn't soil your pants, then I don't know what will," Jangar said, as the boar's cries faded to nothing. All Darius could hear was his roaring pulse. When he turned to his horse, an endless stream of clouds bellowed out from its nostrils like a chimney, the vapor swirling and dissipating in the frigid air. Despite having ridden him since it was a yearling, he was yet to be given a name. Just as his fellow guild members had, he began to view their mounts as tools rather than companions, the Valencian customs of his youth now alien. But there was a greater reason for his horse going unnamed. Something about bestowing an identity felt too permanent, too much like admitting this life of thievery and murder was his destiny. "Vultures of the night," Colin cursed. "Aye," Bolin added, "they're vicious things." "Where do they originate from?" Darius quizzed, having only ever seen them a handful of times. "They can be found all over Istrana, but they prefer to dwell near mountains. Disgusting creatures," Philip replied. Darius shuddered. He thought back to the many occasions he climbed the frosty peaks alone, ignorant of such dangers lurking in the skies. "Something tells me we won't be getting much sleep tonight." Allaire stumbled from the bushes. Relief flooded through Darius. "What did you see?" "Wings and sharp talons. The beast was far too quick to get a proper look at it. The boar had no idea, poor sod." "At least it didn't grab you." Graham's voice shook. A glance downward in brighter conditions might have revealed a damp stain on his breeches, though Darius could hardly fault him for it. "The gods couldn't leave the guild without their best archer," Allaire joked, his face soon hardening. "Nobody's hurt, are they?" Darius looked over to Jangar and Vresha, who were a short distance from the group, seemingly in deep discussion. The big man took a long breath and strode back their way, his boots crunching the frost. "Right," he addressed them. "You all better get comfy because we're bedding here for the night." "We'll die from the cold," Philip declared. "What if they return?" Graham shot a shaky glance at them all. "They shouldn't," Bolin said, earning everyone's attention. "They've had their fill, and are unlikely to hunt again for another fortnight. Since when did you become an expert on night ravens? Janga's breath fogged before them. Stealing isn't all I know. Alea shifted his weight. Philip's right. We'll freeze to death before those ravens return. Better frozen than eaten, Vresha snapped, her words sharp as the air. Or we could keep riding, Colin suggested, pulling his cloak tighter. The horses need rest, Darius added, his breath drifting upward, disappearing into the web of nude branches overhead. At least let us light a fire, Graham pleaded, and announce our presence to every bandit and beast within a mile. Jangar snorted. Use your head. Our furs should ward off most of the cold, Vresha said. A layer beneath and another around your body will do. If it really gets too much, I'm sure you boys can bundle in together. Easy for you to say, Darius muttered, tugging his own cloak tighter over his shoulders. What was that? She fired back. He held his tongue, and despite a few complaints, everyone accepted they'd make camp until dawn. Whether it was madness or exhaustion taking hold, they started pulling out their bedrolls and pelts. Alea looked at Jangar. Will we still reach the capital on time? We'll just have to ride faster tomorrow. He grasped his pelt's edges and snapped it through the air. Long, brown-tipped hairs rippled, releasing a few dried leaves. The dense, woolly undercoat remained matted in tight curls against the leather backing, the kind that kept beasts alive through the harshest winters. We will set off again in 6 hours. Alea, take the first watch. As everybody carved a spot in the dirt for their makeshift beds, an uneasiness took hold of Darius. He glanced up at the starlit canvas and the darkness that swelled around them. There weren't many things that agitated him as much as being out in a woodland in the thick of night. Bloodwolves, ubrex, night ravens, and other unscrupulous characters prowled the landscape, their senses far keener than any man's. He watched Bolin eye the shadows once more, before tightly wrapping himself in his hide for what would surely be a restless few hours ahead. Come on, brother. Alea's touch startled Darius. Get some rest. Will do. Tap me when it's my turn to keep watch, but be easy about it. I wouldn't want you screaming like a duchess now. And I'd hate to slash your throat because I mistook you for a blood wolf. Alea smirked. Sleep well. I'll try. As Darius unpacked the furs from his horse, he thought he saw a shape move through the trees. His pulse quickened as he searched for whatever had caught his attention. Nothing moved in the gloom. The form must have been a trick of the shadows, he told himself, or simply his fraying nerves. He fought back a yawn and laid on his hide, staring at what slithers of the starry night were available to him. The temperature had since plummeted and unleashed an unearthly chill that ate away at his cover. He gazed at the twinkling lights above, trying to make sense of their scattered dance. The stars held none of their usual wonder tonight, failing to stir anything within him. The heavens slowly dimmed as his weary eyes grew heavy, and unconsciousness finally claimed him. Darius drifted off for what felt like seconds, when a guttural cry shattered this momentary peace. Only this time, it belonged to a man. Chapter 8. Darius shot up as the shriek reverberated around their fireless camp. One by one, everyone except Bolin rose from their slumber. Who's missing? Jangar leaped up, his hair a tangled mess. His gaze darted from face to face in the darkness, his lips moving silently with each person he counted. Colin? Philip called out. Darius unsheathed his sword. Where did he go? Alea asked. I don't know. To take a piss, perhaps. Colin! Darius nudged Bolin awake with his boot, who growled in protest. Get up, he hissed, scanning the silhouettes of the trees. Now! Through the darkness came a gurgling wail that made him break out in goosebumps. Wings flapped overhead as dozens of startled birds burst from their nests, their shadows briefly blotting out the stars before melting into the night sky. Had the night ravens returned? It was impossible to tell through the inky veil. Philip continued to call out for his twin brother, hoping, wishing, for him to stumble out of the trees unharmed. "Colin!" Darius stepped forward, both hands on his sword. "We should split up and search for him." "No," Vresha said, her steel singing for the first time in his memory. Her face turned a shade paler, which he thought impossible, given how pallid she already was. "We stay together." Jangar gripped his axe firmly, his knuckles glowing in the moonlight. "All right, all of you, gather on me." Darius was quick to join the tight formation, his back and shoulders rubbing against his comrades. Vresha stood in the center while everybody else acted as a shield, which, in any normal circumstance, would have incensed him. Bolan's sword clinked against Darius's as he joined the circle, while Philip's ragged breaths betrayed his position on the other side. It became painfully clear Colin would not be joining them. "Hold it together," Darius said with a slight quiver. "Whatever lurks out there is no match for 7 capable weapons." A gradual hush descended, as the cries faded to nothing, leaving only their harsh breathing and Philip's sobs. Gradually, even those sounds withered away. Leaves rustled against one another, then a twig snapped beyond their huddle. Their bodies turned as one towards the noise, a gentle scraping like a weight being dragged over foliage. The silence that followed was somehow more terrifying than the guttural shrieks that had preceded it. Thump, thump, thump. His heart thundered in his chest. Not a whisper or breath could be heard. The world seemed to stay perfectly still, as if nature itself was afraid to move. Crack. Something stirred just ahead, a slow, deliberate sound that tightened his hold on the sword until his fingers ached. Then came the footfalls, measured, watchful. Darius glanced at Bolan and Alir. Their slack expressions said everything he needed to know. Whatever stalked them in these shadows was no common beast. Hooves pounded against the earth as their mounts reared and thrashed, straining at ropes that creaked against the unyielding bark. He yearned to tell them to quiet down, to keep them from drawing attention, but he realized that moment had long passed. A flicker of amber pierced the darkness ahead, then another and another. Darius swallowed hard, his sword trembling. A triangle of golden eyes blinked into existence, gazing straight at him with predatory focus. He had never seen a formation like them before. As his mouth fell open to warn the others, the orbs melted into the shadows once more. "Oh, Colin," Philip wept. "I'm sorry, forgive me." "For the love of the gods, control yourself, man," Jangar growled. The eyes reappeared again, this time much closer. "There!" Darius's voice cracked as he thrust his sword towards the creature. Heads whipped around, and a collective gasp rippled through their huddled wall. Vresha's fingers dug into his shoulder, her nails biting through the fabric of his cloak and leather armor. Beside him, Bolan's hands quaked so violently he could barely maintain his grip on the sword. The nearby horses lurched against their tethers, foam-flecked jaws snapping at nothing as their hooves churned the earth. "Bolan, what is that thing?" Alir asked. No response. "Bolan!" "You don't want to know." His voice emerged in broken fragments, dread etched across his features. "Speak," Darius snapped. "What is it?" "A cougar." "A what?" The beast disappeared, but not before Darius glimpsed saber-like fangs and an arched back. His mind pleaded for his eyes to deceive him, but there was no mistake. A heartbeat of silence. Then, an explosion of movement. The cougar erupted from the shadows like a bolt of midnight lightning, its massive form mashing into his mount with bone-crushing force. The horse bucked and kicked in response, its gaze wild. One of its hooves connected with the cougar's jaw, momentarily stunning the large feline. Despite the kick being enough to kill a man, the beast merely shook it off and leapt onto the mount's back. Each massive paw found a hold on its trembling flanks. curved claws longer than daggers extended as it crept towards the animal's head with deadly purpose. A flash of ivory, then blood spattered as its saber teeth plunged deep into the horse's throat. The steed's legs buckled beneath it, its desperate neighs dying into wet gurgles. Darius stared in horror as a final crunching bite sent his steed into the void. The predator raised its head, crimson clinging to its dark lips. Its gaze swept across their faces before settling on him. He watched as its pupils dilated, nostrils flaring as if recognizing the scent of the slaughtered mount's master. A bowstring thrummed beside him. Alia's arrow zipped through the air, burying itself in the cougar's muscled shoulder. The beast's answering roar shook leaves from branches. Its massive fangs bared at Alia as spittle flew from its blood-stained maw. The shaft quivered, its fletching still vibrating from the release. Before the beast could react, a second projectile whistled through the night air, this one striking deeper, sinking into its chest. The cougar's roar transformed into a strangled yelp. Claws raked frantically at the wooden arrow protruding from its thorax, fur matted with blood. Just as relief swelled in Darius, a flurry of activity rang out behind him. Branches snapped and splintered as a mass of rippling muscle sprang from the undergrowth. Time seemed to stretch, each droplet of saliva suspended in the air as the second big cat soared towards them. His knees buckled, instinct screaming louder than thought. He dropped, feeling the gust above him, a breath of death whistling past his ear. The cougar sailed overhead, its pale underbelly a fleeting ghost against the star-studded heavens. In one fluid motion, it twisted mid-leap, targeting new prey. Boland's startled grunt and Alia's aborted warning became background noise as the creature's massive form descended upon Graham with predatory precision, sending both man and beast tumbling into the darkness. Its claws ripped through fabric and flesh, unleashing ribbons of blood across Graham's torso. His screams, high and desperate, echoed through the woodland, a haunting mirror of Colin's final moments. Panic rippled through the group, causing everyone to scatter like leaves before a storm. Jangar roared and heaved his axe into the earth, hoping to frighten the big cat, but failing miserably. When Darius staggered upright, the world blurred. The first cougar was nowhere to be seen, but the surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins left no room for such worries. With surgical precision, the second cougar clamped down on Graham, and then his body went limp, his arms splaying outward lifelessly. Another comrade fell, one more life lost in a matter of minutes. Death was never supposed to find them here in this desolate wilderness. Blood thundered in Darius's ears. Muscle memory overtook shock. He lunged forward, steel glinting, primed to strike. But before his blade could taste fur, a projectile hissed past him, striking the beast. The cougar whirled, an impossible ballet of power and fury. Defying every law of nature, it twisted with a liquid grace that mocked its massive frame. Darius's attack sliced through nothing but space as the creature spun and struck him with its paw, sending him crashing to the earth. His view of the celestial expanse soon became obscured by the shadow of a colossal head and those three menacing eyes. Its pupils studied him with great curiosity. The beast seemed fascinated by him, as though prey that dared to resist was something it seldom encountered. The cougar's breath, hot and rancid, caressed Darius's face. A thick, viscous strand of saliva stretched between its smaller fangs, trembling with each ragged exhale. As gravity took hold, the droplet slid down his cheek, leaving a cold, wet trail that made his skin crawl. He grimaced, but did not flinch. Those massive canines, each longer than his forearm, gleamed in the silver light, their edges honed to deadly points that could slice through hide like parchment. In a sudden burst, the feline snapped down on him, but Darius dodged its gnashing teeth. Just. The movement cost him his blade, forcing him to seize the cougar's muscular neck with both hands instead, desperately fighting to keep those lethal fangs at bay. The muscles that tensed beneath his grip were unlike any beast he had wrangled. No hunt, no previous battle could prepare him for this. Just as his wrists burned, an arrow punctured its throat. The feline's lips peeled back once more. In that fractional heartbeat of hesitation, Darius quickly released his dagger and drove the blade upward, finding the soft vulnerability beneath the creature's armpit. Once, twice. He lost count after 7 thrusts. He plunged it over and over again into its flesh, until hot blood slicked his fingers. The beast's response was immediate, a howl that was part roar, part wounded cry. Curved claws raked across his chest, shredding his cloak and grazing his cuirass. A strangled sound escaped his throat that was neither a scream nor a gasp, more shock than anything. The beast recoiled, its huge form leaping back from him. Blood trickled down its fur where his blade jutted out like a wayward branch. Though it thrashed and clawed at the weapon with frenzied swipes, the dagger stayed firmly lodged in its flesh. Darius's chest heaved as he gasped for air, hands finding his sword. He stood and trained the tip of it on the wounded creature, ready to strike. Breath by breath, its steps grew unsteady as it staggered in circles. Soon enough, its legs gave out one after another until it collapsed with a thud. Still, Darius remained poised to attack, every muscle taut with anticipation. The cougar's body jerked a few more times, like the last sputtering breaths of a candle. Those strange triple eyes that had shone like liquid sunlight were now clouded over as they gazed lifelessly at him. He glanced at everyone else. They stood as statues, frozen in their battle stances. He risked a look at Graham's mangled form sprawled out in the dirt. To his side lay his horse. A pang of sadness shot through him. When Alia touched his shoulder, he spun and pressed his sword against his friend's throat. Alia raised his palms. "I'm sorry." Darius lowered his weapon. The claw marks burned, each laceration pulsing with a fierce intensity. Luckily, the wound wasn't grave, but it sure stung. "I have never seen one of those before." Alia studied the animal with a grim expression before gazing out at the trees. The other one must still be out there. Jangar spat on the earth. "If it has any sense, it will run as far away as it can." Darius strode over to the beast, wary that it might suddenly defy death and launch a surprise attack. Placing one boot beside his protruding dagger, he leaned down and pulled it free with a wet squelch. Boots trampled the dead leaves as everyone gathered around Graham's broken body. Philip sank to his knees, tears streaming down his face. The man mourned both Graham and his brother Colin, whose remains still lay somewhere in the shadows. The others kept a short distance, heads bowed, as moonlight cast long shapes across their grief-worn faces. Amid the solemn assembly, Darius clenched his bloodied dagger and glared at Jangar. How many more would have to die before he admitted this heist was nothing but a death sentence? Chapter 9. Everyone stood around Graham and Colin's bodies just as dawn threatened to break. They draped the men in tattered rags, each garment marked with blood and dirt. One body, however, was considerably smaller and more damaged than the other. Darius was thankful he and Alia had been the ones to discover Colin, sparing Philip from that trauma. The twins' mangled form barely resembled a man. The cougar had torn his right arm clean off at the shoulder, leaving a ragged crater of flesh. His torso gaped open, where massive jaws had crushed through bone and muscle, collapsing his chest into a hollow cavity. Those once gentle features that had so often creased with laughter around the evening fire, were now frozen in a mask of pure terror, preserving the horror of his last breath. Boland's pale hand rested on Philip's quaking shoulder as he sobbed silently. When Darius glanced over at the cougar's lifeless coil, a chill travelled up his spine. Even in death, the beast carried a menacing presence. The creature's hide seemed a deeper shade of green, perhaps olive, though the faint morning light revealed stark stripes across that had been hidden in the darkness. "Alir, Darius," Jangar said, eyeing the bloodied rags. "Find these men a worthy burial spot." "We cannot just bury them here," Darius replied. "They deserve a place in the Lairs cemetery." "We don't have time." Darius stared at the guild leader, his words tumbling out before he could stop them. "You can't mean we're still heading for Valga?" "If Colin and Graham could speak, they would tell us to ride on, wouldn't they, Philip?" Darius watched as bewilderment washed over the bereaved man's tear-stained face. The grief was raw and fresh, bleeding like an open wound. They all felt it, but none more than Philip. "Philip?" Jangar's voice took on that familiar, dangerous edge. The grieving twin nodded nervously after a moment's hesitation. "Thought that much?" "Jangar, the raid is over." Darius fought to keep his tone level. "There is no way we can pull it off now. If you think I'm letting 2 of our men die for nothing, you've got another thing coming, titling. And there will be more deaths if we push on. We're riding to Valga. Make this the last time I tell you that." "Jangar," old Boland tried to intervene, always the peacemaker. "Piss off!" The big man's bellow halted any further attempts at mediation. "And the riderless mount?" Alir said. "There's one spare now. All the more to carry gold with." Darius shook his head, his lips curving into a snarl. "Their bodies have barely lost their warmth, and you're still putting coin before sense. We are in no fit state to raid the treasury. We must turn back." Jangar stormed past the dead men and thrust himself into Darius's face, but he refused to yield. "Run away if you want to, you gutless bastard. Just don't expect to take one of our mounts when you do. I'll wager that your pathetic hide will be picked clean within 2 nights, whether by beast or bitter cold." Darius couldn't find the words to express his loathing for the man. No amount of sense would get through to him. No rational thought appeared capable of penetrating that remarkably thick skull of his. All the brute knew was how to shout orders and promise violence. "So you turn to threats now?" "Just for spineless wretches." "Ah, a kind you're familiar with then." Jangar's eye patch shook as the other one narrowed into a slit. "You are treading on thin ice, titling. The ice broke the moment you led us on this death trap." "Enough!" Alir dived between them. "You've both made your positions clear." His lone eye remained locked on Darius, the black pupil churning like a whirlpool of venom. "Find a spot to bury them," he ordered, backing towards an unusually subdued Vresha. Bolin approached. "Come on, lad. Let us seek a place to rest our brothers." The hunger for vengeance left Darius's throat parched. He hesitated, then gave in and trailed after the others as they moved further amongst the trees. "Once this raid is done, I am finished with the guild. After today I will join you, brother." "Why? Is the motherland not doing it for you anymore?" A grim expression took hold of Alir. "The sight of death doesn't move me like it used to. That's no good for anyone." "Is there enough room to squeeze one more?" Bolin asked, half joking, half not. "I may be grey, but I still have fight left in this tank." "There's always space for you, old man," Darius replied. "Have you thought any more about where you might go?" Alir wondered. "Not yet. Somewhere with blue skies and a warm breeze." "Don't fancy going back to Valencia, then?" Bolin suggested. If only he knew why that wasn't an option. He'd realized the absurdity of that question. "I heard the weather is finer there this time of year. I have no desire to return there." "What is it with your generation? Did someone steal your patriotism at birth?" The seasoned thief darted between Darius and Alir. "At least tell me you've both got coins stashed away somewhere. You'll need more than dreams to start fresh. Who needs money when you have Alir's hunting skills?" Darius forced a smile, trying to lift the heavy mood. "And who needs hunting when you have his lock-picking?" Alir countered. "Wonderful." Bolin rolled his eyes. 2 criminals planning to fund their escape with more crime. Though their journey passed without incident, every rustle from the branches or scuffle along the ground set them on edge. They soon discovered an ideal clearing that afforded them the solitude they needed to lay Colin and Graham to rest. The stillness seemed oddly fitting for their grim task. "This will do," Boland said, a sadness enveloping his voice as he surveyed the secluded patch of wilderness. The solemn expression on his weathered face revealed he, too, hadn't expected to be digging graves this soon, especially not for a pair of companions. They were just lads, their whole lives ahead of them, gone. I can't imagine what Philip must be going through. Aaliyah shuffled on the spot. To bury a best friend and a twin brother on the same day? I'd never leave the tavern. Darius nodded, his gaze fixed on the earth where he pictured them breaking the soil. "Let's head back and gather everyone." Their boots crunched against the forest floor as they turned away from the clearing, his mind already wrestling with how to honor their fallen friends with proper words. They took only a dozen steps towards the camp before Boland whirled around to him. "If starting a new life means more to you right now, take my horse and don't look back. That goes for you too, lad." He looked at Aaliyah. "I will say nothing of this conversation. You have my word." Darius recoiled at the selflessness of the offer, his chest tightening with an emotion he couldn't quite name. They were the words he desperately longed to hear for so many years during those cold nights in the lair, crammed between the sleeping bodies of grown men. The chance at freedom beckoned like a flame in an unlit corridor, tempting him with its warmth, yet something held him rooted to the spot. But what? Images of green rolling hills turning into smouldering piles of ash suddenly flooded his mind. The seer's grave prophecies triggered a cascade of vivid, increasingly terrifying visions. He saw Istril's pristine marble walls crumbling, its white stone stained black with soot. The screams of women and children pierced his thoughts as they fled through burning streets, their faces contorted in terror. He watched helplessly as knights, his father's men, were cut down by the thousands, their crimson cloaks fluttering, but their corpses not. The stench of death filled his nostrils, so real he could taste it on his tongue. These weren't mere imaginings. They carried the force of something more. Prophecy. Each detail seared itself into his consciousness with nauseating clarity. "You okay, lad?" Boland's soft voice snapped him back to the present. "You look like you've seen a blood wolf." "Just lost in my thoughts, that's all," Darius said. "I appreciate your offer, but now's not the time for abrupt departures. Besides, I have no fortune to fund this new life." Branches crackled beneath their boots as they emerged from the tree line. Philip stood beside the shrouded forms of his brother and friend, his shoulders quaking against an invisible weight. Vresha and Jangar lingered a few paces away, their eyes downcast, while behind them lay the massive bulk of the cougar. "We found a place," Darius said, his voice barely above a whisper. Without a word, they gathered around the bodies and lifted their fallen companions. Their footsteps fell into a slow, steady rhythm as they made their way through the forest, each step bringing their friends closer to their eternal sleep. The weight of each handful of earth felt like a mountain as they dug the graves. Philip's raw sobs twisted Darius's gut. He could not look at his guildmate's face, couldn't bear to see the grief magnified in those tears. This was Jangar's burden to carry, Vresha's too. As they lowered the bodies into the moist soil and Boland led them into prayer, memories of his mother's burial crashed over him like a wave, the hollow feeling in his chest, the sickening hole in his stomach. It all felt quite raw. Around him, heads bowed, but Darius could only stare at the sky with rage building in his throat. Why? The question burned inside him as rain fell, each droplet as though the gods were watching. Why tear brothers from brothers, friends from friends? One moment they were alive, now they were nothing but cooling flesh in muddy graves. The seer's words whispered through his mind like poison. The destiny of this region rests in your hands. Darius's fingers curled into fists, nails biting into his palms. To hell with destiny, to hell with Estos. What has it done for him besides stripping him of his humanity, his life, and everything he might have become? As he bowed his head and closed his eyes, a voice deep within knew Colin and Graham wouldn't be their last casualties. Death, it seemed, was already sharpening its blade for more. Chapter 10. They rode hard for 2 days before the city of Valga appeared on the horizon. Thankfully, there were no further encounters, but their hasted journey didn't come without casualties. Exhaustion claimed Jangar's mount along the way, its legs finally giving out beneath its lathered body. It was yet another sign from the gods to stop, but it only made the big man more determined to silence the contempt building behind him. Even Vresha looked like a woman cut from frustration. Jangar's arm shot skyward at the crest of the hill, his fingers splayed against the withering afternoon sun. Their mounts' hooves scattered clumps of grass before grinding to a stop. Past the sloping hillside lay a sprawling metropolis of grey spires. Behind them, jagged peaks clawed at the horizon, still crowned with winter's snow. Darius's eyes traced the city before them, his breath momentarily stalled. He watched as low-hanging clouds sailed over the capital with a calm grace. It was little wonder why many referred to it as God's city. The blackened stone walls snaked through the landscape until they blended into the surrounding mountains, their parapets lined with iron-tipped spikes. Archers patrolled the ramparts, their silhouettes mere specks against the battlements that loomed 5 men high. Like Istril, Valga's natural defences limited would-be attackers to one path, the main gate. The peaks huddled against the city's edges left no means of circling its walls. Darius envied the thinking of the capital's forebearers, none more so than its architects. The royal palace dominated the centre, its countless towers exhaling thin streams of smoke that spoke of warm hearths within, no doubt where King Jafar made his home. Jangar twisted around in the saddle of Colin's horse, grinning as if he had scored the loot already. There are piles of gold down there begging to be liberated. While the capital throws our oh-so-noble monarch another lavish party, we'll be helping ourselves to a spot of wealth redistribution. His chest shook with mirth, but nobody indulged it. The mood remained far too tense for levity. They had crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed, and everyone's expression spoke to that tale. Darius glanced at Philip, noting the dark circles that shadowed his eyes. "So, what now?" he asked. Jangar cast a quick look at the city again, maneuvering his horse. "This is where we part ways and split into groups. We do not want to draw attention to ourselves. As for who you partner with, I'll leave that to you wet nurses. I'm not your mother." His words were about as uncaring as the chill that travelled up the steep hillside. "There are 3 inns near the treasury. Vresha and I will take the quarry. That leaves the Jarl Hague and the old inn for you lot to squabble over." Vresha steered her horse into view, and when she finally rediscovered her voice, it carried that same grating quality that made Darius want to stuff cotton in his ears. "The festivities are in full swing, and the fine citizens are going to be too sloshed on cheap ale to give us a second glance. We'll strike the treasury 2 hours after the deepest part of the night, so make sure you get an early night's rest." Jangar's face twisted into an approving smile. "Whatever you do, lay off the booze and whores. Brothel workers will be out in full force tonight looking for easy coin. They might sweet-talk you about how big your cock is, but don't believe a word of it, understand? Stick to the plan and keep your heads clear." "Best heed your own advice," Alea whispered, for Darius's ears alone to hear. "Where should we meet?" Bolin asked. Jangar pointed east toward a long structure, nestled between a cluster of smaller ones. "There is the treasury." His finger shifted right. "You see that dark-looking building next to it? Up there on the roof? That's a local armory. We'll gather there. It's discreet and has a couple of alleyways feeding behind it. How will we get onto the rooftop? Darius asked. Vresha fixed him with a look that bordered on hostile. Like all structures beyond 2 stories, it should have a flimsy ladder. If everything runs smooth, Jangar snuffed out any retort Darius might have uttered, we'll be long gone before the first drunk stumbles out of their favorite tavern to piss in an alley. He paused, his eyes scanning everyone's faces for any hint of doubt. When he saw none, he drew a deep breath. Now get into pairs. I'm freezing my manhood up here. Darius and I will form a group, Aaliyah was quick to announce. Well, knock me over with a quill. Bolin, Philip, that means you're together. Jangar's hand disappeared into his saddlebag, emerging with 2 worn leather pouches that clinked as he tossed them to each pair. Darius inspected its contents. Silver. There wasn't a lot, but it would see them through. That's your path to a warm meal and bed this evening. Spend it wisely. Why are you staring at me? A recognizable edge returned to Philip's voice. Still broken, still raw, but familiar. Because you're about as stable as a 3-legged horse. 1 sip of ale, and you'll probably end up serenading the tavern cat. Jangar then turned to Darius. Same goes for you too, Titling. If locals so much as sniff that Valencian tongue of yours, they'll string you up before the king can. Keep yourselves to yourselves. For once, something resembling sense tumbled from the big man's gob. Darius found himself nodding along, surprised that Jangar's usual bluster had given way to actual wisdom, even if it was delivered in that gruff northern drawl of his. Good. Now, gents, let's give the history books a story to tell, and get rich in the process. With that final pompous declaration, Jangar tugged at his reins and spurred Vresha forward. Their silhouettes shrank with each hoofbeat, their forms blending into the hillside, until only a dot remained, bobbing along the horizon like a blade of grass caught in a breeze. Darius looked at the rest of the group, his chest alive with nerves. Bolin, Philip, go to the Jarl Haig. We will make our way to the old inn, if that suits you both. The long-time guild member cast a glance at his companion, who offered a casual shrug in return. Works for us, he said, pulling his horse around while Philip did the same. We'll catch up with you this evening. Darius inclined his head. Godspeed. With that, the seasoned thief and bereft twin sailed down the hill. Only the 2 of them remained. He turned to Aaliyah, surprised by just how ready he appeared. Aren't you nervous? Where's the use in that? Aaliyah gazed at the distant city. Our fate is in the gods' hands now. Darius's gaze drifted back to the sprawling capital, where the castle's spires stuck out like sword points. His mouth went dry as the full weight of their mission sank into his gut. They would soon attempt to plunder the most dangerous man in all of Elrond, its king. And if they failed, those same spires would likely display their heads as a warning to others. Yet somehow, despite the madness of it all, despite every rational thought screaming at him to turn back, Darius urged his horse forward, toward what could either be the greatest heist in history, or their last. Chapter 11. Gothic towers loomed over Darius and Aaliyah as they passed beneath the stone gates and into the first of many bustling squares. It seemed the city hummed from every corner and orifice. All around him, chatter swelled in thick, spirited accents, whilst groups of men huddled over their ale, lowering their heads occasionally to better hear one another. Nearby, women gossiped by market stalls as children screamed and chased each other without care. Darius's shoulders relaxed as the laughter and babble washed over him, his fingers uncurling from their tight grip on the reins. Fresh bread and cooked meat permeated the air, giving off a hearty scent that made his stomach come alive. There was a life to this place, an energy he didn't foresee, but he couldn't afford to get carried away with the jubilance. Darker motives were what brought them to Valga. A patrol of knights swept through the crowd, their brass armor catching the last fragments of the afternoon. Several women pressed their hands to their chests and adjusted their hair as the soldiers passed. One maiden dropped her handkerchief, perhaps not so accidentally, whilst another leaned forward to whisper excitedly to her friend, never taking her eyes off the knight's broad shoulders. One man winked through the slit of his helmet, and the women melted into fits of giggles and fluttering eyelashes. "Hell hands," Alia whispered. I gathered, wise to keep our distance. Darius knew little about the Legion, other than not wanting to cross them. They were Elrond's answer to the Crimson Guard, and that was trouble best left alone. Steering clear of the Hellhands, Darius led the way past rows of food stands, tailors, and blacksmiths selling their wares until they found themselves in a quieter street. The bustling energy of the market gradually faded behind them as they ventured into the more subdued districts of the city. As they negotiated a turn, they came upon a cream building poking out in the distance. The treasury, the knot that had loosened in his gut, returned with a vicious vengeance. Darius tugged the reins, his mount's hooves scraping against the cobbles as it stopped. A merchant stumbled to avoid them, muttering curses under his breath as he readjusted his crate of vegetables. His eyes darted between the weathered signs hanging from the buildings, searching for any mention of the old inn. "There," Alia pointed. A worn wooden post jutted between the tavern and the building next door, bearing the teeth marks of countless horses. Darius swung down from his saddle and cut across the streams of people. He looped the reins to the tethering point, giving them a firm tug to test the knot. Beside him, Alia's mount snorted and pawed at the ground as he secured his own horse. They exchanged a final, fleeting glance that spoke of their readiness to mingle with the locals. The tavern's door creaked open beneath Darius's touch, spilling amber lamplight across their faces. The familiar scent of ale and mead assaulted his senses immediately. Inside, patrons paused mid-drink, their obnoxiously large tankards hovering at their lips as all eyes assessed the newcomers. He and Alia ignored their stares and calmly waded through the throng of slick tables until a barmaid emerged behind the bar. She hovered somewhere in her 30s and carried the aura of a woman no stranger to long shifts and unwanted advances. "What can I get you boys?" she asked in a gruff tone. "A room if you have one," Alia replied. "Just for yourself?" "No, for the both of us." Her forehead creased as she studied them with fresh suspicion. "We're brothers," Alia added. "I don't care if you're brothers or lovers," she said, wiping down the bar with the same enthusiasm as a gravekeeper. "Got a few rooms left upstairs, but seeing as His Royal Highness graced us all with his birth today, everything's at twice the usual robbery. 20 silver for your basic 4 walls and a roof, or 35 if you are feeling particularly wasteful and fancy a bathtub." "How much?" Darius complained, his Valencian accent well disguised. The silver pieces felt cool against his palm as he counted them out, remembering days when he'd have balked at such prices. But tonight, with revelry bound to flood every inn across the capital, any bed would do. He placed 20 pieces on the mahogany counter, watching them catch the dim lamplight. "We'll take a standard room." The woman slid him a key. "Second floor at the far end." They ascended the creaky staircase at the back of the bar. When they arrived on the landing, a row of chipped doors and webbed lanterns lined the hallway. Darius caught Alia's eye, his lips pressing into a thin line as he took in the peeling paint and crooked doorframe. His friend's nostrils flared slightly, his gaze drifting to a patch of damp crawling down the wall. The key scraped in the lock with a sound of rust and neglect. When they cracked open the door, a single bed yawned into view, with stained linen and a headboard that bore more nail marks than a scratching post. 2 rickety chairs, a pointless table, and an unlit lamp sat in the corner, while thin curtains draped the window. Darius pondered whether the blinds had always been a dismal shade of brown, or if years of grimy fingers had made them that way. When he stepped into the bathroom, if one could call it that, The toilet grazed his knees like an over-eager puppy. Only this one wore the stains of a potty that had seen more vomit than shit. He sighed and shook his head when he returned to Alir. All he could think about was the palace Yangar and Vresha likely booked themselves into, probably with lavish silk sheets and curtains younger than 50 summers. "I thought at least there would be 2 singles or a bed twice that size," he complained. "It's a standard room. What did you expect?" "A lot more than this flea-infested dump. 20 pieces of silver for this. Unbelievable. We'll be lucky to afford a warm meal with what we've got left." Alir set down his satchel and retrieved his furs. "On the bright side, we only have to endure it for a few hours. I'll take the floor." "No, come on. Let's settle this properly. Best of 3. Dragon beats Griffin, Griffin beats Worm, Worm beats Dragon." The archer sighed. "Fine." Their fists bobbed in unison. On the 3rd count, Darius splayed his fingers into talons, while Alir's hand curved into serpentine coils. "Griffin takes Worm," Darius declared with a smirk. Again. 2 more rounds, and Alir's shoulders slumped in defeat, his digits loosening from their serpentine coils. Darius flopped onto the lumpy mattress with a grimace as he left his friend to arrange his furs on the creaking floorboards. The bed was exactly as he'd imagined, sagging in the middle, stinking of mold, and no doubt stained with things he would rather not contemplate. But after weeks of sleeping rough, even its filthy surface felt luxurious. With 2 hands clasped behind his head, he gazed up at the cracked ceiling. "Why do I sense we stick out like sore thumbs in this place?" "Because we do. What men share a room before ordering a pint? Then we best go downstairs and blend in before speculation spreads. By blending in, I hope you don't mean getting mead muddled." "That's not what I'm suggesting," Darius replied. "Good, because we need clear minds for tonight. We also have to make sure we avoid attracting unwanted attention. Avoiding malt on the king's name day will only draw curious eyes." "What are you proposing?" "That we act like a local. If that means indulging in a tankard or 2, then so be it." A grin ghosted across Darius's lips. "Besides, it's been a rough week. We could use a little lubricant." Alir sighed. "Fine, but only a couple." Their quiet district came alive now that night descended on the capital. Through the grimy tavern window, lanterns blazed one by one, casting pools of golden light over the wet cobblestones. Drunken songs and raucous laughter spilt from doorways and alleyways as bodies, pressed shoulder to shoulder, poured into the street from all directions. Darius finished his drink in a single unbroken gulp before slamming the tankard on the table. He surveyed the mobs of men and women who had somehow carved a space on crowded tables. A bead of sweat traced down his neck. The sheer press of bodies had turned the inn into a sweatbox. A bitter wind rattled the nearby panes, yet inside, cheeks flushed red and collars hung loose as if winter had never come. A body lurched sideways for the 7th time, knocking into Darius's shoulder. The man's tunic sagged on his bony frame as he wobbled on unsteady feet. "Sorry, friend," he slurred, palms lifted skyward. His glazed eyes struggled to focus as he weaved towards the door, bumping into 2 more patrons before disappearing into the night. Alir nudged his foot. "Easy now. You wanted to blend in with the locals, so put up with them." "I'm sure throwing a punch still falls into that criterion. I fear all this charm and culture is hardening you. Blame Jangar. You already blame him for half of your life's misfortunes." Alir sipped his ale before setting it back on the sticky table. "As do I." Despite agreeing to just a couple of tankards, every time they sat an empty cup down, a full one took its place. It appeared the punters weren't only content with swelling their own bladders, but others too. Alir insisted no more, but he may as well have been communicating with the blind, for the revellers paid him no mind. The froth tickled Darius's upper lip as he raised the tankard. The ale slid down his throat, its icy bite a welcome relief from the inn's stifling heat. I hope they're not expecting us to buy them around. We're spent. Did I detect a slur? Alia cocked a brow. I suggest we call it a night soon. I say butt out of my business, dear brother. Darius watched with growing unease as the locals stumbled about, spilling more ale than they drank, their harsh laughter echoing off the tavern's walls. Through the haze of bodies, a man with thinning hair planted his feet wide, fists clenched at his sides as he confronted a fresh-faced lad barely old enough to buy a brew. The older man's flabby muscles tensed as he dodged an incoming punch. Then, in a fluid motion, he spun and drove his fist into the junior's side. The impact sent the younger chap careening into a nearby table, drawing a startled squeal from the woman seated there as she leapt up, her drink clattering to the floor. The brawl spread like wildfire as the two combatants lurched into more tables. Darius felt his blood surge with a familiar primal urge to join the fray, but his better judgment kept him rooted to his seat, until another outgoing patron slammed into him. Without thinking, he rose to his feet and shoved the man's back with enough force that would have sent him sprawling on the wet floorboards had it not been for the throng in front of him. Only after the fact did Darius appreciate the fellow's size. He was comfortably 2, maybe 3, heads taller than him, and carried a clear weight advantage. The man regained his footing, albeit unsteadily, and swung around. His cheeks flashed a ruby red, though whether from embarrassment or the booze remained anyone's guess. Youth are thirsty for trouble. Adrenaline flooded Darius as he tucked his shoulders back. Watch where you're going next time. Alia's face suddenly drained of all color. A Valencian. The man's eyes bulged, that familiar hatred of Southerners, evident in every syllable. I thought I heard it. A crowd began to form around them, the tavern's patrons drawn to the mounting tension, like vultures to carrion. Darius observed the approaching mass, his hand slipping to the hilt of his sword. Not a single person joined in the bigoted chorus, at least not yet. Either the drink had dulled their senses, or they simply hadn't caught the slur. Just as more words were about to leap from the drunkard's tongue, Alea struck him with an uppercut so fierce that it caused his eyes to roll back. Darius watched in shock and relief as gravity sent him tumbling to the floorboards with a thud that surely cracked either his spine or the timber. The crowd cheered the knockout blow by jutting their tankards skywards, spraying amber droplets on Darius's shoulders. Alea smiled awkwardly and grabbed his forearm. Together they battled their way through the mob, pushing past bodies that reeked of stale ale and unwashed clothes. Hot breath and spit assaulted Darius's senses as drunken men and women jostled against them, their laughter and slurred shouts filling the cramped space. When they finally reached the room, Alea slammed the door with such intensity it rattled the rusty hinges. He spun around, his usually composed features twisted with anger as he came nose to nose with Darius. What were you thinking? You could have had us caught and thrown into a cell, risking the entire raid. Darius peeled away from the confrontation and sat at the foot of the bed, dragging his hands across his face. I'm sorry. I got careless. Listen to yourself. You can barely speak with a straight tongue, and we've less than 5 hours until we meet the others. Jangar's going to flip. Darius shot to his feet, swaying slightly as he jabbed a finger at Alia's chest. You revere that man too much. It's pathetic. Alia's jaw clenched, a muscle twitching beneath his skin. Because some of us understand that following the rules keeps food in our bellies, gold in our pockets, and a place to put our heads down. Following? Darius let out a harsh laugh. More like crawling on your stomach. The whole guild's gone soft, too scared to even breathe in case it upsets him. And I suppose getting drunk and starting tavern brawls is your idea of showing backbone? Alia's voice dripped with contempt. At least I still have one, Darius spat, dropping back onto the bed hard enough to make the wooden frame creak. You're unbelievable. I've never seen you this pissed. Spare me the lecture. He flung backwards on the mattress and expelled an ale-heavy sigh. The ceiling cracks danced above him, twisting like gateways to another realm. Something weighty landed on his chest with a hollow slap, its contents sloshing against the leather. A water skin. Drink it and get some rest. Aller knelt beside his pile of furs and pulled the topmost layer up to his shoulders. Darius scratched his ever-growing stubble before guzzling down the tepid liquid. He winced, but not from the water. In all their years as friends, he could count their serious quarrels on one hand, making tonight's outburst all the more bitter. The ceiling warped and twisted more, the cracks morphing into accusing fingers that pointed down at him, while muffled cheers and laughter continued to play downstairs. As seconds turned into minutes, his vision curled inwards, his eyelids heavy. Before long, sleep lulled him into her waiting arms and finally loosened his grip of guilt. Enjoying the story so far? To uncover the events leading up to this point, claim the free and unpublished prequel, both the audiobook and ebook. The link is waiting for you in the description. Now back to the story. Chapter 12. A white light flashed, swelling into a blinding mass. Darius shielded his eyes, but as fast as it appeared, it dulled and gave way to pillars and a high ceiling adorned with angels and knights. Goosebumps lifted his skin as he gazed at the art above. Crisp strokes and broad colors portrayed a prosperous kingdom alive with chalk-colored structures, scholars, and packed crowds cheering their monarch. Only it wasn't the artisanship that struck him. No, he was back in the throne chamber of Israel. Smooth flagstone crunched beneath his boots as he took measured steps, his gaze darting between shadowed alcoves and the far corners of the room. His fingers twitched when movement caught his eye atop the dais. A withered figure groaned as he shifted in the kingdom's most powerful seat. "Father?" Darius quivered. Robic looked up with rheumy eyes that roamed the chamber's expanse. Darius stepped into view, but his father's gaze drifted past him, through him, as though searching for a ghost. The king's pupils, once sharp as steel, now clouded with pain. "Father," he said again, only louder. The king pricked up. "Who's there? Show yourself." Out of nowhere, the main doors creaked open, and in poured a hum of urgent voices. Darius watched as Alistair and a group of older men in clean robes approached the steps of the dais. Physicians. Cedric. "Who was that?" Robic asked. "My lord," his royal advisor replied, his brows bunched together. Despite the inevitable lines and greyness that came with age, the old guard still possessed a strong posture. Darius clutched his stomach as bile rose in his throat. 10 summers of practiced composure crumbled as memories of that fateful night crashed through his mind. Alistair bursting into his quarters, getting smuggled out of Israel, and being left to face untold horrors in the forbidden forest. He squeezed his eyelids shut, but the memory that burned clearest was his father riding away that dawn, soldiers at his side. The pain of being deserted still cut deeper than any blade could ever have. Never mind. Robic slumped back against his seat, taking on that vacant, lifeless look once more. Darius let go of his stomach, his shoulders sagging as he watched his father's trembling hands grip the throne's armrests. The familiar burn of his exile yielded to an ache he hadn't expected, a hollow feeling that left him pitying how much his father wasted away. "What happened to you?" he whispered, drawing every gaze in his direction. Though they stared, looked right through him. Before anyone voiced their suspicion, the echo of approaching boots morphed their expressions of curiosity to something closer to loathing. Darius turned, and there, his not-so-young brother, the architect behind his banishment, strode past without acknowledgement. Unlike their father, his face did not carry lines of hardship. No, his brother's features bore the smug satisfaction of someone who'd never had their silver spoon forcibly removed from their mouth. Darius's blood rushed to his ears as rage took hold. He lurched forward and reached for his sibling's throat, but his hands passed straight through him. Dillion merely scratched the area absently. "You're not worthy of the armor you wear, nor the sword you sheath." Darius bared his teeth. "You'll pay for what you did to me. You will suffer for it." Dillion approached the altar and bowed his head. "Father, I hope these physicians are not suggesting you take their latest serum." From beneath his dark robes, Cedric spoke up with an assured tongue. "My king," he said, cutting across Dillion's warning. "True, we have crafted a new treatment, one that ought to delay your sickness from worsening. It would give us time to discover a proper cure. This news deserves joy, not doubt. I find it hard to place faith in your serums since my mother passed. May the gods grant her peace," Dillion said. "What befell our late queen was tragic, but that strain of fever was unlike anything the kingdom has seen in our history. We did all we could." "I know you did, Cedric," Robic croaked. "At the very least, there should be proof it works before you administer it to my father." The physician let out a tired sigh. "Forgive my candidness, my prince, but we have little time to gather such evidence." "Make time, then. We are not wizards of Cladstein. We're healers. Just because I've wielded a sword thousands of times doesn't mean I won't blunder," he countered. Cedric turned to Robic. "Lord King, we have the utmost integrity and pride in our discipline. Scholars up and down Estrana recognize the work we do here. You can trust our remedies are best prepared for our sovereign." "You do not brush me aside as if I am a child," Dillion declared. Darius watched on in disbelief and disgust when a slithery voice crept into his ear. "Your brother speaks lies." He spun around but saw nothing except loitering shadows. "Seer?" "He doesn't care if your father dies," a whisper replied. "They do, however." Darius's gaze followed the scholar's robes as they swept across stone floors. His father's chin dipped, a shallow movement that sent the healers rushing forward with their vials. A vein throbbed in Dillion's neck, his face matching the crimson of the castle's banners. The raw anger in his kin's expression filled Darius with satisfaction. His boots thundered against the flagstones as he whirled and stormed from the room, taking his fury with him. "That seat of power will be his soon enough, if you do not act," the voice added. "If not to right wrongs, then think of the common people who remain blind to his schemes, and the peril stirring within Cordon." "It's not my problem," Darius replied, his tone uncertain. "Dillion can inherit that fight. He always wanted the glory of a great battle. Now he has it." Alistair and the physicians gave no pause for his brother's departure. Instead, Cedric guided the serums into Robic's waiting mouth. "Dillion thinks only of victories and making himself known through the ages. When evil truly shows itself, he'll run and hide in the farthest reaches of Estrana. Heed these words." "What reason have I?" Darius said with disdain. "What do I gain? Hardship? Death? A fool's dream?" He paused, listening for an answer that never came. "Seer?" Silence. When Darius looked back at the altar, it stood empty. The shuffling of robes and quiet murmurs fade into nothingness. He blinked, and the familiar stone walls of the chamber melted away like ice under a summer sun. He glanced down to find not polished flagstones, but ashen dirt. The air thickened with the scent of distant fires, and a barren plain ringed by scarlet mountains stretched before him, broken only by the twisted remains of gnarled trees. Through the grey haze, a shadow emerged, its edges sharpening into a towering silhouette. Each step brought the figure closer. Darius strained his eyes to make out the weapons clutched in its hands, a sword and mace of such immense size that even the mightiest warrior would struggle to raise them from the ground, much less swing them in battle. The sight turned Darius's blood into running glaciers. He didn't need the form to speak its name to know who it was. That distinctive studded onyx armor, encasing the entity from crown to heel, hadn't come from the fires of an armory. No, it came from the pits of Cordon, where metals were quenched not in water, but in suffering. Darius attempted to retreat, his legs scrambling backwards, yet to his horror he remained fixed in place, as if the ashen ground had claimed his feet. A whisper of displaced air was his only warning before the Dark Lord loomed over him, its armored form eclipsing what little light filtered into the desolate landscape. The spikes in his cruel-looking mace glistened with clumps of matter. Darius dreaded to think what kind, stuck between its many studs. The blade in Vrakor's other gauntleted fist, darker than the night itself, groaned under his crushing grip. Darius's gaze crept upward to meet the Dark Lord's helm. Through the narrow slits of the visor, no eyes peered back at him, only an impenetrable void of hate, framed by long spires jutting like horns from the blackened metal. Darius's knees betrayed him first, trembling beneath his weight, the muscles in his jaw locked, grinding his teeth together until sharp needles of pain shot through his skull. Yet he couldn't stop, couldn't run, couldn't do anything but stand there as terror carved burning trails down his back. All the while, Vrakor's breathing rose over his thundering pulse, in, outside, each exhale carrying centuries of malice, each inhale promising untold suffering still to come. A gasp tore from Darius's throat as the world lurched. The grey earth and looming figure dissolved into a cracked ceiling above. He bolted upright, his chest heaving, sweat-soaked sheets tangling around his legs. The musty air of the tavern guest room filled his gasping lungs, and beneath the lumpy mattress, loose straw sagged with his movements. His gaze went off in an immediate search for Alea, finding him leaning against the windowsill as he peered at the cobbled streets below. "A bad dream?" he asked. "You could say that." Darius swallowed. "Listen, about earlier." "It's in the past now," Alea insisted. "Thankfully nobody searched for that mysterious Valencian, nor the man who knocked his accuser out. Never let me make a fool of myself again." "You're asking me to perform miracles," the archer chuckled, restoring normality between them. He pulled away from the ledge, his satchel already packed and ready to go. "It's time." Darius drew in a sharp breath, the lingering tendrils of his nightmare still coiled around his thoughts. The gravity of what they were about to do bore into his frame, but there was no delaying it any longer. "Come on, then," he said, forcing steel into his voice, even as dread pooled in his gut. "Let's get this over with." Chapter 13. Darius and Alea mounted their horses and rode away from the noisy tavern, weaving past drunken revelers who stumbled through the streets and raised invisible tankards in their direction. The darkness gradually enveloped them, until only the soft hum of distant music and revelry lingered behind. They turned into an unlit alley, and after a short time came upon their rendezvous point opposite the treasury. Darius looked up and saw a faint figure standing on the rooftop. Going by the shape, it must have been Philip or Bolin, probably the former, but it was too dark to tell. They snuck around the back of the building and found 4 horses without their owners, and a rickety ladder leant against the wall, thick strips of timber barely held together by rusty nails. For once, Vresha was right. Darius looped his horse's reins on the weathered post, his fingers working the leather into a secure knot beside the other mounts. The rungs creaked under their weight as they climbed with Alea's boots, sending tiny splinters to fall on Darius. At the top, the rough stone of the armory's wall offered welcome purchase for their final heave onto the roof. There, 4 familiar figures stood against the backdrop of the treasury, where lit sconces flickered along its length. "For a moment, I thought you'd both lost your balls," Jangar huffed. Darius met Bolin and Philip's gazes with a simple nod, choosing to disregard the big man's taunt. An uneasiness lingered between them all. No one could quite meet each other's eyes. Jangar rubbed his palms together like an oversized child eyeing a sweet shop. "This is it, the juicy one. The day we all get disgustingly rich. Have you all got your sacks? And no, I'm not talking about the ones between your legs." Darius retrieved a folded tweed pouch from his satchel before discarding the carrier to the floor. Everybody else did the same. "Listen up, you lot." Jangar moved to the center. "Time's short for pulling this off. It's now or never again. The faster we move, the sooner we can quit this wretched, bustling mess." Darius assessed the cobbled arteries that ran around the treasury, his trained eyes scanning for the optimal approach. Past several statues of mounted knights, a series of wide steps led up to the building's columned facade. The plinths offered them precious moments of cover as they darted across the exposed street. He could already envision the route, mapping each shadow and alcove they could use to remain unseen. From his vantage point, he tracked 2 guards making their predictable rounds of the structure. The minimal security surprised him. He'd expected far more men defending such a valuable target. Perhaps, for once, Jangar's source had proven reliable. "Here's what's going to happen," the guild leader added. "Bolin, you may be old, but you can still wield a sword, so you will come with Darius and I. Alir, you need to be on that rooftop over there." He pointed to a discreet-looking building. "That should give you a clear shot of the guard by the entrance while we take care of the other. Once we've sent their sorry souls into the void, rejoin us there. We'll require your bow inside." "What about me and Philip?" Vresha cleared her throat. Jangar paused, almost as if he had forgotten their roles. "You both will stay behind to keep watch. The King's Mutts aren't based far from here. They've been patrolling the city all day. We need someone to distract them if they end up in these parts." "And how do you propose we do that?" Philip asked. "Light a torch and wave it around like a madman for all I care. Create enough commotion to draw their attention from the treasury." He shrugged. "Pretend to be drunk lovers having a spat in the street if you must. Just keep them focused on you, not us." Vresha's lip curled as she exchanged glances with Philip. "This is ridiculous. You said I'd be right there with you." Jangar shifted his weight, refusing to meet her accusing stare. "Look, I had a rethink on the journey here. 2 lookouts make more sense than 1. His meaty fingers drummed against his thigh. "Guards spot a couple's quarrel. Their tiny minds jump straight to a lover's tiff, not a heist of the century." "Fine," Vresha snapped. "Thank the gods for that," Jangar groaned and turned to the rest of them. "Once we've grabbed our share of gold, we come back here, mount the horses, and ride out of this forsaken city. Questions?" Darius watched Bolin and Philip freeze, their expressions mirroring one another. He focused his thoughts on what needed doing, prepared to spring into action despite every instinct screaming at him to stay put. Jangar exhaled. "Then let's get on with it." Wood creaked as his bulk descended the ladder's rungs. Behind him, Bolin followed, while Alir moved with a practiced silence, his bows secured across his back. Darius waited until last, peering over his shoulder at the 2 figures left huddled against the rooftop's edge. Philip fidgeted with nervous energy, while Vresha's rigid posture radiated barely contained frustration. As they emerged from the alley, Alir offered a single nod before breaking away towards his assigned vantage point. Darius, Jangar, and Bolin glanced both ways before crossing the cobbled road, one by one. They took shelter behind the nearest plinth and paused to make sure nobody saw them. By now, every extremity and digit burned with adrenaline. Never had a raid spiked Darius's heartbeat so much, yet none before had carried such stakes. His fingers twitched against the cold stone as he tracked Alir's shadow darting between chimneys. The archer's form melded with the night until only the faintest outline remained visible against the jagged shapes of faraway spires. Darius could see why Jangar selected that building. Its windows gaped like empty eye sockets, for not a candle flickered behind the glass. Maybe, just maybe, he actually gave some care to the planning of this thing. A flash of movement caught their attention. Alir's hand cut through the darkness in the thieves' sign language, jabbing to the treasury entrance. His fingers splayed, 2 guards. Then he pointed directly at their hiding spot, making a slow cutting motion across his throat. One of them broke away towards their position. Darius's heart beat like a drum as he gripped the hilt of his dagger, listening to boots crunch closer on the cobbles. From the steady rhythm, he could tell the watchman was heading straight for his side of the plinth. Swallowing hard, he crouched low in the shadows and held his breath as he waited for the guard to enter his line of sight. As the orange glow of an oiled torch rounded the stone base, Darius sprung from the darkness and dragged his unsuspecting victim beyond the gaze of his distant comrade. He unsheathed his dagger and pressed it deep into the warden's collarbone. Hot blood gushed over his hand, the metallic scent filling his nostrils as he maintained his iron grip. He fought against the guard's weakening struggles, holding the squirming body upright to prevent it from slumping to the ground and making noise. The patrolman's eyes bulged with shock and pain as he clutched at the blade's hilt protruding from his flesh. With one last thrust, Darius felt his life force slip away. A cold emptiness gnawed at his gut as he lowered the lifeless body. "Sorry," he whispered. He took no pleasure in killing, but he had little choice. It was either them or him. "And that's why your southern arse has been spared over the years," Jangar chuckled through gritted teeth. A faint hiss ripped overhead, a dark shaft cutting through the moonlight. Darius followed its path, catching only the blur of fletching before a dull thud echoed from the doors of the treasury. The remaining guard's knees buckled, his torch clattering against the floor as he crumpled face first onto the stone. "Come on, let's go," Jangar hissed. "Hide the corpse." Darius and Bolan quickly dragged the man's remains across the street and hid it in the deepest shadows of the alley. Despite his age, the seasoned thief hauled the guard's dead weight with surprising strength. When they rejoined Jangar at the entrance, the big man had already snuffed out the fallen lantern and hidden the body behind a column. Leather boots ghosted up the steps as a leer appeared from the shadows, each foot placed with delicate precision. "That was a fine shot, lad," Bolan said. "Save the brown-nosing for when we return to the lair," Jangar snapped. "Won't be much time before the bodies are found, so we'd best get cracking. Whatever comes next is up to the sky gods." Chapter 14. Jangar led the way into the treasury, where an orange glow cloaked the lobby. The domed ceiling soared upwards like a cathedral's vault, while thick pillars supported the floor above. A stone balcony wrapped around the upper level, providing a lair an ideal place to aim at the 3 guards stationed near the distant archway. They snuck towards the nearest column and crouched in single file, their footfalls barely a whisper against the smooth surface. The pillar offered meager cover, but it was enough to conceal them. For now. Darius feared the slightest crack of their joints, and 100 knights would descend upon them like a colony of aggravated wasps. Alir motioned towards a staircase carved into the far wall. "How fast can you loose 2 arrows?" Jangar whispered. "With warm wrists, 5 seconds. And how are they now?" "Raging." "Good. See the old boy at the table?" Darius traced Jangar's gaze from behind the pillar to where a mature sentinel stood hunched over his desk, tracing lines of text on unfurled scrolls. Candlelight illuminated his hard face, which bore a strange likeness to Alistair. "He's ours. The wardens at the back are yours." Alir nodded. "As soon as they fall, Tittling, Bolan, and I will move in." "Fine by me," the archer replied. Darius clapped him on the shoulder. "Good luck. And you." Alir masked whatever nerves may or may not have lurked beneath his calm exterior. After countless raids together, his companion remained as unreadable as ever. He slid along the outer wall and paused by the threshold, waiting, and then, poof, he disappeared up the stairs. In many ways, he would have made a capable assassin with those feather-like feet, if he were equally adept at close combat. Darius listened for sounds of scuffle or conflict, but stillness prevailed. He wavered somewhere between relief and worry at the quiet, fingers drumming against his hilt as he strained his ears. Nothing. He peered around the pillar, focusing on the older guard and the two beyond him. He was the only one not to wear a helmet, making him a simpler target to strike when the time came. He drew his sword in sync with Jangar and Bolin, the steel whispering against leather when the rear guards snapped their heads upward. What was that? An arrow hissed through the air before the watchman could finish his sentence. The words dissolved into a gasp, his chainmail rattling as he clawed at the shaft protruding from his throat. His companion's helmet tilted back, revealing bulging eyes and a sliver of face. Just enough for Alir's second projectile to find its mark with a dull thud. Their knees hit the polished floor in unison, followed by the rest of their bodies. The senior guard jerked around, his cheeks draining of color. Now! Jangar burst from their hiding spot, his boots pounding against the glossy stone as Darius and Bolin flanked him with weapons raised. The man whirled back and scrambled for his sword, meeting Jangar's descending axe with a resounding clang. Bolin took a stab at the man's torso, but the guard anticipated the move and deflected the blade downward into the marble. With each block, his movements grew increasingly erratic. His breath came in ragged gasps, and Darius knew it was only a matter of time before an opening appeared. As the man stumbled backwards, desperately trying to fend off 3 separate angles of assault at once, Darius spotted his chance. Ducking, he slipped behind the warden and pressed his blade against the guard's neck, snarling, "Not another move!" The watchman's lips tightened into a thin line, a last act of defiance that meant nothing now. His eyelids sank shut in defeat as the cold steel bit into his throat. "Fine." He let his sword clatter to the floor. "Wise thinking," Jangar said. Darius peered at the small flight of stairs past the archway. How many more can we expect down there? The warden hesitated. He pressed the blade deeper, and that was enough to convince the man. 2 more. "Let's put that to the test, shall we?" Jangar took over and nudged him with his axe. "Lead the way." Alir hopped down the steps 2 at a time, his bow swaying with each hurried movement. "Everything all right?" "He claims there's a couple more." "Seems unlikely." "My thoughts exactly," Darius said. "Then again, who'd be mad enough to break into a treasury on the king's name day?" "You're not wrong. Guess we'll find out shortly." They both descended the steps into a long corridor lined with blazing sconces. Up ahead, a lone door sat perfectly still. Jangar prodded the warden's back with his axe, forcing him onwards. Darius felt sweat trickling down his spine, his skin prickling beneath his leather armor. The heat radiating from the lamps was as oppressive as the dread pooling in his stomach. If hell is as hot as this, then I'll become a choir boy once the raid is done. Bolin flicked the moisture from his forehead. When they reached the door, everyone except the warden crouched beneath the hatch. "Knock!" Jangar swapped his axe for his dagger, pressing it into the man's side. "Cock this up, and we'll find out what you had for dinner." The watchman sheepishly knocked on the reinforced entrance. Iron bands, thick as branches, crisscrossed the door's surface, each bolt as large as Darius's clenched hand. This was built for one purpose alone, to keep others out. "Who's there?" came a voice. "Mikhail." Boots shuffled behind the door, followed by hushed whispers. "What's taking so long in there?" he blurted, motivated by the sharp steel digging further. The slat hissed open, and 2 eyes appeared. "Commander, why not send Rorid or Grood?" Mikhail hesitated for a heartbeat. "Got pressing matters to attend. Let me in." "Is everything okay?" "Just unbolt the fucking door." The hatch slammed shut, and a series of grinding locks and rattling iron echoed through the corridor. A burst of chilled air poured into the passage the moment the entrance swung wide. Darius, being the closest, acted first. He charged in and grabbed a hold of the additional guard, whose eyes bulged with terror. Shock, and perhaps a lack of experience, seemed to prevent him from drawing his sword in time. "Wait!" Alia called out, but everything happened too quickly. Concerned that a great many keepers awaited them, he drove his steel between a gap in the guard's chest plate, feeling the familiar resistance as blade met flesh. The warden staggered backwards, his face going slack with terrible understanding, eyes widening as his legs buckled beneath him. Darius's breath hitched as he now understood Alaire's warning. This guard was barely older than 18. Though his armor gave him the appearance of a grown soldier, his youthful features betrayed that of a boy desperate for his mother or father. Guilt ripped through him like an unforgiving storm as the seer's words replayed in his head. Your journey will require sacrifices, some just, some unjust. Crimson droplets spattered across the stone floor as the young treasury keeper collapsed. His mouth worked silently like a fish pulled from water, each gasp weaker than the last, until his gaze fixed upon some distant point beyond the ceiling. The light in those bright eyes dimmed, as did something within Darius. The lad had his whole future ahead of him, and with one thrust of a sword, he had brought the boy's story to an end. Never had he taken a life so young. The blood of this kill promised to take years, decades, to scrub away, if ever. Through blurred vision, he saw sympathy etched in Alaire's features. The memory of last summer's tragedy hung between them, and in those soundless moments, their shared burden formed a connection, one that was sealed by guilt. Lost in his dark thoughts, he almost missed the flash of movement to his left. A second guard emerged from around a partitioned stone wall, hardened by years and flushed with anger. Despite the fog clouding Darius, his body responded with practiced instinct. Their blades met in a shower of sparks, the impact sending a familiar tremor through his arms. Alir drew back his bowstring, training the arrow on the guard, but the narrow space left little chance for a clean shot. Bolan jumped into the fray, yet the warden shoved him aside with ease. His focus remained fixed on Darius, unwavering and absolute. He could not decipher where this extra layer of rage came from, but he needed to wake up if he hoped to stay alive. The keeper's blade descended in a vicious arc that split the air. Darius had endured enough close combat in his apprentice days to recognize the telltale whistle of a sword hungering for flesh. His muscles responded before his mind could process the danger, bringing his weapon up in a desperate parry that saved his skull from being cleaved in two. In their locked gaze, his stomach turned as he spotted the uncanny likeness between his attacker and the boy he'd just slain. From the broad bridge of the nose to the strong jawline and deep brown eyes, the resemblance was unmistakable. "You murdered my son," the man spat through gritted teeth. "He was only 17!" Darius shook his head absently, his gut weighed down by an invisible anchor. The guilt of taking a youngster's life was heavy enough, but witnessing his father's raw grief, that tore at something deep within him. The father guided Darius's blade aside, readying his own for another killing strike. Just as the man drew back his sword, his body jolted, and a strangled gasp escaped him. The weapon slipped from his fingertips, crashing to the ground with an ear-splitting clang. As he gazed down at the tip jutting out from his chest, his face contorted. Not from pain or the knowledge his life was ending, but the bitter realization he would never make Darius pay for what he had done. The man dropped first to his knees, then toppled sideways onto his son. Fate had shown itself to be merciless. Darius looked up to Bolan, who remained frozen in place, his features twisted with sorrow. Though the thief had also taken many lives, this kill seemed to weigh heavy on his conscience. It was one thing to take a man's life, but quite another to steal his chance to avenge his murdered kin. Jangar stepped over the bodies without remorse, prodding their hostage deeper into the treasury's bowels. "Move! Time and crime wait for no man." Bolan tore himself away from the dead and disappeared behind the partitioned wall. Darius, still standing in a daze, looked at Alir for something that wasn't reassurance or sympathy. His friend gripped his upper arm. The nightmares never stop, but its grip will grow weaker. Darius nodded slowly, knowing the truth in Alir's words, even if the rawness told him otherwise. "Come, brother, they're with the gods now." He trailed after Alir, dipping his head in a final gesture to the fallen pair. There was a period for grieving and prayer, but this wasn't it. As he moved past the partition, shelves and tables brimming with gold greeted him. "By the spirit of Kalan," Bolin whispered, "I cannot believe my eyes." The wealth before them could purchase not just a prosperous future in the exotic corners of Estrana, but entire cities. He watched as the old thief clutched his goatee in disbelief, mirroring Darius's own thoughts. How were they ever going to carry it all? The answer struck him immediately. They couldn't. "It appears you told the truth." Jangar's lips curled upward, not sparing their captive a single look. "My life is finished. You killed my men, stripped away my rank, and marked me for execution. By midday, King Jeffa will have my head displayed at the gates for this treachery. Spare me, if just to flee with my wife and daughters." "Whoa, easy on Field Mouse," the hulking brute turned to him. "You could have died with honor back in the lobby. Instead, you chose to help us. Isn't our fault you're spineless?" The captive soldier's voice cracked. "Please, my youngest is only 6 winters." "Quiet. I'll tell no one. I swear it." "Enough!" Jangar's fingers drummed against his dagger hilt. Darius stepped between them. "We've spilled too much blood tonight. Let's take what we came for and leave him here." "With what? There's nothing to bind him. I'm not giving those hellhounds a chance to chew our rears. No, he's got to go." Mikhail's eyes lit with desperate hope. "I won't say anything. I can't. They'll kill me otherwise. I promise. You'll never—" A flash of steel and a wet gurgle later, the guard clasped his throat as blood ran between his digits. Jangar's dagger had found its mark. "No!" Bolin lurched forward, too late. Alir gripped his hair. "You didn't have to." "One more word, and you will all join him. Now fill your bloody sacks before more bodies fall." He wiped his weapon on the man's cheeks before sheathing it. "Move!" Darius's fingers curled into fists, but the cold glint in Jangar's eye told him he wasn't making empty threats. This was not the time for feuds. For all they knew, a battalion of hellhands was marching towards them now. Jangar shouldered his way through the group and snapped open his tweed sack with a sharp flick of his wrists. The precious metal clinked and scraped against one another as he snatched bar after bar, dropping them into the growing pile within. Bolin yanked his pouch free, jaw clenched. Alir moved slower, unfastening his bag with stiff fingers. They all exchanged a knowing glance without words. They weren't doing this for Jangar or the guild. They were doing it for themselves. With enough gold, they could flee Estos and start fresh, where their crimes couldn't follow. The 4 of them worked quickly and efficiently, picking through the piles of gilded coins and bullion. Bolin, Darius, and Alir were methodical, gathering their loot with precision, while Jangar was more reckless, grabbing anything that caught his eye. Darius stopped when his bag was 3/4 full. Any more, and he risked tearing the tweed. He lingered by the dividing wall, straining to catch any sound of footsteps. Apart from the metallic chime of gold, silence reigned. He glanced at everyone else, and wasn't surprised to see Jangar continuing to claw as much gilded plunder as he could. Alir took position near the vault's sole entrance, with his sword held ready. The sight of him without his prized bow struck Darius as odd, though with only one hand free, archery was not an option. The seconds stretched into eternities within the stone chamber. He hadn't even registered the nervous tapping of his own boot until Bolin fell in alongside them. His patience, already worn thin by the endless waiting, finally snapped. "It's time to leave!" "Hold on a sec," Jangar grunted, taking another handful before attempting to knot his bag. "Drop some," Alir urged. You'll never make it outside carrying all that. The scattered coins will lead them straight to us. A flush of red crept onto Jangar's neck. Watch me, he declared, letting his axe swing loose in one hand while he heaved the open sack over his shoulder. He pushed past them all and stormed into the blazing corridor. They exchanged frustrated glances before trailing their stubborn companion's heavy footsteps. The passageway seemed longer than it did coming in. It stretched endlessly before them, its torchlight casting dancing shadows that played tricks with Darius's already frayed nerves. As they got to the stairway to the lobby, the absolute stillness above made his skin slither. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. The silence was too complete to be natural. Jangar's laboured breathing grew ragged as he mounted the final stairs. Then, abruptly, he froze mid-stride at the top step. The overstuffed sack slipped from his shoulder, coins spilling with a damning clatter. Darius moved alongside him, and the sight almost buckled his legs. There, arranged in perfect formation, were not regular guardsmen, but hellhands. Their armour gleamed beneath the lobby's chandeliers, while a towering figure stood dead in the centre, flanked by two familiar faces. Vresha's usual sneer had vanished, replaced by a grimace as cold steel pressed against her throat. Beside her, Philip's chest heaved in rapid bursts as another hellhand's blade dimpled the skin below his jaw. Their captors' masks revealed nothing but contemptuous eye slits, yet the central figure's posture radiated authority as he surveyed the thieves on the stairs. "Drop your weapons," he ordered, riddled with more scars than his stubble could disguise. "Now!" Everyone startled at the command except Jangar, whose eyes remained fixed on Vresha. Darius looked over at Aaliyah and saw his face had gone pale. For the first time in a raid, his calm demeanour cracked. It didn't matter how fast he could knock an arrow or how swiftly Darius could wield his sword. They were outnumbered at least 10-1. "I'm sorry." Vresha's chin shook. "A patrol found us on the rooftop. We had no choice." "No choice?" Jangar's face hardened. She squeezed her eyes shut as a tear trailed down her cheeks. "Forgive me. Drop your weapons and surrender. I will not ask you again." "You die before ever giving up a comrade." Jangar ignored the commander. "It's our code. You know this. There is no code or honor among your kind." Bolin was the first to yield his sword, followed by his gold. Darius and Aaliyah eventually did the same, unburdening their shoulders from the loot. "Jangar," Darius whispered, "don't be reckless." The lead hellhand snapped towards him. Did I detect a southern accent? Darius's stomach lurched, cursing the telltale lilt that had escaped his lips. Years of careful practice, of meticulously training away his native tongue, undone in a single careless moment. But none of that mattered when Jangar hefted his axe in both hands. "So it seems you want to die. I can grant you that wish, but first..." The commander nodded to his men holding Vresha and Philip. Without hesitation, their blades carved a smile beneath their jaws, and blood fountained from the wounds. Darius's stomach churned at the cruel efficiency with which those cuts kill. A hot mist of crimson painted the pristine floor in wild arcs, as Vresha and Philip slumped to their knees, their limbs folded inward, their heads tilting at unnatural angles before they pitched forward onto the marble with a lifeless thud. The commander's cold eyes met theirs, a hint of satisfaction playing at the corners of his mouth. Jangar roared as he rushed the hellhands, their stance unwavering. His axe carved through the air, striking one soldier's sword with enough force to send it skidding across the chamber. The next swing caught another guard on the temple, taking a chunk of the helmet with it. Grief had transformed him into something savage and deadly, but fury alone wasn't going to secure their freedom. "I want him alive!" the commander demanded. As Jangar thrashed against the soldiers, their coordinated strikes knocked the axe from his grip. Undeterred, he lashed out with his fists, each meaty blow ringing against their brassy helms. "What do we do?" Aaliyah's breathing came in shallow waves. "Darius!" He carried on watching as 3 knights wrestled Jangar to the ground, one locking his massive arm around their comrade's throat. Most men would have crumpled instantly, but Jangar thrashed like a caged beast, his face purpling, veins bulging at his temples. Amid the thrashing, his eye patch came loose and exposed a gnarled mass of scar tissue. Soon, his desperate struggles lost their force, each attempt to break free growing more feeble than the one before, until finally his remaining eye rolled back and those powerful arms dropped uselessly beside him. The marble swam with Vresha's blood, creeping towards Darius's boots. His chest tightened as he stared at her lifeless form, all his animosity and cutting words now hollow and meaningless in death. He was so lost in dismay that he never saw the armored fist coming. Pain exploded behind his eyes, and the last thing he heard was the commander's voice. "Take them to the keep." Chapter 15. The stench hit Darius first, a cocktail of piss and unwashed bodies that coated the back of his throat. 2 wardens hauled him through an unlit corridor, their iron grips biting into his arms. At least it offered him a change of scenery, unlike his cell, where rats enjoyed more freedom of movement than he did. The room they thrust him into held only a wooden table, stained with marks he didn't want to decipher, and a well-groomed man whose calm demeanor seemed obscenely out of place. "Quit struggling, Valencian scum!" The guard's spittle sprayed his cheek as they bound him to the chair, his wrists screaming in protest. He barely registered the stinging slap that followed, just one more insult atop the mountain of beatings they'd already dealt him. The door slammed with the finality of a coffin lid, leaving him alone with the silent stranger and the thundering pulse in his temples. There was hardly any light, save for a tiny hole in the wall. Through blurry eyes, he studied what passed for a window, wondering why they bothered with such a meager gap. When a bitter draft whistled past the opening, Darius guessed they were at the highest point of the prison, his gaze locked with the stranger's. Stubble disguised his jawline, while a thin nose sat between piercing emerald eyes that watched him as if he were some experiment. "So it's true," he said, in a crisp southern accent. "You are Valencian." The familiar cadence of his mother tongue sent an unexpected shiver down Darius's spine. After 10 summers of Elronian syllables, the sound was almost alien. Though the words brought him some measure of relief, he remained cautious. A shared homeland didn't guarantee shared loyalties. "And who are you?" Darius questioned, relieved and terrified not to be hiding his dialect. The mysterious man smiled, revealing a row of perfectly aligned teeth. "Forgive my poor manners. My name is Reuben. How many palms did you grease to earn yourself this chat? Our kind aren't exactly welcomed in these parts." He leaned forward on the table, that sick grin twisting into a wicked and gleeful expression. "I have tentacles in all corners of Estos. There is no place I cannot go, no favor I cannot request." "Yet you hide quality garments under a beggar's rags," Darius said, glancing at the expensive fabric peeking out beneath the cloak. "Seems more like a man with something to fear than one who operates from the shadows. My, aren't we blessed with quite the sharp attention?" "Clearly not sharp enough, otherwise I wouldn't have ended up in this place. I respect a person who can admit their shortfalls." Reuben sank back against the wooden frame and released a heavy breath. "Tell me, how did you get here?" "Isn't that obvious yet? I raided the treasury." "Oh, that bit I am well aware of, as does every blasted mother and dog in Elrond. How you came to be in this kingdom, that's the part I'm dying to know." "I wonder much the same about you." "Yes, but I am not the one shackled to a chair." Darius gazed down at the rusted manacles chafing against his raw wrists. "Let's start off nice and easy. Your name?" Reuben's head angled to one side, his mouth quirking into a mocking half-smile. "Joff." "I should mention I've got quite the talent for sniffing out lies. Shall we resort to more creative methods of conversation?" He produced a needle-like blade from beneath his cloak, the sort that made proper daggers look merciful. It's remarkable how chatty people become when properly motivated. Even ones that have no idea why you are here? Especially those. His tone dripped with menace. You're far too clever to be a thief. Joff. Forgive me. The journey from Vaxdal was a long one. Speaking of which, I don't suppose you know of a robbery turned murder that took place at a nobleman's tailor shop recently. Being a bandit and all, I just thought you might bear an inkling. Darius's eyes widened a fraction, nostrils flaring as the muscles in his jaw tightened, a fleeting display that lasted long enough to capture Reuben's attention. Ah, so you're familiar with it. That's interesting. I wonder whether you are aware the woman who claimed a Valencian was among their ranks. And? He didn't utter another word in case his voice betrayed him. Apparently, this mysterious Valencian earned himself a glowing character reference. A proper gentleman amidst thugs, saving the damsel from his less-than-savory associates. You're speaking to the wrong person? Darius nodded. Oh, come now. Valencians are as common around here as snowfall in summer. He drummed his fingers against the table, each tap matching the rhythm of Darius's quickening pulse. Though I suppose there are a few scattered about, outcasts mainly, those who've fallen from grace back home. A lump formed in his windpipe as Reuben crept nearer to unmasking who he truly was. You seem rather tense, he mused. Touched a nerve, have I? I don't know what business you seek with me, but it's not this. Yet something deep in my bones tells me you do. Darius. His skin prickled, and his muscles ceased working, the same paralyzing dread that gripped him when they emerged from the vault to find a wall of hellhands waiting for them. "Guards!" he yelled. "We're done here!" A chill swept through as the creak groaned, though he couldn't tell if it came from the corridor or panic. Reuben shook his head at whoever loomed behind him, and with that, the door shut with a bang. Only I bark commands here, not you. What do you want with me? Darius glanced frantically around the cramped room for eavesdroppers. Nothing. I got what I searched for. He stood, his demeanor changing from mockery to severity. And that is, confirmation that you are who I thought you were. Why? I have no more ties to Valencia. My time there is done. That may be true, but for a select few with influence, far from it, your absence remains a burning issue among some nobility. You mean my brother? I'm not at liberty to confirm or deny that. I've been compensated too well to divulge such information. Darius snorted, his heart still thundering. You're a man of Westrun. I sensed that much. Was it that obvious? Reuben smiled. Painfully so, he replied. Your people are known for choosing gold over morality. It seems you and I are not too dissimilar then. To the uninformed eye. Well, such preferences haven't treated me badly so far. Until it does. Darius raised his bound wrists. It always catches up to you in the end. A hollow laugh escaped Reuben as he pushed back his chair and made way for the door. You've backed the wrong beast. Dillion will rid you, as he did me, when he deems you surplus to requirements, and you'll never see it coming. Darius sensed Reuben's hand hesitating over the handle. As touching as your concern is for my welfare, I mustn't delay. My employer is eager for my return. Just as the hinges creaked, Darius called after him. Then, as a dead man, permit me this one thing. A weary breath echoed at his back. Go on. His vision blurred, hot tears threatening to spill down his cheeks. The familiar ache in his chest, the kind he'd carried for 10 agonizing summers, resurfaced. His hands trembled against the shackles, knuckles white. The question burned in his throat, begging to be asked, yet his tongue was heavy as iron. After all this time, after everything that had happened, he needed to know. Does he... His voice cracked. He swallowed hard, staring at the empty chair ahead of him. Does Dillion harbor any regrets? Silence stretched between them, as thick as a burial shroud. Each second dragged by as he yearned to hear that his brother felt some shred of guilt for his treachery. When Reuben finally spoke, it cut through him with brutal plainness. Goodbye, Darius. Chapter 16. Darius stared at his cell wall for what felt like weeks. If it wasn't for the guards constantly reminding them of their impending trial, he may have believed he was there that long. The grime clung to his skin as shivers racked his frame, making him yearn for hot water to soak in. Across the corridor, he could see Aaliyah suffering just the same. A dividing wall kept Bolin from view, much like the barrier between himself and Jangar. Their lives had become bleak and hopeless, yet even confined to the same wing of the keep, they barely exchanged words. They remained silent through the guards' mockery, Jangar most of all. Ever since Vresha's execution, he had retreated so deeply into himself that no one could reach him. His silence grew more resolute with each passing hour, like a fortress wall being built stone by stone. Though Bolin's attempts at consolation drifted across their cells, they seemed to dissolve into the dank air. The door burst open and heavy footsteps approached from beyond their line of sight, growing louder with each thud against the flagstones. Great, another patrol, Darius thought. The warden went from cell to cell, inspecting their occupants with a wry grin. It was an hourly routine that became quite predictable. They would alternate shifts to hurl abuse and taunts, and when words failed to satisfy them, they hauled off whoever caught their eye for a brutal pounding. Pain lanced across Darius's ribs as he sat upright, the cold stone wall scraping against his back through his filthy tunic. His muscles screamed in protest from yesterday's beating after Reuben left, bruises blooming beneath his skin. The warden yanked open the iron bars of Aaliyah's cell with a harsh screech and barked at him to rise. "Why?" his friend asked. "Stand and turn around." Aaliyah stumbled to his feet with great reluctance. The guard bound his hands with the same coarse rope that turned all of their wrists into raw flesh, then roughly shoved him forward. Through hazy eyes, Darius watched Aaliyah get carted out of the wing, his shoulders hunched and head bowed in defeat. When the heavy iron-studded door slammed shut with a thunderous boom, it rattled the bars. "Wonder what they'll do with him this time." He heard Bolin drag himself to the railed door. The railings still quivered when a stream of hell-hands flooded into the prison wing. "All of you, up!" came a command. Each knight was shadowed by another holding a torch, the light casting menacing shapes on the damp walls. Darius dragged himself to the bars and held out his hands to let them tie the bindings. He flinched as the rope dug into tender skin, but stayed compliant. "Oi, you ugly bastard!" A few paces away, the hell hand banged on Jangar's cell. "Get up, or I'll let the wardens have you over a barrel. They like the burly ones." Darius heard the big man's muffled complaints and shuffling steps approaching the bars. 2 shovels for hands poked through the railings, and the knights fastened the rope with a cruel smirk. Their cell doors screeched open, and the hell hands yanked them into the corridor. Bolin caught his eye with a troubled glance, but Jangar stared blankly ahead, his mind trapped in some faraway place of sorrow. They marched from the wing into what Darius assumed was the warden's gathering space. Scattered orange rinds and a crackling fireplace suggested the guards had been cleared out, which immediately spiked his pulse. He glimpsed a pile of wooden boxes, carelessly stacked on top of each other against the far wall. For whatever reason, he only noticed them on this pass. His heart jumped at the metallic shine between the slats. Pieces of what looked like weapons jutted from the crates, though he couldn't make out if they were theirs. Before he could get a better look, the hell hands shoved them onwards, into the frigid corridors of the keep that housed several interrogation rooms. A shudder rippled through Darius as they approached the familiar doorways. His gaze darted between each threshold, neck craning to catch a glimpse inside the darkened chambers. No screams echoed from within, not yet. Where were they taking them? And where was Alir? The iron cage rattled with each cobblestone, parading Darius and his comrades through the seething streets of Valga like carnival attractions. Heathens! The crowd's hatred was accompanied by projectiles, rotting vegetables, clumps of mud, globs of spit. Beside him, Bolan stared straight ahead, face downcast, while Jangar huddled in the corner, making himself small. The mob's chants grew louder, a rhythmic tempo of thieves and scumbags that echoed off the city's Gothic walls. Darius tasted copper where his lip had split and wondered how it had come to this. 3 men in a cage, at the mercy of people who only saw bandits. He'd expected this heist would end in their deaths, but capture had never crossed his mind. They ought to have fallen where they stood, bleeding out on the treasury's marble floor. A twisted part of him envied Vresher and Philip. They had been spared the humiliation, the bruises, and whatever grim sentence awaited them all. Oh, what he wouldn't have given for a quick blade to the jugular instead of this. The Hellhands did their best to quell the incensed crowd until at last they passed through an enormous set of gates and halted in a large courtyard. Granite spires grazed the winter sky, their peaks lost amongst wisps of grey cloud. Darius craned his neck, following the castle's walls as they stretched upward, past rows of narrow windows and worn gargoyles, until his eyes could no longer distinguish stone from mist. The rusted hinges groaned as the hatch crashed against the caged wagon. "Out! Now!" barked a Hellhand, jabbing his pike through the bars. They all shuffled to the exit, with Darius at the front, the miserable ankle shackles rattling with every hesitant step. Their feet landed on the cobblestones in succession. He steadied himself against the wagon's edge, his legs stiff from confinement. Bolan followed, then Jangar. Each movement was slow and deliberate. One misstep, and they'd split open their faces. Behind them, the gates creaked shut with a resonating clang. Still, the mob's shouts carried over the walls. Still, their howls promised violence. Darius gazed up at the towering castle once more, while crows glided past its many spheres. "Here we go," Bolan muttered. They were escorted up the pale steps and entered the grand structure, where guards in heavy chainmail stood like gargoyles on either side of the entrance. The battle-axe emblems on their breastplates caught the light filtering through the tall, frosted panes of glass as they travelled deeper into the palace. Thick tapestries lined the walls, their faded threads depicting battles and long-dead heroes, scenes Darius recognized from his studies of the realm's history: the fall of Corden, the Battle of Skull Island, the first siege of Tuga. Every few paces, grey banners rippled in the castle's draught, bearing the snarling wolf of House Elron, their movement creating an eerie illusion of the wolves coming alive. They took a left, and before long stood outside an ornate set of double doors. The Hellhand commander pushed them open to reveal a vast throne chamber filled with nobles in fine velvets. At the heart sat a massive oak table that commanded the space, its polished surface gleaming beneath the warm glow of dozens of wall-mounted torches and overhead braziers. A stern-faced man with a thick head of hair and a groomed beard occupied the middle seat on the dais. It was the first time Darius had ever clapped eyes on the monarch. It would likely be his last, too. The man's reputation for ruthlessness preceded him across both kingdoms, which did nothing to ease the knot in his stomach. He could only imagine what creative forms of punishment awaited him, being the lone Valencian in this band of soon-to-be dead men. Jefor was dressed in a rich wine-coloured robe, edged with golden cords, a decorative chain draped over his chest. To his right sat an elegant woman in gleaming silver silk. Her smooth, youthful complexion belied the grey strands in her pinned-up auburn hair, yet she carried herself with a queen's grace. At his left lounged a scrawny man with sharp features and calculating eyes, no doubt an adviser of sorts. When the Hellhand's halting grip came, it came hard, their fingers digging painfully into Darius's shoulder. Lips curled and nostrils flared among the assembled nobles, their jeweled digits tightening around goblets. A lady in midnight silks shifted away as if the prisoners carried plague, while a broad-shouldered jarl spat on the floor at their approach. Eyes gleamed with hatred from every corner of the chamber, burning into them like branding irons. "My king," the commander spoke, his voice traveling the length and breadth of the room. "These are the thieves who dared to steal from you on your name day." "Why can I only count 3 of them, Sidril?" Jeffor turned to his presumed advisor. "He is being withheld for additional information, my lord." Sidral's shiny head gleamed under the torchlight. "Rest assured, he will be issued his sentence once we are done with him." Jeffor's eyes flickered lazily across Darius, Jangar, and Bolin. He gave a slight nod to Sidrul, who cleared his throat and unfurled a scroll, the parchment crackling over the tense silence. He rose to his feet and faced the gathered crowd. Despite his thin build, power radiated from him. "We gather in the name of Elrond's king to pass judgment on these treasonous killers. Not only had they schemed to plunder the royal vault, but they'd chosen to strike on the king's own name day." Jeers rang out. "Sadly, 2 bandits already escaped justice." "Sadly?" The word mocked Darius. From the glint in everyone's eyes, these people had made up their minds about how they would die. "That is a pity," Jeffor stroked his beard. "Did they take their lives?" "No, my lord, for resisting arrest." "Lies!" Jangar spat. "You lying bastards!" The chamber erupted into a frenzy of murmurs over his insolence. Darius tensed as the nearest knight drove an armored fist into Jangar's stomach. The guild leader collapsed to his knees with a grunt, dark spittle falling from his lips to the marble as he struggled for breath. "My, aren't you a looker?" Jeffor's lip curled as his gaze fixed on the mangled flesh where Jangar's missing eye had once been. "My lords and ladies, behold what evil truly looks like," Sidrul declared. "These cretins before you care nothing for the lives they destroy. They exist only to murder and rob, taking whatever they please without mercy. Should we let such monsters stalk our streets and terrorize our kingdom? No, we must not." He paused, letting the weight of his judgment settle. It was clear the man had a way with words. His speech wasn't to inform, but to influence. His eyes swept across the gathered nobility, lingering just long enough to draw them in. "But there is one other matter I regret to announce." A heavy silence fell over the chamber. Darius watched as confused glances were exchanged between jarls and ladies, their disdain momentarily forgotten in their curiosity. Even Jeffor straightened in his seat, eyes narrowing. "Among the perpetrators," Sidrul's voice dropped to barely above a whisper as his gaze found Darius, "was a Valencian." Cold air hissed between teeth, goblets clattered to the marble, and wine sloshed over rims. Sweat trickled down his spine as dozens of stares focused on him, the previous hatred now mixed with something deeper, abhorrence. The king's fingers curled around the armrests of his throne, knuckles whitening. "A Valencian," he breathed, nostrils flaring. His eyes raked over Darius with renewed interest, lips peeling back from his teeth. "You dare set foot in my kingdom, after everything your people did?" He barked out a harsh laugh that reverberated off the chamber walls. "And not content with that, you choose to steal from me on my name day. Your kind truly knows no shame." Sidrul shifted to face Jeffor. "My king, for these crimes against the crown, I propose death. For all 4, including the absent one." His fingers traced the edge of the scroll. "They are a scourge to our society and must be purged imminently." Jeffor leaned forward in his ornate chair before he dipped his chin in a slow, deliberate nod. "What do you have to say for yourself, Valencian?" Silence smothered the chamber. Darius's tongue lay frozen in his mouth, useless against the weight of accusation. Regret crushed down on him, for the raid, for not listening to himself, for the guards he'd killed, the father and son he murdered. Years of choices stretched behind him like a trail of wreckage. This moment, trapped beneath their stares, felt worse than any execution could be. Death would be a mercy now, a release from the chains of his past. "Well," the king prodded. He raised his chin and met the king's gaze without flinching. "No answers of mine will ever appease you or your people's ears, nor will it soften your hearts. That is all I have to say." Jeffor's face remained a mask, his lips neither lifting in a smile nor twisting into a scowl. Noble words from a common thief. I look forward to watching you choke on them. His chest rose and fell with measured breaths, shifting to Jangar. "You with the missing eye, what do you say for yourself?" He gobbed on the polished stone. "That's my 2 coppers worth." The knight, this time, punched him square in the face. The force was enough to topple most men over, but Jangar's chin proved to be made of iron. Jeffor's calculating gaze settled on Bolin. "And you, old man, what possessed someone of your vintage to fall in with thieves? Surely you have grandchildren to bounce on your knee instead of looting from others." Bolin's features softened, the deep lines around his mouth pulling downward. "No, your grace. Never had the chance for a family of my own." There was something in his raw admission that connected with Darius. The king glanced at Sidrul with a cocked brow. "How unfortunate," he said with no warmth. "Though perhaps it's for the best. They'd only live to see you die." Jeffor's gaze swept across them all once more. "Following my hand's counsel, and in service to my subjects, you will face public execution tomorrow afternoon." He singled out Jangar and Bolin with a pointed look. "The pair of you shall meet your end beneath the headsman's axe. Your absent friend will share the same fate." His attention fixed on Darius, voice taking on a darker edge. "But for you, Valencian, you'll be executed on the rack." "No!" Bolin muttered as gasps rang out. Darius frowned, his brow furrowing as he searched the surrounding faces. The nobles' expressions had twisted into masks of horror, some turning away, while others leaned forward with morbid curiosity. Whatever that was, their reactions churned his stomach. The queen stirred at last, her mouth curving into a smile as she relished her husband's brutal decree. Her absence of words and that cruel grin told him all he needed to know. This death would not be gentle. "The rack is quite the masterpiece of suffering," Jeffor added. "First, they'll bind your wrists and ankles to opposite ends of the frame. Then slowly, ever so slowly, the mechanism turns." He rotated his hands in a fluid motion. "Your joints will strain. Your shoulders will pop from their sockets. Your bones will splinter one by one until—" He clapped, the sharp sound echoing. "Your body tears itself apart at the middle." Darius's throat constricted. Each breath came shorter and faster than the last, while his mind conjured vivid flashes of stretched limbs and splintering bones. He had faced death before, stared it in the eye even. But this was different. The guillotine or a hangman's rope held nothing to the horror unfolding in his thoughts. With a careless flick of his wrist, Jeffor barked, "Now return them to the keep." Chapter 17. Time died in prison. Since returning to his cell, Darius had watched shadows crawl across stone walls like spiders, each hour bleeding into the next until only the dull thud of his heart remained. Bolin's attempts at comfort echoed off cold iron bars, but the words were ash in his ears. His mind, the treacherous thing that it was, kept circling back to what awaited him. Every dream he had woven of life after the guild, every imagined freedom beyond Estos, was now scattered like dust in a strong wind. He'd been a fool to think he could outrun his fate. An idiot. Darius chuckled, not with humor but with a raw realization. His fingers traced invisible patterns on his breeches, mapping the winding streets of Istril from memory. The scent of fresh-baked bread, the clatter of wooden wheels on cobblestones, the way the sunlight caught the white buildings. They washed over him now without the usual sting. For the first time, the memories felt like an old friend rather than a knife between his ribs. The distant door to the wing suddenly creaked open, interrupting his nostalgic thoughts. Panic gripped him. Had he lost track of time or dozed off unknowingly? Was this already his last dawn? 3 shadows stretched and warped against the wall, growing taller then shorter, before his friend bent around the corner. "A leer," he muttered. Like twin sentinels, 2 wardens flanked him, their ring of keys rattling against their hips. The familiar whine of iron hinges pierced the quiet as they swung his cell door wide. Without ceremony, they shoved Allaire inside, sending him sprawling onto the cold stone floor. Through the dim torchlight, Darius studied his friend's form. He wasn't nearly as beaten or bruised as he had feared, which got him curious. The lack of visible wounds seemed almost suspicious, given the guards' usual brutality. When the thuggish goons left the wing, Darius crept to the iron bars, feeling the cold metal beneath his fingers. "What did they do with you?" Allaire sighed. "They took me to some room high in the castle and waterboarded me until I gave up my name." "Did you? Water filling your lungs, burning like fire. What else could I do?" His shoulders slumped forward. Anyone would break. "Can't argue with that," stirred Boland's voice. "After that, they left me sitting in there for hours," Allaire added. "Aren't you worried they'll hunt down your parents and siblings?" Boland now appeared at his railings. "Elrond is teeming with Alliers and Stones. Good luck to them is what I say. I couldn't care less about my father and brothers, only my mother." His tone had a sharp edge to it. Family was the one aspect of Allier's life that remained mostly private. It was also the biggest reason he and Darius had grown so close. Both knew what it meant to be rejected sons. "At least they didn't parade you through the city like an animal." Jangar peered through the gaps of iron. "By this time tomorrow, our bodies will be cold." "I think not." Allaire hobbled to his cell door with a grin that baffled Darius. He pulled something from within his breeches and glanced down the hall before tossing it across to him. Darius snatched the object despite his aching fingers and examined it. A jagged shard of metal lay in his palm, probably torn from a hinge. Then, the realization suddenly dawned on him. "You're the best lockpick here," Allaire said. Darius squinted at the makeshift pick, bringing it closer to his face as he studied its many grooves. It usually took a day, perhaps 2, with unpracticed hands to craft. He glanced across the narrow passageway. "You did this today?" Allaire nodded. There was this rickety old table in there, legs all wobbly. I spotted something glinting underneath while I was dripping onto the floor. Once the guards left, I got to work. His recollection of the room reminded Darius of his encounter with Reuben. Amazing what you can accomplish with hours of nothing but your own company. "Well done, lad." A tremor ran through Boland's voice. Darius's heart thundered against his ribs as he clutched the crudely fashioned pick. Across the wing, Allier's eyes gleamed. "I don't know about you lot," his friend said, barely above a whisper, "but my date with death can wait a while longer." "Aye, I'd much prefer to keep my head on my shoulders," Boland replied. "You sure about that?" Jangar grunted. "Your face is enough to scare the gods off the high table." Darius took a deep, almost shuddering breath. The notion of escape filled him with terror and excitement in equal proportions. But to sit idly while awaiting execution was far worse. A knowing silence fell over the group as they each glanced at their opposites, united in their desire for freedom. For once since their capture, a wild, dangerous hope surged through Darius. Maybe, just maybe, they weren't finished yet. Don't forget to claim your free ebook and audiobook of the prequel. The link is in the description. Now back to the story. Chapter 18. Darius counted the guard's footsteps traveling down the wing, each one bringing the torch's glow closer to his cell. 37 steps. He lay motionless on the cold stone floor while clutching the lockpick, his ticket to freedom, in his sweating palm. The torchlight crept across the wall like molten gold, and he forced his breathing to slow, to mimic sleep's gentle rhythm. From the tiny gap in his squeezed eyes, he saw Alair do the same. Satisfied by the prisoner's apparent slumber, the guard grunted and melted into the darkness, his footsteps fading until the thud of the closed door marked his exit. 1 hour. They had 1 hour before the next patrol. Darius sprang to his feet and carefully inserted the pick into the lock. His ever-watchful eyes darted between their cells and the shroud of shadows beyond. The twin lanterns flanking the wing's entrance cast just enough light to work by, but their weak flames threatened to plunge him into darkness with each guttering dance. Squinting, he twisted the instrument in every direction of the latch, waiting for that all-important clink. Nice and easy now. Alair clasped his rails. The lockpick scraped against the tumblers as Darius worked it deeper into the mechanism, his wrist aching from the unnatural angle. Each second stretched longer than the last, while sweat rolled down his temple. Click. His fingers stiffened around the tool. The latch gave way with a dull thunk, and the old hinges groaned as the cell door swung wide, leaving nothing but empty space where solid iron bars had been. He combed through his greasy hair, stunned at how easy it had been. While he hadn't expected the security of an imperial college, surely a prison should have posed more of a challenge than this. Knew you'd do it. Alair punched the air. We can stroke each other's balls once we're out of here, Jangar said. Let's get moving, tittling. Darius crept across the cold stone slabs to Alair's cell. His pulse crashed against his ears as he pressed himself against the bars, straining to hear the telltale jingle of keys or the scuff of boots. Nothing. Only the gentle sputter of lantern flames disturbed the midnight silence. His fingers trembled as he eased the lockpick into position. Steady, he whispered to himself, though the word caught in his throat. The metal slid home with a whisper, and he began the delicate dance with the tumblers once more. After a few twists and turns, he found the leverage point and popped the lock. Alair pushed open the iron gate, his bruised face filled with glee and a fair pinch of urgency. He dropped into a crouch at Bolan's cell and also made quick work of that. Despite the ease of it, he refused to let his guard down. The seasoned thief slowly opened the door, his eyes glancing down at the wing's entrance as though it would come alive at any second. When Darius turned to Jangar, the burly leader already gripped the bars, ready to spring out at a moment's notice. His hands moved through the familiar sequence, working the pick with practiced care. Yet despite every subtle shift and careful adjustment, the lock refused to yield. The earlier rush of success drained away, replaced by a gnawing dread that made his fingers freeze. What's causing the hold-up, tittling? It won't open. Hinges squealed in the distance, followed by a heavy thud that echoed through the wing. Darius's blood ran cold. Guards, quick! Bolan scurried back into his cell and closed his door quietly. Jangar pulled away from the bars and retreated into the shadows of his cage while Darius froze on the spot. Light poured into the corridor, but terror had turned his legs to stone. Hurry! He lurched as Alair yanked him backwards, and they both bolted into their cells. Darius collapsed onto his bedroll, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He patted his hands frantically, searching for the lockpick, but it was gone. Before panic could fully take hold, the entrance burst open, flooding the space with fresh light. A different voice boomed, the guard he despised above all others. I hope you fuckers aren't asleep. His baton rattled against Jangar and Bolan's cells. Just as his silhouette crested the corner of Darius's cell, he halted. The breath died in his windpipe. Had the warden found the lockpick sticking out? Would he call for the other guards? His mind raced with possibilities, none good. The goon spun on his heel and waddled away, his footsteps growing fainter down the passage. The reinforced door banged closed, and darkness swallowed the wing once more. Darius's chest deflated with a long, shuddering exhale that left him lightheaded. He laid on the floor, gulping down fresh air like a drowning man breaking the surface. "It's clear," whispered Bolin. There was no time to ponder the close call. He had to move, or there wouldn't be another chance. A grim determination settled over Darius as he hauled himself up and slipped out of his cell. His gaze fixed on Jangar's door where, just as he'd feared, the lockpick protruded ever so slightly from the keyhole. Any guard worth their coin would have spotted it immediately and raised the alarm. He allowed himself a small sigh of relief. Their current minder seemed more interested in disturbing their sleep than performing his actual duties. A fortunate oversight, but not one to take for granted. He freed the pick with trembling fingers, moistened it with a quick puff of breath, then guided the metal back into the keyhole with renewed determination. "Had an hour passed already?" Bolin asked Alir. Either that or he wanted to make sure we had plenty of time to think about our impending deaths. His focus stayed fixed on the lock, their voices fading to a distant hum. The latch fought him harder than any other. The mechanism inside felt as rigid as a castle gate. He twisted and turned the object, but it wouldn't budge. Still, he persisted. The metal suddenly flexed beneath his fingers, a hair's breadth of give. Sweat trickled down his cheek as he drew in a steadying breath, willing his shaking hands to stay true. "Hurry, Tittling." "I'm trying, for fuck's sake!" He applied more force, drawing upon his years of experience picking locks for the guild. His fingertips sensed every minute shift in the mechanism, reading each catch and click. The tumblers finally snapped into place with a faint clack. Darius watched as Jangar pressed his arm against the rails, the cell door swinging outward with a low creak. A rare smile stretched beneath Jangar's auburn beard. It was accompanied by a squeeze on the shoulder and a nod of gratitude. The gesture somewhat threw Darius. In all their years together, even during the guild's most triumphant moments, appreciation scarcely left the big man's lips. They gathered in the passageway, exchanging uncertain glances. In the rush to escape their cells, none of them had considered the bigger challenge, getting beyond the prison wing itself. I don't mean to sound like a gloomsweever, but what now? Bolin looked at them all. "We have to take out the guards." Darius tucked away the lockpick. "There's no other way. They're the only ones stopping us from reaching the castle's courtyard. Get there, and we're almost out of this mess," Alir added. The old boy seemed unsure. "We have nothing but our bare hands." "Then that will do," Jangar said. A familiar sinking feeling settled in Darius's stomach. "We must lure them in here. It's the only way to stop this thing from turning ugly too soon." "So, what do you suggest, lad?" Bolin asked. He sucked in a breath, thinking. "Jangar, you're the strongest here. Only took you a decade to admit it." He ignored the sarcasm. "This one shouldn't be too difficult for you. Make a fuss about whatever you like. Just get the guard in here. Once he's close, hit him with everything you've got. Pin him to the bars and we'll handle the rest." Silence stretched between them, broken only by their shallow breaths. Darius watched each face, but no alternatives sprang forth. "Fine," Jangar said. "Unless there are any better plans, we're going with that." "What if both guards enter the block? What then?" Bolin quizzed. It was clear by his questions that he seemed lost without his sword. "Then we deal with them both, however we must," Alir stated plainly. "This is all getting a bit much for me, lads." "Now's not the time to lose our nerves," Darius added. Jangar raised a brow. "Speak for yourself. I've killed more men with my bare hands than anyone here." "Well, the longer we stand here debating, the more likely we'll get caught." "Fret not, old friend." Alir clapped Bolin's shoulder. "It won't be long before you can wield your sword again." "How are you so sure of that?" "I kept seeing crates in the corner when they dragged me out. Several of them. There was at least one longsword resting on top of it when I last checked. Unless my eyes deceived me, one looked like yours, brother. The wardens must have been amusing themselves with it. His forehead creased as he matched Alir's words with what he remembered before the guards paraded them in the vulgar streets. What a stupid place to put them, Jangar complained. It's only foolish if prisoners escape, Alir replied. A moment passed while they steeled themselves for what lay ahead. Even Bolin had perked up at the thought of getting his blade back. Jangar backed away to his cell, lingering near the iron bars. This better be the last time I step into this shit pit. A smile ghosted across Darius. Damn right it will be. One by one, they returned to their cells, with Bolin and Alir's eyes fixed on him, waiting for his command. A distant guard's cough echoed beyond the wing. Not yet, he thought. Wait. The air grew thick with anticipation until, finally, he took a sharp breath and gave the signal. Now! Jangar slammed his palm against the iron bars, the clang reverberating through the block. Guard! He cried, carrying the perfect mix of panic and urgency. The wing's door soon creaked open, its rusted hinges protesting, and in came the familiar orange hue from the torchlight. Darius hugged the cold wall, muscles tense as he kept out of view. His heart thundered in his chest, but years of high-stress encounters helped him maintain steady breaths. Everything hinged on the next few moments. "What is it?" groaned the warden he loathed most. "My stomach!" Jangar feigned. "I feel like something has burst." "Why should I give a rat's arse?" A scuffle ensued as a body crashed against the bars, the sound of fists and grunts filling the corridor. Alir rushed from his cell without hesitation, as did Bolin. Darius was quick to follow. The guard thrashed in Jangar's headlock, red-faced and gasping. The warden's eyes bulged with desperate recognition as he realized the situation he found himself in. A primal urge suddenly took hold. With gritted teeth, Darius kicked the torch aside and restrained one of his arms, while Alir pinned the other, allowing Jangar to squeeze the life out of him. He leaned in close, his lips nearly brushing the guard's ear. "Remember my face. Take it with you to whatever hell awaits." The guard's eyes widened. It was payback for every bruise, every split lip, every sore rib he'd given Darius. As the last spark of consciousness faded from the warden, Jangar wrenched his arms and snapped the man's neck. Darius helped Alir lower the lifeless body to the ground, both brushing their palms against their threadbare prison garments. When Jangar emerged from the cell, Darius clasped the dead guard's sword hilt, savoring its familiar weight. Their hopes for secrecy soon shattered when the second warden appeared in the doorway, his face draining of color at the gruesome scene. Though armed, the man's nerve failed him. He stumbled backwards and then wheeled around. "Stop him!" Alir shouted. Darius sprinted after him, instinctively gripping the stolen blade like a javelin. Heavy footfalls behind him confirmed the other's pursuit. The guard fumbled his keys as he approached the second door, separating the wing from the rest of the keep. But his panic cost him precious seconds. Drawing on his years in the apprenticeship, Darius launched the sword. It whistled through the air before burying itself deep between the man's shoulder blades. The guard's knees buckled, his body crumpling to the stone floor with a fleshy thud. A final rattling breath escaped his lips as crimson pooled beneath him. Darius's chest heaved as he crossed the distance, his legs unsteady from days of little eating. Inside the communal area, the stack of wooden crates loomed exactly where he had spotted them earlier. Flickering torchlight danced across their warped planks, creating an intricate lattice of shadows against the far wall. Alir's sharp eyes hadn't failed them. There, resting atop the weathered wood, lay a sword that made Darius's heart skip. He crossed the room in 3 swift strides. The moment his fingers closed around the familiar grip, relief flooded through him. The weight, the jewel, the worn leather of the handle. This was undoubtedly his blade. Some warriors might mock such attachment to mere steel, but this sword had saved his life more times than he cared to count. "It's all here." Allaire rummaged through the containers and pulled out his bow and quiver. He tossed Jangar his axe and armor. "Easy now," the big man cautioned. "That's worth more than the Queen's knickers." Darius watched as Bolan's shoulders relaxed, the tension melting from his friend's frame as he donned his familiar leather vest and sword. There was something comforting about returning to their guild attire. One by one, his companions shed their constraining tunics, becoming themselves again. The bruised apples and grapes strewn across the table proved too tempting to resist for all of them. As Darius bit into a wrinkled apple, the sweet juice flooded his mouth, quenching a thirst he hadn't even realized was plaguing him. After days of stale bread and suspicious stews, this simple pleasure gave him life. "I needed that." Chunks of fruit clung to Jangar's beard. "Me too," Allaire groaned. Darius's gaze fixed on the heavy oak door, their only path forward into the bowels of the keep. Behind it lurked the unknown, guards, hell-hands, and whatever else Valga's fortress held in its stone belly. His fingers tightened around his recovered sword, drawing comfort from its familiar grip. They'd been lucky so far, but luck had a habit of running dry when it mattered. He turned to the dwindled guild one last time. No words were needed. Their eyes conveyed the same grim understanding he felt in his gut. One scuffed boot, one misplaced step, and they would have the entire garrison breathing down their necks. Jangar adjusted his grip on his axe. Allaire knocked an arrow. Bolan's hand rested steadily on his sword hilt. It was time to dance with death once more. Chapter 19. As Darius pulled open the door, an otherworldly chill slithered in. A row of archer holes lined the connecting corridor, allowing in bars of moonlight and a draft that didn't cease. He held his breath, straining for any whisper of movement in the darkness ahead, but only stillness greeted him. When Allaire stepped into the passageway, linking their tower to the main keep, Darius unsheathed his sword, and together they all left the wing for the last time. Death or escape were their only outcomes, far better odds than the ones they had earlier. He paused at each arrow slit, scanning the empty courtyard below. Those sparsely placed lanterns cast pools of light across the stones, his gaze fixed on the two watchtowers flanking the main gate. The silhouette of a guard atop each post made his pulse quicken, as did the sprawling city of Valga past the curtain walls. They were caught within a fortress, inside an even greater one, yet just beyond those sentries lay their chance at freedom. "What do you see?" Jangar whispered. "Watchmen. Archers, perhaps. 2 of them." Bolan pressed against Darius's shoulder to look. "We'll have to be as silent as mice not to alert them." Jangar snorted. "Even if we are, that gate will squeal louder than an aunt on her 5th wine once we open it. We have to take them out." "He's right," Allaire nodded. Darius kept quiet. His thoughts already churned with every possible disaster. He didn't need more. Allaire pressed forward until they reached the doorway ahead. Beyond its stone arch, a spiral staircase wound its way through the tower, stretching both above and below them. His friend led them down the winding steps, his boots brushing each worn step. Muffled sobs and rattling chains echoed from behind iron-barred doors. A prisoner wailed, the sound piercing through multiple levels of the keep. Darius froze as heavy footfalls approached somewhere below. They all held their breath, shoulders rigid. He pressed against the wall, maintaining the strangling grip of his sword. 2 heartbeats, 4, and the steps faded. A collective exhale whipped through the group. "I almost crapped myself," Bolan whispered. "I thought I could smell something." Jangar grimaced. "Come." Allaire held a finger to his lips, though Darius could barely make out the gesture in the darkness. Floor by floor they crept past wings where desperate hands no doubt reached through rusted bars, even at this ungodly hour. The stench of unwashed bodies and waste seemed to grow stronger with each level, or maybe it was their heightened sense. A man's hoarse voice called out, making Alea stumble. Darius caught his arm before he could fall. They froze again, every muscle taut with tension. But no guards answered the prisoner's cry. "We need to move," he hissed through clenched teeth. "If they catch us bunched up here like this—" His words trailed off, yet the implications hung heavy in the cramped stairwell. Alea needed no convincing. He descended the spiral steps, every muffled footstep still too loud for Darius's liking. When they reached the bottom of the staircase, an even greater darkness greeted them. There the faint contours of a door materialized. He fished through the sea of black until his fingers caressed what felt like an iron handle. Cold and rough with age, the metal gripped his palm. He peeled it open gently, wincing at the subtle groan of its hinges. Pale moonlight poured into the stairwell, casting long shadows across the steps behind them. Beyond the flapping fabric hanging over the threshold, he struggled to see anything of use. The yard appeared deserted, though the guards at the gate stood out clearly now, their drawn bows a stark warning against escape. "You think you can take them out from here?" Darius turned to his friend. Alea peered through the entrance, weighing up the idea. "It's hard to tell without gauging the wind's direction. An upward target is tough enough. To dispatch 2 of them in quick succession, that's a tall ask." Darius scanned the guards once more. His hopes of a clean escape were crumbling faster than ash. His fingers drummed against the sword hilt, searching for another solution that wouldn't come. "I will give it my best, but the hiss of an arrow isn't hard to discern, especially for a trained ear." Darius nodded appreciatively. "If there was an alternative, I would not ask this of you." "I know, brother. The gates are our only choice. We'd never make it over those walls without a ladder." "And how do you suppose we unlock them?" Bolan asked. Darius studied the keep's entrance with narrowed eyes. "There." He gestured towards a long iron bar that jutted from its shadow. "Every guard and his pony will leap from their barracks the moment we open it," Jangar grunted. "We just need a gap large enough to squeeze through. That's all." "Then this is where Alea here shows us how good he really is with a bow." The big man craned his neck towards their only archer. Though Alea's face was tight with tension, he still carried himself with a degree of control, precisely what they needed if they were to survive this madness. "Well, for what it's worth, lads, I wouldn't want to die with anyone else." Bolan lifted his blade, taking them all aback with his sudden show of courage. "If the gods deem it our time tonight, they'll find us with steel in our hands." A smile tugged at Darius as the camaraderie swelled between them. In all their years together, he'd never seen the old thief so bold, so ready to embrace death with such fierce acceptance. "Aye, damn right," Jangar said. "We do this for Philip, and for Vresha." The name escaped his lips, barely a whisper. It was as if speaking it might shatter what remained of his composure. "We fight for them all," Darius declared. Their faces burned behind his eyes one by one, like wraiths urging them on. Each memory stoked the fire of purpose within him, for justice, for retribution. "For the Guild." "For the Guild," they all echoed. Energy crackled between them. Where uncertainty had gripped them moments ago, now blazed a fierce will to survive. Bolan's knuckles whitened around his sword hilt, his face hardening into stone. Alea drew an arrow to his bowstring as Jangar hefted his axe, shoulders squared and ready. A final look passed between them all, and they moved as one. Alea crept out of the tower and turned left, staying close to the walls. Darius was next, followed by Jangar and Bolan. They stayed in single file, using the shadows to conceal them. Little by little, they edged closer to the main gate and the archers watching over it. The hay cart offered the best place to hide. Alea crouched behind it, while Darius and the others gathered around the edges. The bowstring creaked as he drew it to his cheek, time stretching like molten glass. 1, 2, 3 heartbeats passed. The archer's practiced fingers remained steady, even as sweat trickled down his temple. Darius could hear nothing but the thunderous drumming in his chest, feel nothing except the heat on his hilt. And yet Alir held, his arms trembling with strain as he waited for his chance. When he finally released the arrow, Darius watched with eager eyes as it sliced through the silent night. The shaft struck true, meeting flesh with a muted sound. Clutching at his neck, the guard toppled in silence to the courtyard below with a sickening thud. "Shit!" Jangar hissed. The other sentry spun around to the disturbance, his torch cutting wild arcs through the darkness. Darius's heart hammered as Alir knocked and loosed another arrow, but the shaft sailed over the target's head, disappearing into the night with a faint whistle. He shot several nervous glances at his friend. Alir rarely missed. The guard discarded his torchlight and dropped behind the parapet, raising a horn to his lips. Its deep, resonating wail boomed across the courtyard. Darius searched his companions' faces as a curse slipped from him. More horns soon joined the first, crescendoing into an ear-splitting sound that flipped his stomach. Windows, dark only moments ago, now glowed brightly with torches as guards rushed past. The keep was stirring to life. "Fuck!" Jangar seethed. "Dear gods!" Bolan quivered. "We've alerted the entire city." The guard on the parapet poked his head up, and Alir made good of his earlier mistake. His arrow cut through the twilight sky and found the man between the eyes, turning his body into a lifeless sack of flesh as it slumped behind the ledge. With no time to breathe or complain, Darius leapt out from the hay cart and motioned for everybody to rush towards the gate. Their shadows stretched and twisted against the keep's torchlight as they got into position. Breathless, he sheathed his sword and gripped the iron lever with both hands, but despite his straining muscles, the handle wouldn't budge. "Help me!" he barked at Jangar. With sweat beading on his forehead, Darius threw his weight backwards while Jangar's broad shoulders pressed forward. Still no give. "Something's holding the bastard shut," he complained. "Again, push harder." The gears groaned in protest, nothing more. Pain seared through Darius' muscles as he strained against the unyielding metal. Years of breaking into places, and now it seemed he'd be undone by a simple mechanical failure. His thoughts scattered, searching desperately for another way out, but drew blank. The rhythmic thud of boots echoed from afar, growing louder with each heartbeat. As he looked beyond Jangar's bulk, his heart dropped. 2 columns of guards streamed into the courtyard, 20 or more. Some wore helmets, while others were clearly in too much of a rush to do so, their dishevelled appearances suggesting they'd been roused from sleep. Darius saw no hellhands among them, which brought some measure of relief, but not a lot. The soldiers closed ranks, creating a barrier of armoured bodies moving steadily closer. "Surrender!" A voice rang out, followed by another demanding they drop their weapons. A third bellowed that escape was impossible. "No!" Bolan shifted nervously beside Alir. Without shifting his gaze from the approaching guards, the archer nocked an arrow. "Brother, hurry!" he said, his tone tight with tension. Darius's lungs burned as he drew in a ragged breath. "Come on, tittling. I'm not dying to these hounds. 3, 2... And they went again. The lever remained obstinate, mocking their desperation. He could feel his pulse thundering in his neck, each throb a reminder of their dwindling time. Just when Darius's vision blurred at the edges, a deep metallic groan emanated from within the mechanism, and the handle snapped back. The gate screeched open, revealing the sprawling expanse of Valga. Thousands of glowing orange dots from distant lanterns peppered the cityscape, flickering like faraway stars. When he spun around, dozens of blades, held by stone-faced guards, were pointed at them. He sensed Alir move behind him, pressing close. Jangar gripped his axe and fell in beside them, while Bolan brought up the rear. As one, they raised their weapons to face the wall of advancing men. "Who wishes to meet the gods first?" Darius said, twirling his blade. The guards looked at each other almost in amusement. These weren't trained knights like the Hell Hands. They were merely guardsmen of the prison. But that didn't mean they were any less dangerous. They had the numbers, but did they have the courage? Seizing upon their indifference, Darius broke formation and let his will to survive guide his movements. The familiar weight of Rals's sword felt like an extension of his arm as muscle memory from countless hours of Crimson Guard drills took over. In a single fluid stroke, he severed a guard's throat, blood spray arcing through the air, and in the same motion plunged his blade into another's chest. Their chainmail was no match for the serrated edge of his sword, the metal parting like cloth beneath the superior steel. Arrows whistled past his ear as Alir's bow sang its deadly tune. Each shaft found its mark with a wet thud, followed by strangled cries and the clatter of falling weapons. Behind him, Jangar's axe cleaved through the air with meaty chunks, while Bolan's blade stabbed at their armor like a striking viper. It was as if the old thief had downed an elixir that had shaved off 30 years. Such was the power of adrenaline. The tight formation of guards soon splintered and scattered, some stumbling backwards over their fallen comrades as they tried to regroup into smaller clusters. A feral growl ripped from Darius's throat as he spun and slashed through the press of bodies. His boots slipped in pools of blood while his sword arm burned with each swing. Yet still, he pushed forward like a beast born from the fires of hell. Guards crumpled before him, clutching at ruined armor and split flesh. He stabbed, twisted, withdrew, each movement flowing into the next without pause or thought. Nobody could keep up with him. They whittled down their enemies' numbers by more than half, but it did not come at no cost. Darius swung around amid the carnage and saw Bolan had retreated to the gates. There, he clutched his bloodied arm. "Brother!" Alir yelled. "Duck!" His knees hit the ground as the whistle of Alir's arrow splits the air overhead. A wet thunk follows, followed by a choked gasp and the heavy slump of a falling corpse. "Get to Bolan," he told Alir. "We'll handle what's left." As he turned, a guard rushed at him with a blade raised. Darius knocked the blow aside, watching fear replace the courage in his opponent's gaze. Without hesitation, he sank his sword between the man's shoulders and shoved the body away. To his side, Jangar continued to cleave the guards with a grimace that could have been mistaken for a grin. Together, they reduced their foes' numbers to just a handful. Inmates, crammed 3 to a cell like cattle awaiting slaughter, clutched the cold iron bars with grimy hands and cheered on the bloodshed below. Their hoarse voices melded with the guards' strangled cries. Darius staggered over the strewn bodies that littered the ground. The keep, with its high walls and scattered torchlight, reminded him of the gladiatorial arenas he'd read about as a boy. Though his legs had turned to lead, battle fever still coursed through his veins. Beyond the prison and mountainous skyline, a pale blue light crept upwards. Morning was upon them. He spun to survey the carnage. The last guard lay with one of Alir's arrows buried in his throat, while Jangar yanked his axe from the chest of another fallen man. "Are you all right, old friend?" Darius called out to Bolan. "Aye, lad. I should have seen the sword coming, but I got the bastard, thankfully." He was relieved to see the senior still had his spirit, even if he had lost his ability to fight. Darius leaned down and wiped his blade on a guard's sleeve, before returning to the gates. "Looks like that was all of them." Alir fought to catch his breath. "Good. I've had enough of this hellhole," Jangar growled, blood and sweat glistening on his face as he slipped through the gap. "Let's move!" The muddy path beyond twisted towards Valga, where darkened structures stood silent in the pre-dawn gloom. To the west, past the city's outer walls, loomed the massive hillside they'd descended not 3 days ago. The sight made Darius's heart race with anticipation. Just as they were each about to follow Jangar, Darius cast a glance back and spotted an object in the nearest corner of the courtyard. He squinted, the shape morphing into something more. A ladder. He bolted towards it, pulse quickening as he hauled the ladder from the darkness. A grin spread over his face. He couldn't believe it. He hefted its weight and hurried to the others. If the gods aren't on our side, then this is some cruel joke. He held it up like a trophy. Jangar swung around, his mouth slackening as he saw the object. He and Alir caught up to Darius to carry the ladder through the gate. Its wooden frame felt sturdy in Darius's grip, despite each rung being worn smooth from years of use. "Aye," Bolan gasped, his free hand still nursing his arm. "I can already taste a hot bowl of soup and a fresh mug of mead. I swear I'll never take these little comforts for granted again. You and me both." Darius sidestepped through the gate. He watched as his companions maneuvered the ladder to the perimeter wall. They shifted it back and forth until it settled into position. Though the highest rung fell short of the battlements, he figured they could manage the climb with some teamwork. The tricky part would be finding someone capable of pulling the others to safety once they made it up. "You are a good lad, Darius," Bolan said as he squeezed through the opening. "Don't let anyone say different." His lips curved upward as warmth spread through his chest at the seasoned thief's words. "And you're a terrible judge of character," he quipped with a wink. His gaze lingered on his friend's relaxing face, but movement beyond Bolan's shoulder caught Darius's attention. Dark shapes and steel boots poured through the far archway of the courtyard. His stomach dropped. More guards. There were easily 3 times as many as before, their armored bodies flooding the square. Where they came from was a mystery. Following his gaze, Bolan shifted from hope to resigned defeat, the light draining from his eyes. "Hurry!" Alir called. Jangar already had 1 foot on the ladder. In the space of a blink, he had cleared half of it. Darius grabbed Bolan's arm and tried ushering him along, but the veteran resisted. "Come on!" he said. The guards surged forth, their battle cries overlapping like waves. Bolan's shoulders sagged, his chest heaving with each ragged breath. He planted his feet firmly and shook his head. "These old bones won't take me much further, lad." He gave Darius a gentle shove towards the ladder. "Go, save yourself. Don't be a fool. There's still time." "I am too tired of running and fighting. I've made my peace." "I'll carry you if I have. I'm spent." Bolan's arms fell limp at his sides as he let out a weary breath. "But at least I can hold these bastards back and meet my end standing tall." "Damn it, Bolan!" Darius knew there was no changing his mind now. Through the din of approaching soldiers, he heard the familiar rasp of steel as the wizened figure drew his blade. "Go," he uttered. "Create as much distance as you can. Just promise me you'll make good of your life. This path of thievery and violence, it's a dead end. Leave a positive mark on this world. You still have time." Grief choked Darius's words before they could form. Arguments died on his tongue. His friend had chosen his course, and forcing him along would be only insult him. His gaze darted from the advancing guards to Bolan. He had only seconds until running was no longer an option. "Damn you!" he bellowed. "Promise me, lad!" "I promise." Bolan's face creased into a smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Something about it reached deep into his soul. It was pure, accepting, final. His gaze locked with Darius one last time, as if memorizing every detail of the young man who had become like a son to him in over these past days. "Now go. I've got a bowl of soup and a mug of mead waiting for me at the high table." Bolan shoved him along and turned around to the oncoming wave of metal. With great reluctance and gritted teeth, he dashed towards the ladder. Each step burned with the weight of abandonment, but he forced his legs to move faster and faster until he reached the first rung. Alir and Jangar were already sitting atop the curtain wall. His weary muscles carried him to the top in mere seconds, where 2 outstretched hands met his. His companions' faces were taut with urgency as they hauled him over the parapet. Just as he swung one leg over the stone ledge, the distinctive ring of steel on steel shattered the quiet before daybreak. The sound made his heart stutter. He turned to see Bolin surrounded by a sea of swords and shields. He was like a fish trapped among a swarming school of sharks. He ducked under one guard's swing and parried another, his injured arm hanging limp by his side. Through the chaos of battle, his senses failed him. He never noticed the third guard until the shadow fell across his face, and by then it was far too late. A sword plunged through Bolin's back, and he sank to his knees. Still, he fought. Still, he parried. He dropped his weapon and unsheathed his dagger, skewing a man's thigh. Blades flashed in the dim light as the guards closed in, their steel biting into his shoulders, his chest, his arms. His frame sagged, each new wound drawing a grunt of pain that could be heard on the parapet. Through the throng of armored legs, Darius watched as blood dripped from a dozen cuts and the dagger slipped from Bolin's grip. He swayed not once, but twice, before finally pitching forward onto the packed earth. One last shuddering breath escaped his lips. Then that familiar empty stare Darius had seen all too much. The world twisted and blurred as he staggered backwards, his chest hollow, yet somehow burning. Bolin's final moments replayed in his mind with cruel clarity. He wanted to scream, to leap back down and join his fallen friend, to make the guards pay for what they'd done. But his legs wouldn't move, and his throat could produce nothing but suppressed agony. Hot tears carved paths down his dirt-streaked face as he raised his eyes to the pre-dawn sky. He searched for answers among the fading stars, for some divine explanation of why a good man had to die, so others might live. But the gods remained silent, and in that silence, Darius felt the true burden of their freedom, bought with blood and sacrifice. "He sat with the gods now," Jangar whispered, his usual gruff voice stripped raw with emotion. The sound of the ladder being hauled up and thrown over the far side of the wall echoed like a funeral drum. "Come on, Tittling. It won't be long before the Hellhands catch wind of this." Chapter 20. His legs burned with each desperate stride up the cursed hill overlooking Valga. The slope seemed to taunt him, stretching impossibly higher than his memory claimed. His chest heaved, his sword belt rattling with each laboured breath, but he couldn't stop. Wouldn't stop. Somewhere behind him, battalions of Hellhands were readying themselves, and somewhere behind them lay Bolin, whose sacrifice would mean nothing if they faltered now. "Almost there," Alir said between breaths. Jangar's cheeks flushed a bright red as he trailed after them. Darius was second to reach the summit after Alir, where a wall of pine trees beckoned them in. He collapsed on the damp grass and gulped down all the air the realm afforded him. The sun had since crept behind the mountainous backdrop. It lent the sky warmth in an otherwise cruel world. Panting and wheezing, Jangar finally joined them on the hilltop. "Gods above," he moaned. "My legs are gone." "But we're clear of the city," Alir breathed. "At least." Below, the capital stirred like a disturbed hornet's nest. Darius could almost taste the panic spreading through the streets as Valga's citizens discovered their most hated outlaws had carved their way to freedom and left a trail of bodies behind. King Jeffor would come for them with everything he had. This wasn't just a prison break. It was a spit in the crown's eye, an insult that would reach every corner of Elrond. Darius felt the noose of notoriety tightening around his neck. Soon, they wouldn't be able to trust a beggar's glance or a child's innocent stare. Their faces would become death warrants. They already were. He climbed to his feet as the emerging sun warmed his chest. They had no horses, no furs to sleep in, nothing. If it took 3 days to travel here on 4 legs, it would take at least triple that to return on 2. "I presume we're heading back to the lair?" Alir asked. "Aye, we have little choice." Jangar puffed. "But what then? We can't hide forever from this storm." Darius cleared his throat. "Agreed. Elrond is too small for outlaws with our infamy, The king will have every man, woman, and child looking for us come the afternoon. No, we must leave the region." Alir nodded, his expression darkening as the weight of their situation sank in. They could run until their boots wore through and their feet bled, sprint until their hearts burst in their chests, but in the end it wouldn't matter. For as long as they remained in the kingdom, they were dead men. "Where will we go?" he asked. Darius shrugged. "I don't know. That's a discussion for another day. Come, let's move before Valga's finest catch up to us." They slipped through those few days without trouble. Every word was a murmur, every path avoided. At night, pride gave way to necessity as they pressed together against the cold. None of them had forgotten the night ravens or the cougars, nor the bitter chill of the wilderness. Against their better judgment, they lit fires to stave off the elements and smaller predators that fancied their chances of an easy meal. Sure, it risked exposing them to hunting eyes, but frostbite was just as dangerous an enemy. On the 6th day of their travels, their pace had all but come to a crawl. The lack of food and short rest periods took a sudden, devastating toll on them. While they could quench their thirst with snow, it lacked the sustenance of a good meal. Darius would often see things: stags, bowls of fruit, a comfortable bed with fresh furs, only to blink and watch them disappear. It was a strange phenomenon, and it affected them all in different ways. Alir complained of an intense headache, while Jangar would occasionally mumble in a tongue neither of them could understand. The situation was growing dire, and Darius suspected they were walking in circles, recognizing the same twisted, snow-laden branches and peculiar rock formations that seemed to mock their plight. He dared not air such concerns, for it would only make things worse. His companions were already on edge, their faces gaunt from exhaustion and hunger. "I can't take much more of this." Jangar halted. "Stay focused," Alir said. "We cannot be far now." A bird sang overhead, almost mocking them. Darius squinted, his eyelids heavy as the sun hung low in the sky. Nightfall drew near. He feared one more evening spent out here would spell their last. They needed to reach the hideout, today. "We've been marching in circles for days, you fool," Jangar spat. "We're completely lost. Accept it. We are as good as dead." "Enough," Alir snapped. "That's not helping anyone. You're not even looking where you are going anymore, just trudging forward like some mindless—" "I said enough." "Or what?" Jangar stumbled closer, dark circles beneath his bloodshot eyes. "You'll fight me? You are barely able to stand." Alir's shoulders sagged, his chapped lips cracking. "Neither can you." The silence between them stretched, broken only by their labored breathing and the soft crunch of frost under their shifting feet. "Knock it off," Darius growled. "Not you now, tittling. We won't survive if we bicker like schoolgirls. What do you propose we do then, huh?" Darius's temper flared. After days of trudging through this frozen hell and flinching at every snapping twig, his patience had worn thinner than the soles of his boots. "You want to blame someone for the mess we find ourselves in? Look in the mirror, Jangar. Your brilliant plan landed us here." "My plan." Jangar's face warped into an ugly snarl, twisting the mass of old scars that mangled his eye. "It was all of ours." "Lies! Your obsession with gold is why 5 breathe no more." The words left Darius's mouth before he could stop them. He saw the rage ignite in Jangar's remaining eye. The big man drew his axe, prompting Darius to pull his blade free. "Come on then, tittling. I know you've been itching for this, as have I." In a matter of seconds, everything spiraled out of control. The world tilted violently before Darius's eyes, his vision swimming as Jangar's form blurred in front of him. The brute's heavy axe cut through the space where Darius had stood moments before. He staggered backwards, his boots scraping against loose rocks. The ground seemed to pitch and roll beneath his feet like the deck of a storm-tossed ship. His stomach lurched, and he fought down the bile rising in his throat. If he succumbed to the nausea now, it would be the last mistake he ever made. He nimbly sidestepped the next attack as the axe hit the earth with a damp thud. Their weapons met with far less force than intended. Jangar's weapon wobbled in his grip, while Darius's sword arm drooped between strikes. Their feet dragged through the frost, stumbling more than stepping, and their heads swayed like reeds in a breeze. Each swing came slower than the last, their limbs as heavy as iron rods. "Stop!" Alir roared, halting the fight. Both men froze when they saw Alir's arrow hovering between them, its tip unwavering. His fierce gaze shifted from one to the other, silently warning them not to test his patience. "What are you doing?" Darius frowned. "Stopping you both from killing each other." "Why?" Jangar growled. "The world is better off without this twat." Darius craned his neck around. "Likewise. Lower them already." A cloud of vapor shot from Alir's lips. With reluctance, they lowered their weapons, but not before trading dark looks. Alir relaxed his bowstring and nodded towards the forest behind them. "See that?" he asked, grinning. Darius turned and spotted the snow-capped spires jutting over the treetops. His chest tightened with recognition. The frosty peaks. After everything, they'd made it back. "By all means, kill each other." Alir slung his bow across his shoulders. "But you might want to at least rest beforehand." Jangar and Darius stared at each other sheepishly, both weapons still drawn. "You first." "You're pathetic." Darius sheathed his sword. "Have your ego. I shall have my sleep." He followed the others into the open space, his heart lifting at the sight of well-known landmarks. Relief washed over him as he emerged from the shadows of the forest. At last, after nearly a week of grueling travel and a petty scuffle, they'd returned to friendly ground. The moment of peace shattered as movement caught his eye through the branches. His hand flew to his weapon, ducking. "So soon, Tittling. I thought you wanted to rest." "No, you fool. Over there." He pointed. Alir raised his bow. "I see them." "Them?" Jangar squinted, unable to locate the source of concern. The shapes moved with fluid grace, their forms stretched and predatory. Darius knew in his gut they had to be beasts, yet these days he couldn't fully trust his own senses. The group huddled together in the glade, scanning for further movement. Silence fell. As the moments dragged by, Darius's mind raced through every grim scenario. Had the cougars tracked them? Before his thoughts turned to the next possibility, a howl pierced through the trees. "Blood wolves," Alir said. "They're just dogs." Jangar gripped his axe with both hands. Darius watched as several slender forms stepped out from the pines. Their long, gangly limbs were more suited for a sprint than a steady trot. The red stripe that travelled from their eyes to their noses made for a disturbing contrast against their white coats. It was a display of savage beauty, but Darius knew all too well how lethal they could be. They were ruthless, cunning, intelligent. "Just dogs?" he jabbed, but Jangar fell silent. The blood wolves circled them, trying to spot the weak link among them. They must have grown 20 strong by the time Darius finished counting. They were enormous, but none more so than the black wolf that entered the clearing. Unlike the others, this beast bore a midnight coat, erect hackles, and the whitest of eyes. It towered over the rest of the pack by several inches, a behemoth amongst its kin. Darius had encountered many blood wolves in his time hunting, but never one quite like this. Power flowed with each step of the creature's massive frame. When its gaze fixed upon them, those snow-white orbs burned with an intelligence that set alight every nerve in his body. The mere presence of their alpha energized the other wolves. Where they had been cautious before, they grew bolder, drawing closer with renewed bloodlust. "This isn't looking good." Alir held the tension in his bow, his trained eye on the pack leader. "Hold your shot," Darius said. "While attacking might show strength, it could also ignite a frenzy." "If not now, then when?" Jangar's body stiffened as the snapping jaws drew closer. Without warning, the wolves froze and jerked their heads to the side. Their ears, easily the size of serving dishes, studied the silent disturbance with a deep intensity. "What's happening?" Jangar asked. "No idea." Darius kept his blade pointed at the predators. One by one, the blood wolves slunk back into the woodland, their blood-red muzzles still bared in snarls. Darius tracked their retreat with his tip, noting how the alpha held his eyes on them even as he withdrew. They waited in the clearing's heart, muscles tense, their weapons ready. None dared lower their guard. "Something spooked them." Allaire let his bow down. "What, though?" Darius surveyed the ever-darkening tree line. "I'm not sure. Maybe they heard easier prey." A growl echoed through the clearing, but this time it came from Jangar. "Enough of this," he spat, breaking formation. "I ain't waiting for them to come back and make me dog food." Darius caught Allaire's eye, noting the same unspoken concern on his friend's face. The blood wolves hadn't retreated for simpler quarry. They withdrew because something worse lurked in these woods. But what? Chapter 21. The lair greeted them not with open arms, but with an eerie silence. The underground chamber magnified every whistle and gust from above, turning gentle breezes into haunting moans. Cold ash filled the fireplace, telling its own story of abandonment. Their hasty departure to Valga had left chaos in its wake. Scattered dishes and discarded garments everywhere. The journey and everything it entailed seemed like a lifetime ago. Darius sank onto the nearest log and released a long, weary breath. The moment of relative safety unleashed a wave of exhaustion. His tired gaze drifted across the gloomy space, and memories flooded his mind unbidden. He saw them all gathered here, their phantom forms huddled around the fire during their last feast together. The wild boar had been particularly succulent that night, seasoned with herbs from Bolan's pouch and roasted to perfection. These spectres of the not-too-distant past were so real he could nearly reach out and touch them. An emptiness found him, for all he felt was sorrow. Not for himself, but for all the others, including Vresha. Why did he survive and not them? Such dark musings faded as thoughts of where they would go next intruded his mind. Darius pushed the quandaries away with a grimace. Such decisions could wait. Right now, he needed rest. Jangar's shoulders slumped as he trudged through the lair. His usual swagger had withered to a shuffle. "My quarters beckon," he mumbled through a jaw-cracking yawn. "See you women in the morning." Darius watched the hulking figure vanish around the corner, his heavy footfalls fading into silence. The quiet that followed was oppressive. In the center, Allaire stood motionless, his usually sharp eyes glazed and distant. Whatever dark thoughts plagued his companion seemed to mirror his own unease. Everyone, everything, they're gone. "Don't let this place trouble you," Darius urged. "We've lost enough already. We cannot afford to lose our heads as well. Get some rest." Allaire gave a tight nod and slipped away. Darius remained in solitude, the quietness gnawing at him. The promise of slumber soon drew him from his seat and into the corridor. As he neared the shared sleeping quarters, a sound drifted from Jangar's room, soft, mournful weeping. He tilted his head, listening as the crying continued. His feet carried him to the doorway. There, he saw the big man sitting on the bed's edge, shoulders curved inward with grief. In his hands, he clutched one of Vresha's garments. A quick glance showed the space in disarray, cupboards flung wide and clothing scattered across the floor. His desperate need to be near her was painfully clear. Darius stepped back, feeling guilty for intruding on such a personal moment. He withdrew silently, leaving Jangar alone with his sorrow. The cramped quarters seemed smaller than ever when he pushed open the door. Allaire's quiet breaths from the corner bunk were the only sounds disturbing the silence. His gaze wandered across the empty mattresses, each one a stark reminder of fallen comrades. The flimsy mattress creaked beneath his weight as he lowered himself onto it. Darius pulled the damp sheet over his face, trying to ignore its musty scent. His exhaustion ran bone deep, and for once he welcomed the oblivion of sleep as it claimed him without ceremony or dreams. When he opened his eyes, the morning had come and gone, or so he assumed. He pushed himself upright to find Alir staring at the rough stone overhead, his expression distant. Though unsure how much of the day had passed, he guessed he'd slept well past midday. "Did you sleep much?" Darius stretched. "A few hours, give or take." "That little? What's on your mind?" "I wouldn't want to burden you, brother." "Try me." Alir let out a weary breath. "Just questions, really, about our next steps, our direction, what we're meant to do now with this newfound freedom." "Well, if it comforts you, the same thoughts plague me." He craned his neck around. "And have you found the answers?" "No, I'm afraid not." "What about the world beyond Estos? You've been granted your wish for a new life. The guild is no more." "Not like this." Darius shook his head. "Besides, that dream required gold. We have none." "Isn't a fresh start enough?" he asked, but got no response. "You have reconsidered, haven't you?" Darius's shoulders tensed. He stared down at his scarred hands, fingers curling and uncurling as conflicting emotions battled from within. "Do you believe what the man-creature says, then?" "I don't know. Perhaps. What if my dreams of leaving Estos were nothing more than running from my past? It's possible. We're all escaping from something. And what are you fleeing from?" "Myself, mainly. So much of my identity and purpose came from the guild. Now that it is gone, I am lost, and it terrifies me." Darius half nodded, understanding exactly what he meant. His mind suddenly plunged into a waking dream as visions flooded in despite his attempts to resist. First flashed the image of his father, withered and frail in his final days, so different from the proud king he remembered. Then Dillion's face swam into view, followed by Reuben's, their features calculating. Before he could linger on their expressions, darkness crept in. Vrakor's presence invaded his thoughts, bringing with him that crushing force of malevolent power. His mace, the sword in his other hand, that eyeless slit in his helmet. There was no light there, only the unspoken promise of suffering. Through bleary eyes, the scene transformed. The familiar spires and towers of Istriel spread beneath him like a tapestry, its streets bustling with life and warmth. Then the stones began to crack. Buildings crumbled into dust. Flames erupted from the ground, consuming everything in their path as screams echoed through the burning capital. The cries rang through his skull until nothing but sickness remained. This was no mere vision, but a warning of what lay ahead if he failed. He wanted so badly to curse the sky gods for dropping such a burden on his shoulders, yet why couldn't he? In that very instant, his mind quietened, and a pale castle emerged. It started small, quickly morphing like a blossoming plant. A wise white tree sprouted in the heart of a courtyard, its delicate arms reaching out, almost to him. Life flowed around the stronghold's walls. Streams ran, birds darted between branches, and iridescent insects danced in the air. Here was paradise, a secret corner of existence untouched by darkness. Something in him whispered the name of this place, Cladstein. He'd never walked its grounds or gazed upon its fortifications, yet he knew without doubt that this was the last refuge of Estos's wizards, where the Mage of Light dwelled. The certainty felt strange, but unshakable. "Darius," a voice came. He looked up to find a perplexed Alir. "You didn't answer my question." "Forgive me. What was it?" I said, "What does your heart say?" Darius swallowed. I'm not sure. Ever since that visit, I've seen wicked things in my dreams. It might also just be sleep deprivation. What if it isn't? Then there are only two options: flee Estos and hope that the seer's foresight is mere madness, or ride south and answer it. The finality of those words struck Darius like a fist. It's not as simple as that. When have we ever lived straightforward lives? Alir countered. You may be a thief, but you're also the son of King Robic, wrongly banished for a crime you did not commit by a brother who likely continues to poison your father's mind. Darius rose from his bed, shaking his head. Raw emotion churned in his gut, like some wild creature fighting to break free. To heed what the seer demanded would mean confronting dangers that would make their recent escape in Valga seem like child's play. It would require facing his younger brother, his father, and a kingdom of people who believe him to be dead, or worse, a traitor. He hadn't forgotten Alistair's warning that should he return to Valencia, he was to be executed without trial. When his thoughts turned to roaming the vast stretches of Estrana, even more questions arose, like, where would he go? Which lands could offer him sanctuary? What skills could he learn? What if King Jeffa's reach extended beyond the borders? But above all else, could he live with his conscience if the seer's prophecy came true? So, brother, Alir's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. Will you flee, or will you travel south? The story continues in Forbidden Forest. If you crave more untold stories of the divided region and want to be the first to know when the next part drops, then join the Legion today. You'll also immediately be gifted the free prequel of the series in both ebook and audiobook. Find the link in the description.